You're listening to Station 104.9. It's almost midnight here on the East Coast. This is Daniel Gray. I'm still here. The station's running on backup power. We've got enough for one more night of broadcast unless the diesel holds. I've got no confirmation from the relay towers out west. No word from Denver. Chicago's gone dark. Seattle's been silent for days now. I don't know who's left listening, but I'm going to keep talking until I can't. If you're still out there, you're not alone. Earlier tonight, we picked up a weak signal from a ham relay near Lake Huron. A man calling himself Mason. He didn't speak long. His voice was shaking, and there was a long pause before every word, like he had to force each one out. He said they were surrounded, that they had lost the southern perimeter 2 days ago. He said they had kids with them, that the firewood was wet, that the radio was the only thing keeping them sane. Then it cut off. I hope you made it through the night, Mason. If you hear this, try again on frequency 7160. I'll keep it clear. It's been 48 hours since the evacuation order was given for the Eastern Corridor. Most people didn't get out. The highways jammed with cars, some still with headlights on, engines long dead. I saw one family yesterday, parked under the overpass near exit 42. The father was walking in slow circles around the van, holding a tire iron, just walking, over and over. I didn't stop. I don't stop anymore. There's too much risk now, and not enough time. The last weather sweep we got showed the cold front stalling in the Midwest. That means freezing rain for parts of Ohio, maybe Pennsylvania if it keeps drifting. If you're listening from those areas, find shelter now. The wind chill will kill you before anything else does. We're getting more reports of coordination. I can't verify all of them, but some come from sources I used to trust. It started small, patterns in how they moved, clusters forming near water towers, grain silos, food depots, places with value. At first, we thought it was coincidence. Then we saw them build. Yes, building not like we do, but with purpose. They stack things, bodies, crates, metal. I don't know what for. Maybe shelter, maybe signals. I don't want to think about it. I know this sounds impossible. I used to say the same thing. Then I watched them take down an outpost in less than 3 minutes. 50 people, armed, gone, no screams, just static. If you're still armed, keep your ammo dry and your fire tight. Don't waste shots. Don't attract attention. Don't try to be a hero. Heroes died in the first month. We've gotten a few messages scratched into old road signs, walls, and billboards, painted in red, black, sometimes charcoal. Some say, north is clear. Others say, don't trust the roads. But there's one that keeps showing up. In every state we've heard from, they see in silence. I don't know what that means yet, but if you do, if you've seen something we haven't, call in. Channels open, signals unstable, but we'll keep trying. There's a kid staying 2 blocks from the station. I don't know his name. He leaves me notes, slips them under the old supply door. Never seen him, just the notes. They're written in pencil on scraps of cereal boxes and receipts. He told me he's been alone for 33 days. Said his mother didn't come back from the pharmacy run. He keeps a radio tuned to this frequency by his bed. That's what he wrote. I haven't heard from him in 2 nights now. If you're still listening, kid, keep going. You're doing better than most adults I know. You're doing better than me. To those who still have power, charge your radios, power banks, anything you can. Don't rely on the grid. That's going down fast. The big stations have already gone silent. Only the low band and ham operators are holding this thing together now. And barely. Someone from Nevada sent a burst message saying the desert towns are starting to hold out longer. Dry climate helps. Slower movement. Better sight lines. But they're still surrounded. They said something about an airstrip being converted into a safe zone. No coordinates, no name. If you've got aviation fuel or even a working glider, that might be your best shot. But it's a long one. Real long. Someone else sent a voice log from Baton Rouge. They're tracking moon cycles, trying to figure out if the creatures are more active based on the lunar pull. It sounds crazy, but right now, nothing is off the table. They say full moon nights are worse, the attacks more organized, as if something in the light sharpens them. Take it how you want. But maybe it explains why last night felt so wrong. I haven't slept since Tuesday, not because I'm scared. I got past that stage. It's the quiet. It's so deep it eats into your thoughts, makes you feel like your mind is too loud for the air around you. Even the infected, even they don't make as much noise anymore. Not like before. Now it's whispers, not real ones, but enough to make you check every dark corner twice. Still here, the generator's humming low, but it's hanging on. It's just after 2 a.m. here in what's left of Virginia. Skies pitch black, no stars tonight. Clouds are thick, low, and mean. You can feel the weight of them pressing down like the whole sky's about to fall. I haven't seen a plane in over a week. Not even a drone. The sky's been empty, like the birds gave up first. The roads are colder now. You notice it when you drive. Not in the temperature, in the silence. It used to be you'd catch a deer or maybe some dogs running wild. Now, nothing. Just long stretches of cracked pavement, wind pushing plastic bags down the lines like they're the last things alive. Got a note earlier from a group out of Omaha. They've holed up inside an old school gymnasium, reinforced the exits with overturned lockers and scrap steel. Say there's about 20 of them left. No kids, just fighters. They're burning books to keep warm, not because they want to, but because they have to. One of them was a teacher. Said the irony makes him sick every time he throws another math book into the fire. He said they had to make a rule. No crying. Said the sound travels. It's not the infected that get to you. Not really. It's what's left of the people you used to know. The faces that still have names behind them. You see someone you worked with in a grocery store. Only now they're on all fours, crawling through broken glass like it doesn't even hurt. And you have to look away. Because if you don't, you won't shoot. And if you don't shoot, you die. Got a few updates from what's left of the Rocky Mountain relay chain. Just a whisper of a voice coming through. Female, maybe mid-30s. Might be military. She kept repeating a phrase. Firewalkers held the pass. Over and over. Firewalkers. We don't know what that means yet, but if it's a code name for a group or squad, and they're holding a pass out west, maybe there's a route still open. If you're near I-70, anywhere near Colorado Springs or west of it, get eyes on the passes, but be careful. Some of them are being baited. They're setting traps now. That's not paranoia talking. We've seen it. Cars placed just right to look like they broke down, but nothing inside. Blood trails staged like a movie set. You go to help, and you don't come back. To the guy who called in from Fargo yesterday, I still remember your voice. You said you couldn't take your dog with you when you left. You said she kept barking and gave away your spot too many times. You said you tied her leash to the garage so she couldn't follow. I want to tell you you did the right thing, but I can't. I don't know anymore. I've stopped judging anyone for what they've done to survive. Everyone's lost something. Some people lost everything. But the worst off? They're the ones who still remember it all. The way it used to smell after rain, the noise of traffic, kids on bikes, laughter in places that aren't dreams. Now we walk like ghosts through memories. And sometimes, just sometimes, the echoes feel more real than the world outside. Someone scratched a message on the side of a propane tank behind this station. North is a lie. I've seen the same message in 3 other places: a rest stop in Maryland, a train station wall outside Harrisburg, a broken windshield near a rail yard in Cleveland. We don't know who's writing it, but they want us to doubt, to stay still, to rot in place. Don't. Even if it's a trap, movement is life. Static means death. A woman from northern Maine managed to send out a paper note by pigeon. I'm not joking. It was wrapped in foil inside a cigarette box. It took 6 days to get here. The bird landed on a signal tower. One of our watchers saw it. The note said they'd formed a circle. 10 people, all armed, all trained, said they've cleared 5 blocks and lit fires every night. They call it Emberfield now. She wrote, "We stopped running. The fire's still ours." I pinned that note on the wall right next to the old playlist from the station's heyday. There's dust on the tracks now. Songs we haven't played in months. Nobody's asking for music anymore. They're just asking for time. As long as this mic works, I'll give them whatever I can. Earlier tonight, I caught a signal bounce from an offshore barge. At least, that's what it sounded like. Long, drawn-out tones like sonar pings. Then a man's voice, faint and low. Echo grid compromised. Coordinates reset. Relay when safe. It looped for 30 seconds, then silence. The ocean isn't safe either. Some say the infected don't need to breathe, that they walk under the water, that they just keep moving until they hit land. I don't know. I've seen stranger things. All I know is this. If you've got a boat, make sure it runs quiet. No engine noise. Paddle if you have to. Drift. But whatever you do, don't anchor near shore. And don't light a fire. They're drawn to warmth. They're drawn to us. I got a message written in ash on the front window of the diner across the street. Just one word. Soon. If anyone in the area wrote that, if you hear me, knock twice at the back delivery door before sunrise. I'm watching. I'll leave the light on as long as I can. We're about out of batteries, but we're not out of breath. Not yet. The wind's picked up again. Hard to tell if it's natural anymore. Some nights the wind moves like it's watching you. There's a rhythm to it. Stops and starts that don't match the trees or the air, like something else is breathing through the landscape. I know how that sounds. But if you've been out there, if you've walked the back roads with no headlights, ears open to the dark, you've felt it too. The world has changed, and not just in the obvious ways. There's something under it now, like the old skin of the world is peeling, and what's underneath was always there, waiting. Last night, the radio picked up an AM signal from what used to be Nebraska. The voice was quiet, almost a whisper. A girl. She said her name was Brenna. Maybe 10, maybe 12. She spoke for 24 seconds, and in that time, I heard more strength than I've heard from grown men in full armor. She said, "We don't go near the river anymore. That's where the quiet ones live. They wait in the water, and they don't blink. They just float. Then the line dropped. I haven't heard her since. If you're out there, Brenna, hold on. Keep the signal going. Somebody's always listening. A man stopped by this morning. Or maybe it was yesterday. It's hard to tell now. His name was Daryl. Had the look of someone who hadn't slept in weeks. Skin pulled tight across his face, a shotgun slung low across his chest, and a long scratch down the left side of his neck that looked like it had scabbed over 3 or 4 times. He didn't say much, just wanted water and to charge his radio. Said he was heading west, toward what's left of Indiana. He said he heard rumors of an old National Guard depot there, still intact, with fuel and food and fences that hadn't fallen. I didn't ask why he was alone. You don't ask that anymore. Everyone has a reason, and most of them are too heavy to carry twice. He left before sunset. Didn't look back. Before he left, though, he said something I haven't been able to forget. He said, "They're getting smarter. I saw one wait. Just wait. Not moving. Not moaning. Just standing still like it knew we'd come. Like it was planning." I believe him. And that's the part that scares me most. They're not just wandering anymore. Not all of them. Some are learning. And if they can learn, they can plan. And if they can plan, God help us all. I checked the old gas station 2 blocks down this afternoon. Used to be a Texaco. Now it's mostly shattered glass and rust. But the back freezer still had some cans of peaches. Dusty, dented, but sealed. I brought them back here. Saved one for myself and left the rest on the bench out front with a sign. If you need it, take it. I know that sounds foolish. But if we stop helping each other, then we're just waiting to be eaten in the dark. Got another shortwave signal from upstate New York, a group calling themselves the Hollow Pines. They've set up camp in a burned-out ski lodge, high ground, limited access. One of them was a nurse, another used to work in refrigeration. They've managed to keep insulin cold for 6 weeks. That's a miracle now. They're running out of fuel, though. If anyone out there is near the old Catskill Range and can bring diesel or propane, do it. These people are saving lives. And if we lose them, we lose a lot more than a radio call sign. We lose hope. Back here in the studio, the walls are starting to breathe. Not literally, but you get what I mean. You stare at something long enough in this kind of silence, and it starts to shift. You start to wonder if maybe the world isn't broken. Maybe it's waking up. Or maybe we are. You start to remember the things you should have said to people who aren't around anymore. The way you hung up too fast on a call. The way you didn't say, "I love you," loud enough that day they left. I think about my sister a lot. She was in Florida when the first wave hit. We haven't spoken in 84 days. If you're out there, Sarah. I still have the keychain you gave me, the one with the old lighthouse. I keep it hanging from the microphone. Every night I touch it before I speak. Just to remember the sound of your voice. If anyone in the Pensacola region is still transmitting, try channel 14.390. Just once. Even static would help. I just want to know she heard me. Just once. The city's changed. I don't recognize the skyline anymore. Fires burn without smoke now. Buildings lean like drunks. The air smells like copper and dust. You walk 10 blocks and don't see a soul, and then suddenly there's a sound behind you, like gravel underfoot. But when you turn, nothing. You keep walking, because stopping is worse. A woman called in an hour ago. Her voice was thin, stretched, like someone speaking through a cracked window. She didn't say her name, said she didn't want to leave a trail. That's something people say now, like saying your name is dangerous, like memory itself has teeth. She was in Tennessee, somewhere near the edge of what used to be the Great Smoky Mountains. Said her group had been 30 strong last month. Now they were 7. The rest had either vanished or gone quiet. Some turned. Others just walked into the woods and didn't come back. She said something strange. Said the forest changed them. That it listens in a way it never used to. Trees bending at the wrong times. Birds going silent right before the air thickens. She said the infected don't just stumble in anymore. They wait behind trees. They pick their steps. Like hunters. I don't know if that's true, but I've stopped calling anything impossible. She said something else that's been bouncing around in my skull. It's not just what they are, it's what they're becoming. I asked what she meant, but the line cut out. To the woman in Tennessee, if you're hearing this, try again. Your voice mattered tonight. There's this old street sign outside the station. It used to say Maple Avenue. Now it's been twisted half off its post, and someone spray-painted "Keep Left of Darkness" over the name. I don't know what that means, but every time I walk by it, I feel like someone's watching. Not the infected, not something with a body, just something in the corners, and I know I'm not the only one feeling it. The air's different lately. People have been saying it in their calls, in their notes, in the way they breathe into the mic, like the whole world is holding its breath, waiting for a punch that hasn't landed yet. A man named Carter left a message on the repeater near Lake Erie. Said he found a boat. A real one. Not a rowboat or a raft, but an old patrol boat docked and untouched. Said the fuel was full. The keys still in the ignition. Said the only strange thing was a child's shoe on the deck. One single shoe. No prints. No blood. He left anyway. He said, "If this is a trap, I'll take the chance." Sometimes that's all we have left. The choice between a quiet death and a louder risk. If you're near the Great Lakes and you hear this, look for anything that floats. Stick to shore. Stay out of the main channels. But if you see that patrol boat, stay back. Something about that shoe feels wrong. I found an old voicemail recording system in the basement. Battery operated. Used to be for listener requests. I played through some of the old messages tonight. Most of them were birthdays and song requests. But one of them wasn't. It was from a woman named Julie. She sounded tired, but calm. She said, "If you're hearing this, it means I didn't make it. And that's okay. I had 3 good weeks with people who mattered. We danced under candlelight. We told stories. We didn't cry when it got dark. If you find this, know it can still be beautiful, even now." Then the recording ended. I copied that message to tape. I'm going to play it every hour. Because people need to hear that. They need to know there's still room for beauty. The generator's coughing again. Might not make it to sunrise. If the signal cuts, I'll come back as soon as I can. But if I don't, keep talking to each other, even if it's just through notes or knock patterns or scratches on concrete. Just don't go quiet. Silence is the worst kind of death. Earlier today, I watched the sun set through the broken window near the back wall. It was red. Not just the regular kind. Deep red, like something burning on the horizon. The clouds didn't move, birds didn't cross it, and the wind just stopped. The sky held its breath, and so did I. If you're keeping a journal, don't stop. Write it all down. Even the ugly parts. Especially the ugly parts. Because someone will read them one day. Someone who didn't see this. Someone who only knows what came after. And they'll need to understand how close we came to losing everything, how close we still are. I'm going to try and get some sleep. If I can. The cot in the corner is cold but safe enough. I'll loop this recording till the batteries give out. If you hear it, you'll know I'm still breathing. And if you're still breathing too, then maybe we're not done yet. Let me know when to continue with part 5. It's just after 5 a.m., still dark. No birds, no wind, no clouds. Just this stillness that feels unnatural, like the world's been paused and no one remembered to hit play again. I've been watching the same streetlight flicker for an hour now. It's not connected to anything, no grid, no power line, but it keeps flashing. Like it's trying to say something in a language I can't understand. Maybe I'm just tired. Maybe everything's tired. If you're awake, if you're listening, this is Daniel Gray on 104.9. Still transmitting from the edge of what's left of the city. Still trying to hold the signal. Still trying to hold on to what matters. If you've just tuned in, you're late to the end of the world. But you're not alone. There's an old man 3 buildings down who's been whittling wooden birds. He leaves them on windowsills like offerings. I asked him once why he did it. He didn't answer. Just looked at me with these pale blue eyes and said, "Gotta give the sky something to come back for." I think about that every time the static gets loud. We had a call come through earlier from a convoy outside Des Moines. 4 trucks, 22 people, 2 of them pregnant. They're moving slow, sticking to back roads, using road flares only when they need to change direction at night. Said they were following an old trail left by another group that passed through weeks ago. Chalk arrows on tree trunks, stacks of stones by mile markers, bits of red cloth tied to fence posts. A code only the desperate would notice. A trail made by ghosts for the living. They're heading toward something they heard called the Ring. Supposed to be an airfield that was turned into a circle of caravans and shipping containers. Armed perimeter, gardens in the center, no confirmed contact. Just rumors passed from one survivor to the next like bedtime stories for the damned. If you're in Iowa or near the Missouri border, keep your eyes open for smoke rings in the sky. That's their signal. 3 quick bursts, 1 long trail. They say it means still breathing, still waiting. God, I hope they make it. There's something strange happening on the northern frequencies. Low droning sounds, stretched out over several minutes. Almost mechanical, not quite natural. And underneath it, if you listen closely, there's a hum, like singing, but not human. It started 2 nights ago. We thought it was just bleed from another signal, maybe an old weather station loop gone wrong. But it hasn't stopped. It changes slightly every hour, like it's adjusting. Some people think it's a new type of infected. Others think it's just the planet itself, groaning under the weight of everything it's seen. I don't have answers. But I know what I feel when I hear it. And what I feel is dread. To the boy in the blue jacket who left a drawing in the drop box outside the station. I got it. It's taped to the glass right above the broadcast desk now. You drew a house with smoke coming out of the chimney, a tree with a tire swing, a dog on the porch, and the sun, the biggest sun I've ever seen, taking up half the page. You wrote, "When the sun comes back, we go home." That line broke me, because I think we all forgot what home even means now. but you reminded me. Thank you. There was a woman who used to call in every week. Her name was Rhea. She lived somewhere outside Detroit. Always had a calm voice, like she was reading bedtime stories instead of survival tips. She'd give us updates on her garden, talk about the beans she was trying to grow inside old tires. She hasn't called in 3 weeks. If anyone's in that area and comes across a rooftop with green tarps and white buckets, look for her. Her last message was, "I think the soil's finally listening." I hope she's still whispering to it. Something new's been spotted near what's left of Denver. A group moving in formation. Not fast, not clumsy, just slow, organized. Someone watching through a scope said they stopped at a playground. Just stood there. 5 of them. Not eating, not moaning. Just standing under the monkey bars. Then they all looked up at the same time. Stayed like that for 5 minutes. Then they walked away. No one knows what it means. But if they're remembering who they were, we might be too late. Got another shortwave report from what's left of the Vermont relay chain. A woman named Lisette said the snow's falling earlier than expected. Heavy flurries, winds picking up, roads almost gone. But she said something else too. Said they've started carving signs into tree trunks. Simple ones. Circles for food, triangles for shelter, stars for medicine. It's a new language now. Not for us, for whoever comes next. Maybe they'll understand it better than we did. I know this is a long night, but you're still here. And as long as you are, I'll keep talking, even if I'm just talking to myself. Because if you're breathing, then we haven't lost yet. Not really. There's something about the early morning hours, between 5 and 6, where everything feels thinner, like the dark is stretched too far, and if you push just a little, you might tear through into something else. I sit here watching the power needle drop on the panel and think, maybe that's what we're doing, tearing through. One word at a time. It's still quiet outside. No movement on the street. No flicker in the windows across from me. The sky's a dull gray now. Not light, not dark. Just muted. A limbo. And maybe that's what all of this is. A slow, grinding wait between what we were and whatever's coming next. I picked up another short burst message, faint, like a whisper behind a closed door. A man named Joel, somewhere in the Ozarks. He sounded out of breath, said his group had found something underground. Old tunnels, pre-war infrastructure, not bunkers, real maintenance tunnels with sealed doors and dry walls. He said they'd been using them to move undetected. He also said not to go too deep. He didn't say why. His last words were, "There's something down there that's not dead, but it's not alive either." Then the signal collapsed. If you're listening, Joel, try again. I've locked your frequency. You're not forgotten. The broadcast from Michigan came back for a few seconds this morning. The same family we heard from last week. The ones trapped in their attic. It was the son this time. Young. Maybe 15. Voice cracked halfway through. He said they were running out of food, that the water had turned brown, that their dad hadn't spoken since Tuesday. He ended with, "If anyone hears this, we're still here. Please don't let us die quiet." I don't know where they are exactly, but if anyone in the Michigan suburbs hears a faint signal near 14.265, stop, tune in, help them, even if it's just your voice on the other end. Sometimes Being heard is the only thing that keeps you breathing. A kid from Montana left a message written on a piece of denim, wrapped it around a rock, and threw it through the old studio fence. His handwriting was messy, barely legible. But it said, "I walk with the sun on my back so the shadows fall ahead. I never let them catch me." No name, no age, just that line. I've pinned it to the wall because it reminds me why I'm still here. Because it reminds me that someone out there still walks toward the light. There's a woman in Kansas who says she's been planting trees, says the world needs roots again. She left a voice log where she describes digging holes in frozen soil with a piece of rebar, pressing little pine saplings down into the dirt, and wrapping their bases with whatever cloth she could scavenge. She said, "I don't know if they'll grow. I just want something to outlive this." If you're listening, tree lady, you've already done more than most. Something will outlive this, even if it's just the memory of trying. A cluster of survivors near the Canadian border managed to hold off a swarm last night. Their trick? Noise traps. Tinfoil tied to fishing line, stretched between trees. When the wind hit just right, it rattled like whispers. They said the infected hesitated. Just for a second, just long enough to shoot and fall back. They're still alive. Sometimes that's all a trick needs, just enough time. If you're in the forest and you have nothing else, remember, the mind plays tricks. And sometimes, if you're lucky, it plays them on your enemies too. The static's growing louder on Channel 7. That means weather's changing. Storms building west of the Mississippi. High winds. Cold air mass dropping faster than expected. If you're on the move, dig in now. Don't trust your tires. Don't count on fuel. Cold like that can freeze your skin in minutes, can make metal snap like twigs. Shelter matters more than distance now. Get warm. Stay low. And if you can't sleep tonight, that's okay. Most of us can't. But maybe someone's still awake on the other side of the silence. Maybe they're listening too. And maybe, just maybe, the space between our words is thinner than we think. This is Daniel Gray, still holding the line on 104.9. Still hoping you're out there, still hoping for the next sunrise. Morning broke without light. It's just a gray sheet out there, sky and earth stitched together by fog. No sun, no shadows, just the kind of dim that settles into your bones and doesn't leave. I stepped outside the station for a moment, just stood there, breathing in what little air didn't taste like dust or old rain. I used to take mornings like this for granted. A stretch, a yawn, the smell of coffee from somewhere else. Now it's just silence and damp brick. Still, I listen. Every hour. Every crackle of the receiver. Every scrap of voice across the wire. Somebody's always reaching. We got a burst message from a rig off the Gulf, a floating platform that's been running silent since the second wave hit. Said they're 32 strong, and they've been desalinating seawater for months. Solar-powered, fish traps, rain collection, even a little garden in crates stacked on the helipad. They don't broadcast often, said they don't want to draw attention. But they're looking for medics. 2 of their people got sick. Not from infection. Something else. Might be food-related. Might be the water. If you've got medical training and can get near the coast, they'll take you in. They said, bring skills. Leave weapons. We're not at war with each other. Not yet. I got a message on the side wall again. The kid with the notes. This one was just a drawing. a pair of boots in the mud, and a little flag planted next to them. The flag had a single letter on it. V. I don't know what it means, but I taped it to the inside of the studio door. That's 4 notes in a week now. No footprints around the station, no noises, no voice, just paper, pencil, and quiet hands. Whoever you are, I see you, and I hope someone sees you too. An older man came through yesterday, drove a battered Ford that looked like it had seen 3 wars, said he was from Missouri, said he'd driven for 6 days straight, only stopping for gas and firewood, told me he'd buried his wife on the 2nd day, said she passed in her sleep. He didn't cry, didn't flinch, just said her name, Lily, and stared out the window like she was still in the passenger seat. He gave me a jar of canned tomatoes, said it was the last thing she'd made before everything fell apart, told me to save it for someone who needed it more than he did. I haven't opened it. I keep it on the console, right next to the emergency mic. Maybe that's the most sacred thing left in this world. A gift you don't use because the meaning's heavier than the need. We've been picking up fragments from what used to be the Carolinas, a group hiding in an old amusement park. They've set up inside the funhouse, mirrors removed, painted black inside. Said the winding hallways make it easy to funnel movement. Only 2 exits. 1 watchtower built out of a collapsed coaster track. They call the place the Laughing End. I don't know whether to find that funny or heartbreaking, but it's working, and they're alive. So if you're southbound and catch sight of a rusted Ferris wheel lit by solar lamps, that might be your way out, for a little while anyway. Just remember, mirrors lie, especially now. A woman from Wisconsin sent a message sewn into fabric, hand-stitched along a wool scarf. Took her 5 days to reach the drop point. It read, "We are not ashes. We are embers. Bury us wrong, and we'll burn our way back up." I read that 10 times before I understood what she meant. People like her, they're already rebuilding. Even if the walls are made of sticks and rust and old hopes patched together like quilts, they're still building. Still believing. That's how we start again, not with plans, but with stubborn, quiet acts of defiance. A man named Isaiah radioed from somewhere in West Texas, said they've been harvesting tumbleweed for insulation, said the nights are too cold and the desert's no longer empty, claimed he saw them, the infected, stacking rocks, not like a wall, not like a message, just stacking, over and over. Said they only stopped when the wind blew strong enough to knock it all over. Then they'd start again. He said it made him feel like maybe we're not the only ones left with ghosts in our heads. Maybe the things that walk the dark remember more than we think. And maybe forgetting is what saves us. To the woman who called in asking if it's worth it to keep going, I don't have a good answer. But I'm still here. So maybe that's the answer. Sometimes the only reason to keep going is because stopping doesn't make sense yet. And because someone, somewhere, is looking for a voice in the static. Maybe that voice is yours. It's late morning now. The kind of morning where you can't tell if the sun's really up or if the sky just forgot to be night. The fog hasn't lifted, and I don't think it will today. It's clinging to everything. The buildings, the cars, the trees that still have leaves. It makes the world feel smaller, like the horizon's folded in on itself. There's something comforting in that. The way the fog hides the broken parts makes it easier to pretend. I walked the length of the street earlier, just needed to feel my legs move, needed to hear my own breath, past a laundromat that still had clothes inside, stuck mid-cycle, water long gone, windows broken, a red hoodie spinning gently in the breeze. No bodies, just the memory of someone waiting. We used to wait for everything, green lights, elevators, someone to text back. Now all we do is move, because waiting means staying, and staying means they catch up. Still. I paused there, just for a minute. Let the quiet settle. Sometimes that's all we have left of the old world, moments that don't hurt. A woman from Montana sent a recording. She found an old cassette deck in a fire station, dug up some blank tapes, started documenting their days, their nights, their losses, their songs. She calls it the ash logs. She said, "If you're hearing this, then it means someone made it. Someone carried our voices forward. That's enough for me." She sings at the end of every tape. Quiet, broken little lullabies. I've got the first one queued up. I'll play it after sundown. Let someone else carry the night for once. Someone near Salt Lake carved a message into an abandoned bus. "We are the echo. Listen back." Nobody knows who wrote it, but it's showing up in more places now. Spray painted on broken bridges, scratched into concrete, chalked onto the sides of rusted-out train cars. We are the echo. I think it means we're what's left. Not the scream, not the song, just the part that bounces off walls long after the source is gone. But echoes are still sound, and sound means someone's still speaking. So keep speaking, even if it's just to yourself, even if it's just in the dark. An older woman, I think her name was May, called in from what used to be upstate New York, said she'd turned her greenhouse into a safe house, covered the roof with blackout tarps, wired the perimeter with soda cans and fishing bells, keeps a shotgun under the table and a journal in her lap. She said, "I've lost everyone I ever knew, but I still talk to them. I still set plates at the table. I still say goodnight." And then she paused and added, "That's not crazy. That's memory." I told her she's right. We don't carry the dead. They carry us. There's a map here in the studio. Old paper thing, torn edges, thumbtacked to the wall behind me. Every time I get a call, I mark it. Every confirmed group, every maybe, every rumor. It looks like a constellation now. Faint little stars across a ruined land. Some of those stars have gone dark. Others have faded. But a few are still glowing. Still sending out their signals. Still saying, "We're here." So if you found a place, if you've built something, protected someone, saved a story, tell us. Call it in. Mark the map. We need more stars. A boy from Louisiana left a message on the wind. Not sure how he got it through. Might have been on a solar-powered beacon. Might have been a fluke. But his voice came through, clear as anything. He said, "I miss the sound of trains. They used to mean someone was going somewhere. Now they're just skeletons on the tracks." Then silence. No name, no location, just that one thought. And I haven't stopped thinking about it since. How movement used to mean hope. And now it just means escape. But even escape means you're still fighting, still trying. A couple from Nevada called in earlier, said they'd found an old church still standing, stained glass intact, roof solid. Enough pews to sleep 20. They're turning it into a shelter. They lit candles for the first time last night. Said the light looked like forgiveness. I don't know what they meant, but I want to believe it's true. that maybe there's still something out there, something watching, waiting, not to punish, but to understand. And maybe, if we make it through this, we'll deserve to be understood. It's just past noon. Hard to keep track these days. The clocks here still tick, but time doesn't feel the same anymore. There's no rush, no real schedule. Just the slow passage of light and shadow as the world creaks forward, half awake, half forgotten. I haven't heard birds in 3 days, not even the crows. Something about that sits wrong in my chest, like the air's missing a layer. You notice the holes in the world more when there's nothing left to fill them. Someone left a message etched into the pavement outside the station, scratched in with a key or maybe a nail. It says, "Remember who you were." Just that, not who you are, not who you'll become, who you were. I sat on the curb and stared at those words for a long time. It made me think of my dad. He was a mechanic, wore the same brown jacket every winter for 20 years, always smelled like grease and pine-scented soap. He used to whistle while fixing the heater, always out of tune, but it made you feel like things were going to be okay. He didn't survive the first month, but I hear him sometimes. In the hum of the generator, in the clink of tools when I move stuff around, in the silence after I finish speaking. Maybe that's what remembering does. It doesn't bring people back, but it brings you back. Just enough. Got a burst signal from an old trucker rig outside of Amarillo. Guy named Simon. Said he's been hauling small survivor groups between towns, using the old CB lines and back roads. Runs solo now. Lost his co-driver a few weeks back. Won't say how. He said, "This country used to be built on asphalt and radio. I'm just trying to keep both going." Said his truck's painted with messages from every group he's helped, names, stories, final words, like a rolling memorial, like a graveyard on wheels. He's headed north next. If you see a red semi with a prayer flag on the grill and spray-painted names across the doors, give him a signal. One long beam, one short. He'll stop for that. He still believes in people. God help him. Somebody asked me last night, through static and shortwave, why I keep broadcasting. Why not run? Why not hide? I didn't answer right away, but I've been thinking about it since. And here's what I've got. Because there's still breath in my lungs. Because words are lighter than bullets. And sometimes they hit harder. Because someone has to remember. And because if even one person hears this, if even one soul out there keeps walking because they heard their name or their story, or just the sound of another voice, then it matters. That's why. A teenager from Colorado drew a map in charcoal on the back of an election sign and dropped it off at a known checkpoint, marked every place with clean water they'd found. Little notes like, "Still flowing," or "Boil first," or "Watch for dogs." No name, no face, just help. That's the kind of quiet bravery I wish the old world had more of. Not loud, not proud, just kind. Got word of a small community in northern Idaho. They call themselves The Line. Said they've built a perimeter out of train cars and gravel mounds. Solar panels run water filtration. They farm potatoes in old bathtubs. One of them even has a solar-powered oven. They said they've made it through 2 winters. They also said something strange, that sometimes, just before dusk, they hear music. Not singing, not instruments, just rhythm, like a heartbeat pulsing through the air. They don't know where it comes from. They don't go looking. I don't blame them. Some mysteries are better left untouched. To the woman who wrote in asking how to sleep when it's quiet, I don't know the answer. But I keep a tape running. Old rain sounds, static loops, the sound of wind through trees before everything went wrong. It doesn't fix anything. But it helps me pretend the world still turns the same way it used to. And some nights, that's enough. I saw a photo taped to a mailbox this morning. Faded, wrinkled, probably from someone's wallet. It was 2 kids on a swing set. Behind them, a house with yellow siding and a crooked fence. No note, just a photo. A reminder that there was a time before all this. A time worth fighting for. We're still writing this story. Don't stop now. It's mid-afternoon now. Some light finally made it through the haze, but it's not warm. It's thin, cold, almost metallic. It feels more like a reflection than sunlight, like something pretending to be day. The streets are still empty. No smoke, no movement, no sounds. But the quiet doesn't feel peaceful. It feels staged, like the world's holding its breath before something falls apart. I keep scanning the rooftops out of habit. You'd be surprised how often they come from above now. I got a transmission this morning, a child's voice, maybe 8 or 9. He didn't say where he was, just that he was safe, for now. Said his mom told him to keep the batteries warm, that radios work better when they're not cold. He's been wrapping his hand-crank radio in wool socks at night. He ended with, "I listen to you when I can't sleep." Then he coughed, a dry, wheezing sound, and the signal cut. I've played that clip back 6 times. If you're hearing this, kid, keep cranking. Wrap it in every sock you've got. I'm still here. I'll be here until I can't be. From Arkansas, someone calling himself Slate left a voice log describing a flooded school-turned-shelter. Said they've built floating platforms out of desks, anchored them to the stair rails. He said they move with the tides now, back and forth, like the building itself is breathing. They use the library as a watch post. Most of the books are gone, burned for heat or eaten by mold. But there's a single shelf they've preserved. Old stories. Fairy tales. Paperbacks about dragons and forgotten kingdoms. He said, "We read them out loud every night. Doesn't matter if you're 6 or 60. I get that. We don't just need shelter. We need stories, because stories remind us we're still human. A woman named Doreen reached out from the Upper Peninsula. She's been living inside an abandoned grocery store for over 60 days, sleeps in the walk-in freezer, cooks on a propane stove, plants her own herbs in the frozen food section. She said the shelves echo when she walks, that sometimes it sounds like someone breathing behind her. She keeps mirrors near the doors, not for vanity, for watching shadows that don't belong. She said she doesn't see people anymore, just movement. But she still brushes her hair every morning, still writes in a notebook, still folds her clothes at night. That's how she stays herself. That's how you fight the rot, not just with barricades, but with ritual. Somebody spray-painted a message on the side of a broken ambulance near Route 55. There's no going back, but we still go forward. I stood in front of that for 10 minutes today, just letting the words sink in. Because they're true. We don't get the old world again, but we don't stop. Forward is all there is now, even if it's slow, even if it hurts, even if you have to crawl. You move. You move. A convoy passed through the old rail yard this afternoon. I didn't see them, but I heard them. Engines running low. No horns, no chatter. Just the soft crackle of wheels over gravel. Maybe 5 or 6 trucks. Probably more. They didn't stop. Just left a mark in the dirt near the studio gate. 3 dots and a line. Someone told me that's code now. Means signal safe. If that's true, thank you. Whoever you are. Keep moving. We're still watching the road. There's a small group somewhere in the desert southwest, maybe Arizona or New Mexico. They go by the Quiet Hands. They don't use radios. They use smoke signals during the day. Mirrors. At night, they flash coded light across ridges. Patterned movement. We only know about them because someone caught a message on a lens flare recorded by drone. Yes, some drones still fly. Not many. But enough to remind the sky it's not empty yet. The Quiet Hands don't speak often, but when they do, it's short. Their last message was, "We are still learning. The old ways are gone, but we have new ones." I want to meet them, or at least see their lights from afar. There's something sacred about people who still choose to build. I heard thunder earlier. Real thunder. Not the kind that sounds like collapsing walls or distant riots, but the roll of sky splitting open. And for a moment, the air smelled like it used to, like wet dirt, like maybe the world hadn't given up on us yet. Maybe it's waiting for us to remember how to deserve it. To the girl who left a note in a shoebox at checkpoint 29, I read your poem. The one about your brother and the creek behind your house. I read every line, and I believed it. Yes, the water still flows. Yes, the grass will grow again. Yes, someone will laugh under a tree and not be afraid. Maybe not today, maybe not for a while, but it will happen, because you believed it first. And that's how everything starts. It's just after 4 p.m., a little colder now. There's a bite in the wind that wasn't there this morning, the kind that sneaks through the seams in your jacket, that finds the gaps between your ribs and makes you remember just how thin the line is between comfort and collapse. No new transmissions in the last hour, just static and the hum of everything holding on. That's all right. Silence has its own shape. You get used to it. You learn to listen underneath. Sometimes silence means peace. Other times, it's a warning. A man from Oregon left a recorded message on an old reel-to-reel player. Said he used to be a musician, spent most of his life teaching kids how to find rhythm in things. Drums, shoes, spoons on tabletops. Said the world always had a beat, even in traffic, even in chaos. He's alone now. Said his drum kit is long gone, but he still taps. Fence posts, rail ties, empty cans. He said, "The day I stop hearing rhythm is the day I know I've gone too quiet to matter." I think he's right. Even now, the world has a rhythm, not the one we knew, not the one we want, but it's there, in the slow sway of trees that haven't given up, in the drip of melting ice on a rooftop, in a voice like mine reaching out into the dust. There's a woman in Georgia who says she keeps bees. She found a hive inside a dead tree and decided it was worth saving. Dug out the rot, rebuilt the trunk with mud and cloth, and waited. Said the bees came back. Now she has honey. Not much, but enough. She said, "They don't know the world's gone. They just keep working." And maybe that's a kind of wisdom. Don't ask why. Don't mourn the fall of every flower. Just keep working, one wing beat at a time. A group in Minnesota left a chalkboard outside their shelter. Every passerby writes something on it. Names, jokes, confessions, memories. One line stood out. We still dream, even when we can't sleep. I wrote that one down. I think about dreams a lot lately. The ones that feel more real than the daylight. The ones where things are clean again, where music plays in open windows, where the only fear is missing your alarm. You wake up from dreams like that and the silence hits harder, but you hold on to the feeling anyway, because hope doesn't live in facts. It lives in the maybe, and maybe is enough. Someone from the far north, way up in Alberta, said the ice is finally starting to hold. They've moved onto a frozen lake, built shelters out of shipping pallets and old tarps, fish through the cracks, burn pine cones for heat. Said the infected don't cross the ice. Too slick, too open, too loud. They said the sky there is so clear it hurts. That the stars feel closer, like you could reach up and pull one down just to warm your hands. I wonder if the stars are watching us, or if they turned their backs a long time ago. There's a new phrase making its way around the shortwave loops. Heard it 3 times now from 3 different regions. One light, one truth. Nobody knows where it started. Could be code, could be a message, could be a prayer. But it's catching. Someone etched it into the hood of an overturned car near the checkpoint bridge. Another sprayed it on the side of an old water tower. And I saw it carved into bark near the southern woods. One light, one truth. I don't know what it means yet. But I say it under my breath sometimes, when the signal drops. Feels like something we're supposed to understand later, when it matters most. To the man who asked if anyone still grows food. Yes, they do. A woman near Boise grows potatoes in a bathtub. A group near El Paso has tomatoes in hanging buckets. And someone in St. Louis figured out how to sprout beans in tin cans, rotating them on strings to catch the little sun that shows up each week. It's not much, but they're alive, the plants, and the people. That counts for something. The generator's running smoother tonight. Maybe it's the new fuel mix, maybe it's luck, or maybe it's just mercy from whatever power still watches over stubborn voices and late-night signals. Either way, I'm grateful, because I still have stories to tell, still have messages to pass, still have names to speak into the static, and as long as I do, you'll hear them. You'll hear you. The sky's starting to dim again. Not quite evening yet, but the light has that tired look it gets when the sun's losing interest. Everything has a gray tint now. The cars, the glass, even the air, like the world's been rubbed down with ash. I've always liked this hour. Used to call it the soft hour. But now it feels more like a warning. The dark comes fast these days, and it doesn't always come alone. I heard from someone outside Boise, an old school janitor named Miles. He's living in what used to be an elementary. Said he sleeps in the nurse's office, eats from the vending machines, and keeps the fire going in an old metal trash can. Said he walks the halls every morning with a broom just to hear the sound. He doesn't clean anymore. There's nothing left to clean. But he sweeps the floors because it reminds him of before. Reminds him that he was good at something. Said he found drawings on the wall of room 3A. Kids, animals, stars. Left there from whatever class made it out last. He doesn't erase them. He leaves them right where they are. Because that's what we have now. Not fresh paint, not repair. We have reminders, and sometimes those are stronger than walls. From somewhere deep in Nevada, a man called in, said he was living in a dry riverbed, built his shelter into the side, using old tires and sheet metal, said he's got a dog, real quiet, real smart. He called her Penny, said she saved his life 3 times already, once by barking, twice by not barking. He keeps a journal in the dirt, draws circles around places he's been, adds a dot for every day he's survived. No dates, just dots. I asked him what he was looking for. He said, "I'll know when I find it." Then he laughed, said maybe he just wants to see what's past the horizon. I hope he gets there. We had a flicker from a city that shouldn't be lit. Las Vegas. Not the Strip. That's long gone. But something on the edge of the ruins. A pulse. Maybe solar. Maybe something else. It came in 3 blinks, 1 pause, then a long shine. We think it's intentional. We don't know who sent it. But we're watching. If you're in that area and you've found light, let us know. Use the open band. Any hour. The dark's not winning yet. Not everywhere. A girl named Ruby wrote a message in charcoal on a tarp and nailed it to a barn wall near an abandoned road checkpoint. It read, "The night is long, but not forever. I remember fireflies, and I know they'll come back." She signed it with a little drawing of a jar. It's the kind of message that grabs something in your throat. The kind you don't want to read out loud because your voice might crack. I think about Ruby a lot now. I hope she's still writing, because people who remember light are the reason it returns. There's a couple in the northern plains who've been tracking stars. They've mapped constellations by hand, not the ones in science books. Their own, made-up names. The Knife, the Dancer, the Hollow Wing. They said, "When everything else goes, the sky stays." And they're right. Look up wherever you are. Even if you're afraid, even if your hands shake. Because sometimes knowing something ancient is still shining above you is the only thing that keeps your feet moving. A voice from Texas came through on the shortwave just before the weather shifted. Said the clouds were moving too fast to be natural. That the air pressure dropped all at once. Said the animals were gone. Not dead, just gone. He asked if anyone else had seen something similar. He said, "It's like the sky's hiding something." We've had 3 more calls since then. Same thing. Fast clouds, empty woods, dead quiet. If you're out there and seeing this, mark it. Record the time. Watch the moon. Something's changing. And it's not just in us. To the boy who left a stack of cassette tapes in a waterproof case under the bridge near what's left of Birmingham, I found them. I played them. You're a good storyteller. The one about the bear who learned to write made me smile. Haven't smiled in a while. Not like that. I don't know your name. You never said it. Just the bear boy in crayon on the spine of every tape. If you're still making stories, keep going, because someone's listening. I'm listening, and I'll pass them on. One story at a time. I looked out the studio window just now and saw movement. Not fast, not threatening, just a figure in the distance, standing still, watching. I didn't wave, didn't speak, just looked back. They stayed for a long time, then turned and walked into the fog. If you hear this, If you were there, thank you. Sometimes just knowing someone else is nearby is enough to keep the cold from settling in too deep. Sun's almost down. The last bit of light slipped through the clouds a few minutes ago, stretched across the window like a thin ribbon. It touched the wall, the old map, the microphone stand. Then it was gone, just like that. Now we're back to gray, back to quiet. The street lamps don't come on anymore. Neither do the porch lights, the store signs, or the brake lights at the intersection down the hill. But I still watch. I still wait for something to flicker. Even if it's only memory. We heard from someone near the ruins of Cleveland. A woman named Tess. She says they've taken over an old movie theater, boarded up the lobby, turned the projection booth into a lookout, said they sleep in the aisles, cook in the hallway, store water behind the concession counter. But what caught me was this. Every Friday night, they spool up the generator and run old reels. They don't watch the movies for plot anymore. They just let the light run. Let it flicker. Let it remind them of what it meant to gather. She said, "We cry every time, and none of us know why." But I think she does. I think we all do. A group from Montana sent out a burst message using flash-coded light bounced off tin sheets. It took a day to translate, but here's what it said. "We built a wall of wind chimes. The sound keeps them away. It also keeps us sane." Wind chimes. Of all things. It's beautiful, isn't it? That even now, surrounded, scattered, scared, we make music. Not for survival, not for strategy, just for the comfort of it. Just to remember how. Another voice today. This one younger. Maybe late teens. Said he was part of a mobile scout team. 4 people, 1 bike, 3 on foot. They move supplies between outposts. Wear old security vests for armor. Used chalk to leave messages behind. Said he missed his little sister. Said he used to braid her hair every morning before school. He left a message for her. Not sure if she's alive. Not sure where she is. But I'll read it anyway, just in case she's listening. You're stronger than anyone ever gave you credit for. And you always made the best pancakes. If you hear this, I'm still looking. That's love. Not the kind in books. The kind that doesn't care how many miles stand between 2 voices. It still speaks, even if it whispers. I passed by an old diner today. Empty. Of course, but someone had arranged chairs at the counter like people were still coming. Set napkins down. Tucked plastic forks next to chipped plates. There was even a pot of coffee warming on a camp stove behind the bar. No one was there, but someone had been. Someone had made space for others, even when no one came. That kind of kindness, that's holy now. That's what keeps the soul alive when nothing else does. A child's voice came through static just before the tower reset. A whisper, barely a sound. They said, "I can see stars tonight. Real ones. And they look like they're watching." Then, nothing. Just wind. I hope they're still looking up. I hope we all are. If you're alone tonight, and I know many of you are, I want to say this. You're not a ghost. You're not forgotten. You are still here. And that means everything. Because even one voice in the dark changes the shape of the silence. Even one breath makes the night less empty. The studio is cold now. The heater only works when I feed it bits of the old desk. I break off chunks each night. Legs, drawers, a piece of molding here and there. It used to hold tapes, paper, letters from listeners. Now it holds fire. Funny how things shift like that, how survival rewrites purpose. Night has fully settled. The air's gone still. No rustle, no rattle. Just the long, low hum of wires that don't lead anywhere anymore. I've turned off every light in the building except for the one above the console. It barely flickers now. Battery's running low. But it's enough. Enough to see. Enough to speak. Enough to keep going. I heard from someone in what used to be Southern Illinois. A man named Kevin. Said he found an old church half buried in trees, just off the interstate. Roof mostly collapsed. Pews burned out. But the bell still worked. Every morning he rings it once. Not for prayer, not for warning, just for the sound. He said, "If anyone hears it, they'll know there's still someone standing." Simple, honest, loud enough to echo. That's what we need now, something that carries farther than fear. From southern Utah, a woman named Lee sent out a sketch. It came through as a digital file. Old camera tech, battery held together with tape and cloth. It was a drawing of her home before the collapse. 2 windows, a red door, one dog asleep on the steps, a wind spinner next to the garden. She labeled everything. This was Tomato Row. This was where we buried the time capsule. This was where I learned to whistle. She ended the message with, "I haven't been back. But if someone finds it, it was good there." I hope she returns one day. I hope it's still good. I found an old photo album in the corner cabinet here at the station, stuffed behind loose wires and radio schematics, thick with dust, pages stuck together. But I opened it. Pictures of people I'll never know. Christmas parties, office pranks, someone eating a whole pie without a fork, a man in a tie standing in front of this very mic, grinning like he had forever. They didn't know what was coming, but they smiled anyway. And maybe that's what courage really is. Joy before the storm. A man from somewhere near the Appalachians called in, said he doesn't speak much anymore, not out loud, said his voice scares the birds and he likes watching them land. He listens instead, listens to the creak of old floorboards, the pop of trees expanding in the sun, the buzz of flies over safe ground. He said the world talks now, just not in the way we're used to. I believe him. The world speaks. We just stopped hearing it for a while. But we're learning again, one sound at a time. To the woman who asked about hope, how do you keep it? Here's my answer. You don't. You let it keep you. You let it wrap around your ribs and hold tight, even when you're tired, even when it's foolish, even when it hurts. Because giving up is easy, but breathing through the ache, that's where the real work lives. That's where we remember who we are. Got a flicker from someone near the Mississippi River. Didn't catch a name, but they said their group has started writing lullabies. They sing them even when there are no children. They sing them to each other. They sing them to the dark. They said, "We've got one called the Lantern Song. Every time we light a fire, we hum it, so the flame knows it matters." That line stuck with me, so the flame knows it matters. I don't think I'll ever forget it. A young man, voice shaking, said he built a raft out of doors and fence posts, tried to cross the flooded highway east of Baton Rouge, made it halfway. Then the current caught him. He held on to a street sign for 3 hours. He said, "I kept talking out loud so I wouldn't disappear." That's why we speak, isn't it? So we don't vanish. So someone hears. So we echo, even if only once. The fire's down to a flicker. I've used up most of the old desk now, just one drawer left. I'm saving it for tomorrow. A strange kind of rationing, but everything is precious now, even wood that once held paper clips, even silence when it's shared. It's deep night now, the kind of night that feels bottomless, like there's no ground beneath your feet, just air and memory and whatever sound you can pull out of the quiet. I haven't seen movement outside in hours, not even shadows, but I don't trust stillness anymore. Stillness lies. Stillness waits. Stillness isn't safety. It's the breath before. A man named Victor called from near the border. Didn't say which one. Just the edge of the map. He's traveling alone. Pulls a wagon with solar panels lashed to it. A tent, a battery, and 2 chickens in a crate. He called it a traveling broadcast. Every time he stops, he turns on a speaker and plays music. Not to call anyone, not to send a signal, just to fill the space. He said, "If I don't hear something besides my own thoughts, they'll eat me alive." He's not wrong. That's what this voice is for, isn't it? To remind you, your thoughts aren't the only ones left. A family from what used to be Kansas left behind a notebook. Found it tucked inside a sealed water tank. Pages full of notes, crops, repairs, birthdays. Even one page labeled Games to Remember. One entry stood out. "We still play hide and seek. It teaches the kids how to move quiet." I read that 3 times. I didn't cry, but I felt something press down behind my eyes. Something that hasn't visited in a while. Grief in the shape of admiration. Someone out in Maine has started carving messages into stones and leaving them at trailheads. Short ones, clear ones. Turn back, clear past ridge. Follow red string. We made it through. I think that last one is the most powerful thing I've heard all day. Because surviving is one thing. But surviving and saying it out loud? That's a gift. If you're the one carving, thank you. You're leading more people than you'll ever meet. A woman from the southern coast reported something strange. She says the tides have changed, that they come in faster, that they pull deeper. She said the water near her shelter no longer reflects the moon, only the stars. I don't know what to do with that. But she wasn't afraid. She said, maybe it's not the world that's breaking. Maybe it's us getting smaller. And I keep coming back to that. Maybe we're shrinking. Maybe we're boiling down to something we were supposed to be all along. Quieter, leaner, more honest. Maybe that's not loss. Maybe that's clarity. To the man in Ohio who asked what we're supposed to do when the weight gets too heavy, I wish I had something wise. But here's what I do. I talk. I keep talking even when I don't know who's listening, because silence never saved anyone. And every time I speak, it feels like I'm shoving one more stone into the wall that keeps the dark out. You don't have to be strong forever. You just have to be strong enough. Strong enough for today. Strong enough to light a match. Strong enough to keep breathing until something shifts. That's enough. That's everything. A man named Carlos called in from the southern hills, said he's been painting. Walls, rocks, the sides of box trucks, anything with space. He doesn't paint warnings. He paints flowers, rows and rows of them. Bright reds, blues, yellows, ones that don't even exist anymore. He said, "If I'm going to go, I want the last thing I see to be color." So do I, Carlos. So do I. I found a cracked mirror behind the console tonight. I turned it over, and for the first time in weeks, I looked at myself. I saw the gray in my beard, the bags under my eyes, the cut I got last week, healing crooked. But I also saw something else. I saw someone still standing, still breathing, still here. And that's what I want you to know, whoever you are. You may not recognize your face anymore, but it's still yours, and it's still worth seeing. It's almost midnight. I can hear the station creaking around me. Wood shifting in the cold, metal groaning against itself. The walls aren't thick, but they've held this long. I taped some blankets over the broken windows earlier. They don't stop the cold, but they muffle the sound. And that's what matters. Not being heard. Not anymore. Just staying unheard. A man named Ellis left a message carved into a plank of driftwood, found it floating down the Susquehanna by someone who passed it forward, then another, then another. Eventually, it ended up here. It said, "If you find this, remember, you're not made of glass. You bend, you don't break. And if you do, you rebuild." There were no dates, no names, just a smudged handprint on the back. Maybe that's all we are now. Messages in motion. I hope someone finds your words one day, Ellis. They're worth keeping. Got another shortwave hit from that family outside Michigan, the Attic broadcast crew. The signal was weak, but it came through. This time it was the mother. She didn't speak long, just said, "We're down to the last wall, but we're still here. My son still smiles when we tell stories." And then she sang. It wasn't a song I knew, but it was slow, gentle, and it cracked a little in the middle. It sounded like home. And I let it play, even after the signal went dead. Because sometimes the after is where the meaning lives. Someone from northern Arizona sent a coded message using a light grid. Took us 6 hours to decode, and it was just one sentence. The birds returned this morning. We didn't move. We just listened. I cried when I read that. Not because birds mean it's over, not because they're a sign of safety, but because it means something still flies. Something still beats its wings, and something in this world still trusts the wind enough to follow it home. A man named Ilyas called in with his voice low and hoarse. He didn't ask for help. He didn't ask for hope. He just asked if anyone remembered snow days. Those mornings where school closed, and you stayed inside wrapped in blankets, watching the sky pour silence onto everything. He said, "That was the first time I ever felt peace. A kid with hot chocolate, listening to the world hush itself." He said he's trying to find that silence again. If he ever does, I hope he tells us. Because maybe we all need that kind of quiet now. The soft kind, not the dead kind. From a shelter beneath an old observatory in Vermont, someone called Eddie sent us a grainy photo. 4 people standing under a shattered telescope, looking up through the hole in the dome. There was a caption scratched into the image. We watch the stars because they don't run. They stay. That hit me hard because we've all been running, but not everything does. And maybe if we stopped for a second, if we looked up, we'd remember why we started moving in the first place. Not to escape, but to return. A man from a coastal station, east somewhere, maybe Maine, broadcast for 2 minutes before his line cut. Just enough to say this: the ocean glows sometimes. Not always. Not when you want it to. But when you're tired. When you're broken. That's when the waves shine. I've never seen that glow myself. But I believe him. Because sometimes you have to be at your lowest before beauty shows up. And when it does, you don't need to understand it. You just need to let it touch you. I walked out to the road again tonight, just to see. I left a candle in a jar on the mailbox. It's small, it's weak, but it's flame. And if someone passes by, someone cold, someone lost, they'll know someone else is still here. That matters. That's why I'll light another tomorrow, and the night after that. And everyone after until I run out of wax or breath. It's after midnight now, the hour when even the shadows grow tired. The station's quieter than usual. No buzz from the tower, no clicks from the backup relay. Just the low, constant hum of this mic, and the sound of my own breath in between words. I haven't slept in 2 nights. Not really. But I'm not ready to close my eyes just yet, because when I stop talking, the silence gets too loud. A signal came through earlier from someone riding an old freight cart down what used to be the main railway line between Indiana and Ohio. They called it the Bone Track. Said it runs quiet now. No more steel on steel, no more schedules. Just a winded squeal every couple of miles, like the rails still remember what it felt like to matter. They sleep under tarps in open boxcars, cook on stolen heat from cracked batteries, travel at night, rest at dawn. They said they saw a line of infected walking single file down the opposite track, quiet, in step, not chasing, not feeding, just walking. I asked where they thought they were going. They didn't answer. They just whispered, "I don't think they are going. I think they're returning." A boy named Mason left a message in a bottle that was found bobbing in a floodplain near Baton Rouge. Someone fished it out, read it aloud over shortwave, then tossed it downstream again. I copied it. Here's what it said. "If you're the one holding this, I hope you're safe. I hope you have warm socks. I hope your fire doesn't go out in the wind. I hope you hear someone laugh soon, and I hope it's yours." He signed it with a drawing of a cat and a heart. If I ever find Mason, I'm giving him a blanket, a can of peaches, and whatever strength I've got left. Because anyone who writes like that deserves to see the other side. There's a woman near the Rockies who started sewing again. She makes flags from scraps of tarp and denim, paints symbols on them, suns, arrows, trees. Some she leaves on rooftops. Some she mails to old outposts. One she strapped to the back of a dog that wandered through camp and left without a sound. She calls them markers. Not for territory, for spirit. She said, if someone sees color on the horizon, maybe they'll walk a little farther before they give up. I believe they will. I know I would. A man named Kento sent a voice recording through an old emergency beacon, said he'd been alone for nearly 6 months. Not completely. He'd seen others, just never approached. Said he was too afraid of losing someone again. But last week, He saw a little girl across the river, alone, wrapped in a blanket, crying. He crossed anyway, carried her back to his shelter. Now he broadcasts their stories every night at the same time. She draws, he talks. They take turns reading out loud from old magazines. He said, maybe all I needed was someone smaller than the silence. And I think that's true for a lot of us. We weren't built for solitude. Not this deep, not this long. Someone near Tulsa has started writing songs again. Not about loss, not about fear. Just songs. The kind that make you hum without realizing it. She strums them on a broken ukulele and sings to the wind. Said she plays one before sleeping and one when she wakes. Not to push back the dark, but to be a light inside it. I haven't heard her voice, but I've heard the silence around it. And it's softer now, like the world's listening. To whoever sent the note written on birch bark, tucked inside a rusted mailbox on Route 9. I got it. You wrote, I haven't spoken out loud in 27 days, but I still mouth the words when I hear your voice. You don't have to say anything back. Just stay. Just keep breathing. That's enough. I think about all the hands out there, the ones tying knots, the ones building traps, the ones shaking, the ones holding on to hope like a thread that frays a little more each morning. If that's you, I want you to know. Your grip matters, even if no one sees it, even if no one thanks you, even if no one else is left to hold on. You're the reason the rest of us are still standing. The stars are sharp tonight, not just bright, sharp, like someone took a needle to the sky and poked holes clean through the dark. I haven't seen them like this in months. No cloud cover, no ash, just endless cold light watching from above. It doesn't make me feel small. It makes me feel accounted for. Like someone up there is keeping track of every one of us who's still moving, still breathing, still trying. A voice came in from somewhere near Fargo, said their name was Amelia, said they found an old grain silo turned lookout tower, 50 feet tall, reinforced with rebar and shipping pallets, spiral stairs welded to the outside. She called it the lighthouse. She lights a flare every evening, one red, one white. If you see it, she'll wave you in. Her only rule, no liars. She doesn't care what you've done, only that you tell it straight. She said too many people are dying with secrets clutched in their teeth. She said, if you want food, bring truth. Maybe that's what the new world runs on. Not trade, not strength, just honesty. There's a man named Thomas in what's left of South Chicago, former teacher, used to run a chess club. Now he leaves hand-drawn boards and little pieces carved from soap on stoops and under overpasses, always with a note, your move. If you win, leave the board. If you lose, reset it. No one knows how many are playing, but the pieces keep moving. And I like to think he watches from somewhere above, smiling at every pawn that makes it home. Someone out west, might have been Utah, maybe Nevada, sent in a recording of wind chimes they made out of spent shell casings and broken keys. It rang low and deep, like morning bells. They said, we used to make music out of celebration. Now we make it from what's left. But it's still music, still melody, still proof that we can turn weapons into lullabies if we want it bad enough. A small child, no name, no location, left a note drawn in crayon, scanned and sent through one of the old relay satellites. It was a picture of a dog, a house, and a yellow sun. The only words on it were, "When it comes back, I'll be here." I taped it to the wall, right over the power switch, because someday someone will come back. And I want them to know someone waited. I keep a running list here. Scraps of paper, backs of envelopes, margins of maps, with the names of every place people say is still holding. Not guaranteed safe, not perfect, but holding. Here are just a few I've added this week. The Salt Dome camp near Avery Island, surrounded by wetlands, only one bridge in, reinforced daily. The Diggers' Shelter outside Butte, in the mines, powered by a microturbine, 57 strong. The Greenstack Tower near Asheville, vertical farm turned sanctuary. 3 floors for crops, 2 for families, 1 for song. They're not myths. I've spoken to the people there. They're tired, but they laugh, they build. They sing lullabies to babies born in the middle of all this ruin. That's not just survival, that's defiance. A woman named Joy in the North Woods said she walks every morning barefoot through the frost. She said it reminds her what her skin is for. She said pain is proof that we're still wired for feeling, and feeling means you're not gone yet. I believe her. I believe people like her are the reason the earth hasn't swallowed us completely. This mic crackles sometimes when I speak too long. The cable's fraying, the power's uncertain, but I stay close. Because what if someone needs to hear something tonight? What if this is the only voice they've heard in days? What if you're that someone? Then let this be what you hear. You are not forgotten. You are not alone. And no matter what the dark tells you, you are worth the story. The wind's picked up. Not a storm. Not yet. Just that slow, rising hum in the trees. The kind that rattles loose metal and carries voices farther than they're meant to go. I've had the windows sealed with cloth and duct tape for weeks, but I still hear it when the wind moves right. The world is breathing heavy tonight. Maybe it's warning us. Maybe it's just tired. Maybe both. I got a shortwave hit from someone camped out in the old rail yards outside Flagstaff. Called himself Reed. Said he's a scavenger but not for food or ammo. Said he's looking for laughter. Recordings, old clips, film reels, audio files. He carries a solar rig and a hard drive and a fireproof box, says he's saving every joke he can find. He told me, "We already lost so much. I don't want to lose what it felt like to laugh and not be afraid of the echo." I asked him if he still laughs. He said, "Not yet, but I'm getting close." Keep going, Reed. We need you to finish that collection. A group in Idaho has repurposed an old water tower. They turned it into a watch post, sure, but also a signal mirror, a drying rack, and somehow a greenhouse. They lined the inside with reflective thermal blankets, built narrow catwalks around planters, and used salvage tubing to circulate water from a stream down below. They grow lettuce now, and chives. They're calling it the cylinder. They said, "We figured if we can make this grow, we can make anything grow." I believe them. People who plant seeds in steel don't give up easy. There's a man near the old Nebraska wind farms, lives in a service shack below one of the turbines. He calls the blades the giants. Says they only turn when no one's watching, but when they do turn, he claims he can hear words. Not in English, not in anything he understands, but he writes them down anyway. He said, "They feel like prayers from the planet, like the wind is trying to remember us." He's got a notebook full of them, covered in phonetic syllables and symbols of his own making. I asked him why he keeps going. He said, because what if it's trying to answer back? Someone near Raleigh has started baking, not with ovens, not with yeast, with stones and solar heat and flatbread recipes scratched into wood. She makes bread, wraps it in fabric, leaves it on crossroads, truck beds, and empty doorsteps. No notes, no signatures, just warmth, folded. If that isn't faith, I don't know what is. A boy called in from somewhere near the Great Lakes, voice trembling, said his dog's been gone for 2 days, said he keeps setting out food, leaving the door open just a crack. He asked if dogs know how to come home. I told him yes. I told him they do. Even if the world forgets the way, they don't. And even if they never return, they remember you. That's what love does. It echoes. It leaves footprints. And sometimes it finds its way back through the dark. Someone scrawled a message on a rusted fuel drum I passed this morning. It said, "Don't look for the world you lost. Build the one that's left." I stopped walking for a long time. Let the wind pass over me. Let the meaning sink in. Because it's true. There's no going back. But forward? Forward is still unwritten, and that means it's ours. I keep this broadcast going, not because I know how it ends, but because maybe I don't. Maybe that's the whole point. To keep filling the space with signal. To keep the fire lit. To keep saying names. To keep whispering into the dark until it whispers back. And it will whisper back. One day. Maybe it already has. The fire's almost out. I can hear the last bits of wood settling into ember. A soft crackle in the back room, like the station itself is exhaling after holding its breath too long. I haven't added fuel in hours, letting it burn slow, letting it last. Because this might be the last broadcast of the night. And maybe that's all right. There's a woman named Sarah near the Mississippi Delta. Lives in a houseboat lashed to a dead tree. She keeps watch with a fishing pole and a broken telescope, sends handwritten messages downstream in bottles sealed with candle wax. One of them made it here. The paper was torn, water damaged, but one line was still clear. I'm not waiting to be saved. I'm waiting to matter. You do, Sarah. You matter more than you know. Someone in Northern California's been stitching maps. Not on paper, on blankets, canvas, old sheets. They mark safe paths with blue thread. They mark danger with rusted pins. They send them outward with caravans, folded tight, carried on backs. No names attached. Just sewn in the corner. We remember the routes you walked. That's what survival is now. Memory turned into material. A child in Alaska sent a message scratched onto birch bark, carried down a river, picked up by a group on the move. It read, "The sky is still blue here. The ice sings at night." I don't know their name, but I hope they keep listening to the ice, because anything that sings in this world is sacred. I've been at this mic for months now. Some days it feels like shouting into fog. Other days it feels like whispering into 1,000 ears. I don't know who you are. I don't know where you are. But I know this. If you're still breathing, still listening, you are part of something bigger than what we lost. You are part of the rebuild. Not later, not someday. Now, Every step you take is a blueprint. Every story you tell is a foundation. We are not ruins. We are scaffolding. And the world, broken as it is, will rise from us. Not because we fought, but because we remembered. Tonight, I'll leave the door unlocked. I'll keep one light burning. I'll tune the mic just right so that even if I fall asleep, this signal keeps humming. Because someone might pass by. Someone cold, hungry, scared. And I want them to hear it. I want you to hear it. The proof that the human voice, even cracked, even quiet, can still hold back the dark. This is the final hour of the final night of the first chapter of the world that came after. We'll write more. We'll sing more. We'll love again, not in secret, but out loud, under skies that still remember color. So if you're listening now, hold fast. You are not alone. And the road forward, whatever it looks like, begins with you. The broadcast ended, but the signal never died. It lingered, low, faint, steady, a pulse beneath the static, a thread through silence, the kind of thing only picked up by radios with dust on the dial, held by hands that still believed someone might be out there, still listening. And someone always was. Weeks later, a caravan passed through what used to be Missouri. They found the station still standing, the tower rusted, the door half open. Inside, they found the mic, still warm, still on. The walls were covered in maps, string, markings, coordinates, drawings from children, messages carved into wood, paper flags tied to the antenna with names scrawled across them. First names, last names, sometimes just a single letter. Someone had cared enough to remember. Someone had recorded us. They turned the power back on, just long enough to copy the files, just long enough to hear a few of the voices. And one girl, maybe 12, maybe 13, she sat by the mic and whispered her name. I'm Callie. I'm here. I made it. That was all. But it meant everything. Because now there's a new voice, a new hand on the dial, a new heart holding the fire. And just like that, the station breathes again, because we never stopped. Not really. Because hope, real hope, isn't loud. It's not brave, it's not shining. It's quiet. It's stubborn. It's still waking up every morning to build something out of the ash. And if you're reading this, hearing this, carrying this, then you're part of it too. You're proof. You're the next line in the long, unbroken signal that says, we were here, we survived, and we kept going. No matter what. There's no official end anymore. Even after the last line fades, even after the mic goes cold, something still lingers. Because voices don't vanish, they echo. Somewhere far north, maybe Yukon, maybe Alaska, someone tuned in late, found a signal barely holding, heard nothing but static for half an hour, then a breath. Just one, and that was enough. They built their own transmitter the next day, not because they had something to say, but because someone might need to hear something. In the ruins of a former library, a boy named Eli found pages from a journal tucked inside a survival manual. It was the broadcast, transcribed by hand, front to back. Margins filled with notes, small sketches, little reminders. Day 102, he said the stars are watching. Day 178, Remember the girl with the bread. Day 240. One light, one truth. Eli copied every word again, binding them with thread and bark. Left the original copy in a dry jar beneath the tallest pine tree near the ridge. Because someone will need it, and that's the point. That's always been the point. Years pass. The names fade. The radios fail. The old towers fall, but the stories don't. They live in the rebuilt shelters, in the lullabies whispered beside new fires, in the maps drawn in ash and chalk and memory. They live in you, if you remember. And if you forget, someone else will carry it next. Because what survived wasn't just the flesh. It was the voice, the telling, the choosing to speak even when there was no reply. Somewhere out there, another station hums to life. Another voice warms up a mic. Another breath crosses wires and waves and waits for a listener. And it always finds one. Because the world doesn't end with silence. It ends with the last person who stops reaching. And we're not done reaching, not yet, not ever. Signal resumes, begin again. You might think the signal fades when the power runs out, when the wires snap, when the buildings crumble. But you'd be wrong. The signal lives in other places now. In the space between two people sharing food without asking for anything in return. In the rhythm of boots pressed into dirt, no map remembers. In the way someone says, keep going, without knowing if anyone heard. That's signal. That's broadcast. That's how the New World speaks. There's a girl in the Rockies who paints arrows on rocks with crushed berries and ash, not to lead, to remind. You were here. You passed through. You mattered. That's the new kind of landmark now, not stone statues, not city signs. Reminders. Proof that someone made it that far and wanted you to know they existed, and that they believed someone else would come next. Somewhere in the wetlands, someone's carved a single word into every tree they pass. Still. Still alive. Still moving. Still watching the sky. Still reaching. Still here. It's not defiance. It's a heartbeat. In the burned shell of an old gas station, a woman wired a speaker to a car battery. Plays music from a cracked MP3 player. The same 6 songs, looped. She doesn't know if anyone hears them. But sometimes she catches boot prints in the mud nearby. Facing the speaker. Always facing. So she keeps playing. Keeps charging that battery with the sun. Keeps pressing play because maybe, somewhere, someone needed that exact chorus to remind them that life can still carry a tune. The transmission isn't one voice anymore. It's all of us. A web of stories and steps and signals passed hand to hand, breath to breath. You speak when you leave your mark. You broadcast when you choose to help someone instead of hide. You keep the tower alive by not giving up. Even when the sky turns black. Even when your throat's dry. Even when it feels like you're the last. You're not. You're just the next. So if you find this message, written, spoken, hummed in the dark, know that it was meant for you. Yes, you. The one staring into the horizon, wondering what comes next. The one walking with sore feet and full heart. The one building something small and strong and entirely human from the pieces the old world left behind. You're the story now. You're the signal. You're the light on the hill someone else is moving toward. Don't stop. Not because everything is okay, but because someone out there still believes it could be. And maybe that's enough. Maybe that's everything. There's no next the way there used to be. No programming schedule, no morning traffic, no late-night reruns. There's just what comes when you keep breathing, when you keep listening, when you don't stop talking, even if it's only to the wind. Someone built a windmill out of bicycle parts and coat hangers, out in the middle of what used to be Iowa. They call it the Whisper Spoke. It doesn't power much, just a single hanging light bulb and an old cassette deck that plays the same recording on loop. If you find this, sit down, rest. You don't have to speak, but you're not alone anymore. The voice on the tape is old, weathered, calm. It isn't trying to save anyone. It's just staying. A traveler near the remains of Pittsburgh discovered something strange. A clothesline strung between two bent lampposts. On it, dozens of shirts, each with words written in charcoal or paint or stitched by hand. We made it 5 days. We lost her but kept moving. We shared what little we had. We left the gate open. Come in. And on the last one, we heard your voice. Thank you. Whoever left them didn't need to be known. They just needed to be heard. In the desert, there's a man who teaches shadows to dance. He uses old bed sheets and wire frames and broken flashlights, makes them move across walls at night. Wolves, birds, trees swaying in invisible winds. He doesn't perform for crowds. There are no crowds anymore, just one person at a time. One tired soul sitting cross-legged on sand, watching shapes move like memory. He says nothing. He only bows when it's over. And when the wind takes the sheet, he folds it carefully and waits for the next. Because stories don't need language. They just need presence. A woman in the remains of Minneapolis keeps a jar of names on her windowsill. Every person who passes through, she writes their name on a piece of paper and drops it in. Doesn't matter if they stay. Doesn't matter if they come back. She said, "It's just so no one disappears." The jar is full now. She's started a second. No one knows how many jars she'll need, but she keeps collecting, because memory is survival. And out there, somewhere far, maybe on the coast, maybe on a mountain, maybe floating on the last silent lake, someone will find this. These words, these transmissions, this long stitched together voice across 1,000 broken lines. They'll hear it. They'll stop walking. They'll breathe for the first time in hours without fear. And they'll whisper, "I'm still here too." That's the only confirmation we ever needed. The fire may go out, the tape may end, the voice may falter, but the signal continues. As long as there are hearts to carry it, hands to pass it, mouths to speak it, ears to believe it. We remain. You remain. This is not the end. This is how we begin. Some say the world ended, but that's not true. It shifted. It quieted. It peeled itself down to the bone, and what stayed, the voices, the warmth, the hands that still reached, that's what was left behind to begin again. And you're part of that now. If you're reading this, hearing this, remembering this, you're one of the carriers. A boy in what used to be rural Montana walks with a wagon. Not for supplies, not for tools, for paper, stacks of it. Flyers, drawings, notes, photographs, all laminated between scraps of broken windshield and plastic wrap. He calls it the paper chain. Wherever he stops, he hangs the day's new sheet between trees, posts it to fences, ties it to abandoned cars, then moves on. He doesn't stay to see who reads them. But someone always does, because a story, even taped to rust, is a lantern. There's a man near the ruins of St. Louis who tattoos names on his arm. Not his name. Other people's. Only those who didn't make it. He never says them out loud. Never tells how he knew them. Just carries them in skin. He said, "The world carved holes in me. I decided to fill them back in." You can't argue with that. Some of us wear armor. Some wear memory. A woman outside the ashes of Portland draws sidewalk chalk paths between houses, swirls of arrows, stars, stick figures holding hands. She knows rain will wash it all away. She draws anyway. Because the act of coloring something that won't last is the definition of hope. And this time, someone followed them, left a flower on her porch, said nothing, just left proof that the color reached them. You want to know how to rebuild? It's not complicated. You don't need blueprints. You need a hand on someone's shoulder, a pot of warm water shared, a story told even when your throat's dry, a window left open for a voice that hasn't arrived yet. That's it. That's all it ever was. Not stone. Signal. Even now, miles from any light, past every dead city, and under every scarred sky. The signal moves, in stories, in names, in fire passed palm to palm. So if you're wondering what to do next, if the road in front of you feels too wide or too dark or too empty, remember this. Someone ahead is waiting, not to save you, not to fix anything, just to say, you're not the last. And that's everything. That's the new world. Right there. One voice. Held open, carried forward. Still burning. In the deepest hours of the night, long after the old maps have faded and the last of the cities have gone quiet, there's a whisper carried by wind, by wire, by worn hands gripping a cracked receiver. It says, "We're not done." Somewhere, someone's reading the names carved into an overpass beam. They run their fingers over each one like braille, whispers each one aloud, pauses between them like prayers. They add their own at the bottom. Just a first name and the word "here." And that's enough. Not for closure, for continuity. A child in the salt plains draws spirals in the dirt. Not because they mean anything, because she remembers them from before. In a book, in a necklace, in a story. She draws them before breakfast, draws them again after sunset. And when she sleeps, she dreams of stars spinning just like the spirals. She tells her father one morning, "If the sky ever forgets where we are, the spirals will remind it." He doesn't correct her. Because she's right. On the crumbled roof of a stadium, a lone operator runs power through a salvaged antenna once every 10 days. The message is simple. If you hear this, we are real. If you don't, we are still real. There's no expectation of reply. That's not the point. The point is to stay reachable. Even when no one answers, especially then. in the hollowed center of what used to be Dallas, a collective known only as Echo House meets once a week beneath an open sky. No walls, just a circle. No fire, just stories. They sit, they listen, they speak, one at a time. And every person who speaks ends with the same sentence. This is what I've kept alive. It might be a song. It might be a name. It might be a recipe. It might be a warning. It might just be a feeling. Whatever it is, it becomes part of the record. The living one, the oral one, the one no storm or silence can erase. There's no central tower now, no station, no single point. We lost that long ago. But in its place, thousands of embers. Each one held in cupped hands, each one waiting for dry wood and a second chance. If you're holding one now, if this story is in you, if the signal found you, then you know you're not the audience. You're the next broadcaster. And the mic? It's whatever you have left. A voice, a song, a mark on a wall, a memory passed over firelight. No one asked you to carry it. But here you are, and because of that, the story lives. The signal holds. The flame is still burning. By now, the towers are dust. The roads have grown over. Even the sky has changed. Less light, more silence. But the signal still moves. Because it was never about machines. It was about us. Our breath, our memory, our choice to speak when it would have been easier to stay quiet. A teenager in the overgrown ruins of what used to be Atlanta sits beside a rusted-out truck, a broken antenna lashed to a sapling. He doesn't know if it works. He doesn't care. Every night, he recites the names of the people who raised him. Some are gone. One is not. He hopes she hears. That's the kind of transmission you can't measure in watts. Only in hope per syllable. On the edge of the Pacific, where the ocean tries to forget the land ever existed, a woman has spent 10 years carving every story she's heard into driftwood. She stacks them like bones in a sculpture of a tree that never lived there. She calls it the root. People pass through, leave their own, add branches, tie cloth, sing to it when the sky is kind. Some leave without adding anything. They just sit. They don't need to build, just witness. In what's left of the Appalachian Trail, someone strings up cans filled with stones. They rattle when wind cuts through. A language only the cautious understand. Each rattle is a phrase. Each silence is a warning. And between the echoes, someone adds new threads, tin bells, feathers, keys. They don't speak, but their presence says, "You're being watched, and you're not alone." Further north, inside the skeleton of a ferry long since stranded on dry land, a small group hosts signal nights. Once a month, they gather in a circle with nothing but memories in their voices. One person speaks at a time. The rule is simple. Say what should not be forgotten. They pass it down like light from wick to wick. No one claps, no one judges. The only response is silence so still it becomes sacred. You've walked far to get here. Across ruin, across fear, across the crushing weight of forgetting. But now you know, this isn't the end of the story. Not by miles, not by centuries. It's just the edge of the page. And there's always another. Always one more voice. One more mark in the dust. One more person brave enough to carry something forward. And now that person is you. So write it, speak it, draw it, sing it into the sky if you have to. But do not let it die with you, because the world doesn't survive on power or plans or order. It survives on carriers. And you, silent, strong, scarred, are the last frequency still broadcasting, until the next one joins you. And they will, because someone always hears, and someone always answers. The page is ash, the wires are rust, but the story is still warm. And in the quiet that comes after everything is broken, a single sound remains. I'm here. A girl named Wren walks the frozen edge of what was once Lake Superior. She carries no map, only a cloth pouch full of pebbles, each marked with symbols in red ink. She places one wherever she rests, never two in the same place, never backtracking. She doesn't know who will find them. But she knows someone will, because that's how it's always worked. One step forward, one marker left, and a hand reaching, unseen, for whoever might be next. In the high desert, a man with no name digs shallow pits beside old radio towers. He buries things, batteries with hand-scrawled labels, seeds wrapped in wax paper, letters, some opened, some not, small radios sealed in plastic. He marks the ground with 3 stones and walks on. Some say he's gone mad. Others call him the last archivist. But it doesn't matter what name he wears. He's not doing it for credit. He's doing it because this is what we do. When the sky falls, when the old gods leave, when all we have is time and memory and each other, we bury hope like treasure and trust someone else will dig it up. A new voice came over the band today. Crackly, uncertain, young, sounded like a boy no older than 10. He read from a book, stumbled over the words, paused when the static got loud, and then, without warning, he laughed. Software real, like he forgot where he was, like the pages reminded him of a world that wasn't covered in dust. Then he said, "If anyone hears this, my name's Jamie. I'm reading so I don't forget how." Then silence. Not empty, just full of everything that matters. We used to think the world would end with a bang. But it didn't. It ended with people whispering to each other in the dark, refusing to forget. And now it begins again. One whisper at a time. You've heard the long story now. You've walked the long road. You've seen how a voice becomes a beacon, how a name becomes a flag, how a step becomes a trail. So, take what's been left here and go. Go make more light, more names, more ways forward. Because as long as one person speaks into the quiet, the world will never, ever end. No music cues, no applause, no dramatic fade-in. Just you, and the quiet, and the choice to fill it. You won't know who's listening. You won't know when. But you speak anyway. Because someone always comes looking. And when they do, whether tomorrow or in 100 winters, what you leave behind may be the only thing that reminds them the world once burned, but didn't disappear. So what do you say? You say what matters. You speak the names that never made it past the smoke. You describe the stars above your campfire, even if no one else sees them tonight. You tell the story of the bread you shared with a stranger, who never said thank you, but left their gloves behind when they went. Just in case, you tell the truth, that it was hard, that it is hard, that some nights you wanted to walk into the dark and never turn back, but you didn't, and that matters. You're still here, and that alone is a message. You can speak it into a radio. You can write it on a wall. You can whisper it into a child's hair while they sleep. You can hum it under your breath as you rebuild what you can. Just don't let it die with you. That's the only rule now. Carry the signal, even when your hands shake, even when your voice cracks, even when there's no one answering back. Especially then, because that's when it matters most. So go ahead, take a breath, steady your voice, look out into whatever remains, and begin. Say the words no one else can say. Say them now. We're listening. We always were. You breathe in. The air is cold, still, dry. The world doesn't ask anything of you. It doesn't need you to be brave or loud or certain. It only needs you to begin. And so you do. Your voice is quieter than you expected. It doesn't echo. It doesn't boom. But it cuts through the silence like a thread through cloth. And that's all it ever needed to do. You say your name, or maybe you don't. You say, "It's morning here. I made tea. The fire stayed lit all night. I heard an owl just before dawn." You don't need a message. You are the message. Somewhere, across valleys you'll never walk, through forests you'll never name, a broken radio comes to life for the first time in years. A girl sleeping in the corner of a bunker stirs. Your voice cuts through the static, soft and cracked. She sits up. She listens. She smiles. Because now she knows. She's not the last. She's not the only. There is someone else. And maybe that's enough for one more day. This is how it starts now. No more towers. No more stations. No more emergency signals. Just one person talking. Another one listening. Then switching. Then multiplying. 1,000 quiet voices, scattered and invisible, but unbroken. You don't know how long this mic will work. You don't know how long you'll stay here. But for now, it's you, and the air, and the sound of life returning to the space where the world once stopped. You say, "I'll be here again tomorrow. Same time. Same voice. If you're out there, stay warm. Stay moving. Stay you." The girl across the valley whispers, "I will." And just like that, the next chapter begins. It starts small. One voice becomes two. Two becomes four. Not in cities, not in towers, but in clearings, in cabins, in shelters made from scavenged walls and scavenged hope, a mesh of breath and memory, stitched across what's left of the world. No logos, no leaders, no scripts, only people, only presence, only signal. Someone in the dry valleys hums lullabies between messages. Someone else taps poetry in Morse against a steel pipe under a collapsed bridge. A child in the tree line uses a flashlight and mirrors to blink out stories she barely remembers from before. They don't ask for reply. They only want to contribute. Because that's the new currency, not gold, not ammo. Offering, a name, a recipe, a story, something real. Something that cannot be taken, only shared. A boy named Jonah turns his signal west every night at sundown. He doesn't say much, just still breathing, still watching the clouds, still remembering your voice. And somewhere out there, someone whispers back into a dead radio. Me too. A woman who once studied stars now maps new constellations from what's left of the sky. She calls them by names no textbook ever held. The anchor, the lantern, the last dog, the bridge. She draws them in charcoal on scraps of wall, not to guide ships, to guide souls. So they remember that above all this ruin, the sky never stopped telling stories. We just forgot how to listen. Eventually, they call it what it is. The first network. No wires, no passwords, just voices. Drifting, singing, warning, reaching. A net made of survival and sound. And it holds. It holds. And when you speak, quietly, steadily, into whatever transmitter or pipe or wire you have left, the answer doesn't always come fast. But it does come. Always. Because somewhere, someone has been waiting for your voice. Not just anyone's. Yours. And now they know you're real. And now they'll keep going. And now they'll speak too. And just like that, the silence loses again. They never called it a broadcast. It didn't feel like a show. No scripts, no countdowns, no sponsor breaks, just voices coming through. Different accents, different rhythms, different languages even. But all saying the same thing in their own way. I'm here. You're not alone. Let's keep going. It wasn't long before people stopped trying to speak for everyone. Instead, they spoke from themselves. And that made all the difference. Because no one needed perfection. They needed presence. Even broken words. Even static-covered songs. Even just breathing through the microphone. It all counted. It all reached. One man in what's left of Vancouver records silence on cassette tapes, then mails them. Just silence. With a note. Use this for your own voice, or listen. Maybe you'll hear mine underneath. They say when you press your ear to the tape at the right moment, you do hear something. Breath. And once, a laugh. A little girl in the ruins of Birmingham draws radio towers on scraps of cardboard. She strings yarn between them and hangs them on fences. They sway in the wind like wind chimes, and when people pass through, they add their own thread. Soon the fence is covered, a web of color and motion, a living signal. No words needed, just the shape of connection. In the salt flats of what used to be Utah, two old friends dig pits at night and light fires in them. Small, smokeless, timed. One flame every 10 minutes. No pattern. Just presence. One time, someone in the distance lit one back. Didn't say anything. Didn't come closer. Just answered. That was enough. The signal isn't just wires now. It's habit. It's ritual. It's what people do when the sun sets and the wind picks up. They light, they hum, they speak, they transmit. They don't know who's out there, but they trust someone is. Because they are. They must be. They always have been. You've become part of this. Not a listener. Not a guest. A thread. And as long as you keep moving, keep remembering, keep sharing, the weave holds. The dark doesn't win. Because the signal, our signal, isn't made of towers or wires. It's made of us. Good morning, wherever you are. If it's morning. Time doesn't work the way it used to, but I still say it. Because saying morning means we made it through the night. This is Alex Reed again. Same voice, different frequency, different world. It's been 3 years since the collapse, since the banks fell, since the lights went dark, since the towers went quiet. 3 years since the last map anyone trusted stopped meaning anything. 3 years since we all had to learn to live at human speed again. But we're still here. You're still here. And that means we start again. The signal you're hearing now, it's not a relic. It's not a memorial. It's new. Rebuilt from copper wire and broken trust. Reassembled by hands that had every reason to stop, but didn't. This station? It's not the old one. That one burned in the second winter. This one's stitched together from pieces of the people who stayed. We built it beneath a grain elevator, wired it with parts from emergency radios and wind turbines, powered it with a stubborn little solar grid that we reset every morning by hand. We call it the Morning Post. And it's more than a broadcast. It's a promise, a reminder that we speak because we're still alive, and we listen because someone else is too. I've got messages to read, updates to share, names to remember. But first, just sit with me. Wherever you are, in whatever shape, behind whatever walls you had to build just to feel safe. Just be here, this moment, this breath dash, this fire we're keeping lit between us. That's the start of everything. The world didn't end. It just got quiet enough to hear each other again. I want to tell you about the man who walked into our camp 6 days ago. His name was Jacob. Gray hoodie, black gloves, no shoes. He looked like a ghost someone forgot to finish. Just a shadow of a man, quiet and raw. Didn't say much at first, just sat by the fire. Wouldn't eat, wouldn't sleep. Just stared at the light like it owed him something. When I finally asked where he came from, he said, "I kept walking until the noise stopped." He meant the cities. He meant the screaming. He meant whatever was left of the old world that still echoed in the glass and steel and bones. He walked through all of it. And when he got to us, he stopped. Not because he found peace, but because we were speaking, and in a world that went quiet. That was enough. Jacob brought something with him. A bag full of letters, hundreds of them, most unopened, some unreadable, all kept. He said he'd been picking them up from abandoned mailboxes, outpost walls, old survivor notice boards. Didn't know why. Just said, no one deserves to be forgotten before they're heard. He gave me the bag, told me to read them on air, 1 a day, maybe 2. He's gone now. Left a piece of cloth with the words, "North is warmer than rumor says. Keep speaking." We will, Jacob. Thanks for carrying what no one else would. Here's one of the letters. No name. Just this. To whoever finds this. I was afraid. I left my brother behind because I was afraid. If you see a man near the old train station in Baltimore with a scar on his chin and a purple backpack, that's him. Tell him I'm sorry. Tell him I'm looking. I don't know if the brother's still there. I don't know if this apology will reach the right ears, but it's out there now. It's moving again. That's what matters. The world we have now isn't made of cities. It's made of kept things. Letters, promises, stories told by firelight, signs left on trees, a blanket handed to a stranger with no name. That's what survived. That's what we are. Not the steel, not the flags, not the systems. Just the things we chose to keep. Tomorrow I'll tell you about the convoy from the Rockies. Tonight I'll light the east signal fire early. The wind's picking up. But before I sign off this hour, if you're out there, if you've kept something, anything, a name, a photo, a piece of cloth with a date on it, hold on to it. And when you can, pass it forward. Because that's how the world rebuilds now. One kept thing at a time. This came in on a scratched disc tucked inside a first aid tin. No note, no name, just a voice, a low, tired voice. You can hear the wind howling through a broken window behind her, a truck engine sputtering, someone coughing, but her voice, steady. She says, "We left the Rockies with 4 trucks, lost 2 before we hit the plains, got caught in a storm, then lost another to a collapsed bridge. We don't know how many miles we've put behind us. We just call them songs now." That was a 3-song trip. This stretch feels like 6. It helps. There are 9 of us left. We call ourselves the convoy. Not because we're strong, but because we're still moving. And we sing at night. Not for comfort, not even for hope. Just to make sound so the dark doesn't forget we're here. That disc looped at the end. Just her voice humming something soft. Maybe a lullaby. Maybe the last thing she remembered from the old world. I let it play for an hour. No one in camp spoke. We just listened, like we were holding a hand across time. We think the convoy's still out there. Someone saw tire tracks heading southeast 3 nights ago. Fresh ones. The kind made by a truck that hasn't quit yet. Someone even swears they heard singing downwind of the grain silos. If you're the convoy, and if you hear this, keep driving, keep singing, you're being heard. And if you're not the convoy, but you're moving, you're part of them now. Because out here, motion is communion. One of the children in our camp, her name's Mira, painted a picture this morning. Charcoal and oil, rough paper, a truck on a narrow road surrounded by fields of tall grass. In the sky, not clouds, but voices, swirling, rising, like steam. She said, "That's what it looks like when people don't stop." I asked her how she knew. She said, "Because we're still warm." And I didn't have the heart to say anything else, because she was right. If you're listening in from anywhere flat, anywhere dry, anywhere open, look for tire tracks, follow the singing. And when you hear them, don't just join. Echo. Because songs aren't always for comfort. Sometimes they're navigation. Sometimes they're the only way home. There's a story that circles this region, old by now, passed hand to hand like dry bread and better dreams. They say there's a man who walks the middle of nowhere with a line of lanterns strung behind him. 15 of them, maybe more, tied to an old climbing rope that drags behind like a tail. None of them are electric, just flame, glass, wick, fuel. He lights them all before dusk, then walks until dawn. No shelter, no camp, just motion and fire. And wherever he passes, those who see him say they sleep better, even if he never stops. Even if he never says a word. They say his silence is louder than most people's screams. Someone left a note tied to the post outside our gate last week. Just paper, folded under a smooth stone. No name. Just this. We saw him east of the old 75, the Lantern Man. He didn't look at us, just kept walking. But after he passed, my daughter stopped crying. For the first time in weeks. I don't know why. I just know it mattered. They drew a small flame beneath the message. Not a candle, not a campfire. Just a mark, a memory, left burning. I don't know if he's real. I don't need to. Because sometimes what we believe in becomes the thing that keeps our feet moving. And maybe we need the Lantern Man more than we need certainty. Back when the world was still pretending everything was fine, we used to talk about legacy like it was a monument, a company, a title. But now, legacy is a flame that moves, a warmth that travels, a light that someone else sees from far away and says, I think I'll keep going. If you're walking tonight and you see flickers in the distance, don't run, don't hide, just walk a little slower. And if you pass him, nod. You don't need to say anything, he's already said enough. I didn't believe it when I first heard about it. A library, still standing, still open. Not in a city. Those are mostly gone, gutted, rotting from the inside out. Not underground. There's no power grid left to speak of. Just out there, on a hill, near a broken highway, in a place where the wind never quite stops. They call it the Listening Library. Not because it holds books, though it does, but because it holds recordings. Hundreds of them, maybe more. Each one left by a traveler who stopped, sat, and spoke. There are no guards, no locks, no trading post. Just a single rule etched into the wall near the front door. Leave a story. Take only time. A woman named Danny came through our camp last month. She'd been there. Walked 4 days with blisters and no clean water just to find it. She said the first thing she heard was a child's voice, tinny, through an old cassette, talking about a dog he used to have, how it always knew when he was scared. Then silence, then a second recording, a woman singing, off-key, cracked, beautiful. She said she sat there for 2 days, listening to strangers breathe through broken radios. She left her own message behind too. Didn't say what it was, only said, now I'm part of the quiet. That's what the new world feels like sometimes. Not war, not chaos, just a long, deep quiet that we each fill in our own way. Some people build, some carry, some burn, some walk, some singing, and some leave their voice behind in a room full of other voices, so someone else knows they were real. If you're near the base of the old 61, near the stone mile markers and the concrete barrier that's split in half like a tooth cracked down the middle, there's a path. It curves northwest. It climbs. At the top, there's a library. It doesn't demand anything from you, but it will listen. And in a world like this, that might be more than most of us ever got. Her name was Neela. She arrived with nothing but a canvas satchel and a roll of paper tied with shoelace. She didn't speak for the first 2 days. Just sat near the stove, her eyes tracing every wall, every window, every exit. When she finally opened her bag, we understood. She was a cartographer, a memory keeper. Not the kind who draws borders, the kind who draws routes through grief. Every map she unrolled was alive, not GPS, not contour lines, stories. One showed a trail of hand-drawn lanterns between broken towns. Another, a faded route where someone named Eli left stones marked with red X's, safe for one night. Another, a riverbank marked only with the word, sang here, loud. Neela didn't just map where to go. She mapped where people had felt something. We gave her a wall, let her pin up as many maps as she liked. Over time, people added to them. Not with precision, not with measurements, just memories. Passed through here with a friend. Warm water under the rocks. Don't go here. The silence feels wrong. She kissed me at this junction. I still dream of it. Every mark, a heartbeat. Every scribble, a life not lost to the static. Neela left 2 weeks later. Didn't say goodbye, just pinned a final sheet to the wall. A single word written across a black line. Still walking. And under it, a dot. No label, just a place and the date. If you find a map tied with string in a lost bag, or folded in the pocket of a jacket swinging from a wire fence, stop. Unfold it. Trace the lines with your finger, and leave a mark of your own. Because the world's not made of coordinates anymore. It's made of testimony, and every path you take might become the one someone else needs to survive. It hadn't rained in weeks. The kind of dry that cracks the skin on your lips, that makes wind feel like sandpaper. The kind where people stop hoping and just start enduring. Then, one morning, before dawn, no warning, the sky just opened. Cold, hard, relentless. Buckets from nowhere. No thunder, no wind, just straight rain, falling like it had been waiting to land. We ran out, mouths open, faces turned up like sunflowers, starving for something soft. Some cried. Some just stood still and let it soak through to their bones. But the strangest part? The sound. Not the rain itself. Something else. Music. Faint. Carried by the wind. Low notes at first, then melody. Not from a radio. Not from a speaker. From somewhere. We followed it. 12 of us, all in coats and soaked boots, walking into the downpour with no plan but a direction. The music grew clearer. A piano, something soft, played with care. And beneath it, voices, singing old, off-key, but steady, not for performance, for memory. We found them in an abandoned amphitheater. 30 or 40 people, soaked and smiling, gathered around a tarp-covered upright piano missing 3 keys. A man in a red coat was playing. Didn't even turn when we approached, just nodded, and kept playing. The song was one I barely remembered. A lullaby. Something from a time before collapse, before crisis, before the dollar died and the lights went out. They were singing not to survive, but to remember being alive. We stayed there all day. No one spoke. Just sang. When the rain stopped, the piano was moved back under cover. The players packed up. The crowd dispersed without a word. One of them handed me a small wooden coin. Etched into it, "The choir moves." They weren't performers. They were witnesses. They carry songs through dead towns and broken fields, and they leave them, like breadcrumbs for the spirit. So the next time it rains, and you think you hear music, follow it. And if you can't, sing anyway. because sound carries farther in the rain, and someone might need your voice just to keep walking. There's a hum you get used to when you live underground, a kind of electric silence, like the walls are still remembering the machines that used to run there. That's how it felt when we stumbled into the basement of an old courthouse outside what used to be Des Moines. Dust thick enough to write your name in. Broken tiles, mold on the north wall, and in the back, behind a rusted door and a stack of waterlogged file boxes, a broadcast room, intact. Mic still mounted, console still bolted, the red light still faintly flickering. No power, but someone had hooked it to a crank generator. A sign above the desk, carved into the paneling with a pocket knife. Leave something behind. We spun the crank, sat down, pressed record, and we listened. Because there were tapes, not labeled, not cataloged, just stacked neatly in boxes one after the other. Messages, hundreds of them. People passing through, leaving their voices in the dark. A woman describing the way her daughter's hair smelled before the collapse. A man reading from a list of names he said belonged to his neighbors, all of them gone. A child singing a made-up song about soup and bravery. 1,000 tiny proofs that we were here, that we felt things, that survival wasn't just about breathing. It was about being remembered. We left our own, of course, the four of us, each speaking like we were whispering into a long hallway. I said, if you're down here, if you're scared, if the sky hasn't been blue in weeks, this is Alex Reed. You're not alone. This is still a shared world. Leave something behind. We'll find each other in the static. Then I stopped recording, and I cried, not from sadness, but from continuity. Because this isn't just noise. It's a chain. Every voice, a link. Every whisper, a signal that someone else dared to care. The tapes are still there. The room still works. If you find it, say something. Anything. Because years from now, someone will spin the crank, sit in that chair, and they'll want to know that someone else was brave enough to speak. Be that someone. Be that link. Leave something behind. We picked up her signal by accident. A burst of static on band 14.7, a channel we hadn't scanned in months. Barely audible at first, just a faint beep, then a slow tap, then silence, then again, beep, tap, silence. It repeated for exactly 7 minutes before the voice came through. Software measured, young. If anyone can hear me, this is Ren. I'm safe. I'm above the fields. I see everything. It took us 4 days to triangulate the signal. West of Omaha, up past what used to be Council Bluffs, out where the flatland looks like ocean, a rusted-out grain silo surrounded by tall grass and the bones of broken fences. She was up there, 50 feet off the ground, on a metal platform swaying in the wind, her little radio transmitter strung between 2 poles like spiderweb. When we climbed up, she didn't speak, just nodded, handed us a mug of lukewarm chicory, turned her head back toward the horizon. She pointed. Convoy passed through there yesterday. 7 carts, 1 limping horse. They had kids. Then she pointed again. Something moved near the irrigation ruins. Not animals. 2 legs. Ren had been there for almost a year. She kept a log, not on paper, in her head. Every caravan, every firelight, every movement through the wheatgrass. She didn't stop them, didn't help or harm. She just watched. She said, "If I see you, then someone knows you were real." That was it. No judgment, no orders, no "stay off my land." Just witnessing, the most powerful form of protection we have left. She asked us not to stay, said she liked knowing we were out there, but she needed her height, her silence, her job. So we left her 3 new batteries, some dry beans, and a windbreaker. She gave us coordinates to share on the air. If you pass between mile marker 118 and the broken cattle bridge, look east. If you see a flash of light, wave. I'll log it. We asked why she does it, why she chooses to sit up there alone, day after day. She said, because someone has to remember the shape of the world as it rebuilds. And I believe her. I hope someday you see her light. And I hope you wave back, because some people don't carry supplies. Some carry memory, and that's just as vital. We found it by accident. Walking the ruins of an old elementary school, hunting for copper wire and medical tape, thought the place had been stripped years ago. Nothing but desks, broken windows, collapsed gym roof. Then we heard the sound. Software hollow. Carried on a thread of wind. Bells. Dozens of them. Maybe more. Not loud. Not like alarms. Just a gentle chime, like the world was exhaling through glass. We followed it to what used to be the school's garden. Raised beds overtaken by vines, broken bricks scattered in a half moon, a swing set swallowed by grass, and hanging from the trees, strung on string and yarn and wire, were bells. All kinds. Old dinner bells, bike bells, chimes made from keys and silverware and hollow shell casings, each one different, each one swaying. We stood there, not speaking, because it felt like a place where silence mattered, where sound meant something. There was a plaque nailed to the trunk of the largest tree. Each bell is for someone who passed quietly, who wasn't found, who wasn't named. Ring one if you remember someone. Leave one if you can't forget them. Someone had cared enough to build this, to honor the unmarked, the unburied, the gone without goodbye. Not with a monument, with music. We rang 3. One for a man I met on the 4th night of the collapse, who gave me a flashlight and disappeared before dawn. One for my mother, whose last words I still whisper when the wind picks up. And one for the girl I never knew, who left a can of beans on our doorstep in the dead of winter without a note. I think about her sometimes. How kindness can survive even when everything else breaks. How maybe that's what keeps the world spinning now. Not force, not fire, but remembrance. If you're walking through quiet country and you hear bells where there should be none, stop, listen, and if you can, leave one behind. Because the best way to carry the past is not to drag it, but to ring it into the wind. Let it echo. Let it be heard. There's a place where the land folds into itself like an apology. Used to be a river there. The map said so. But now, just cracked clay and rusted rebar. The water left years ago, taking fish, silence, and half the town's reason to stay. But the bridge is still there. Steel, bent, burned in places. It doesn't go over anything now, just stretches from one emptiness to another. We found it on our way south, looking for shelter after the wind tore through our camp. And at the center of that bridge, a bench, just a simple bench, and behind it, a sign painted on splintered wood. Sit, speak, pass it on. There were names scratched into the steel beams, thousands, some full, some initials, some symbols we didn't understand, all of them facing outward, facing the place where the river used to be. We sat, didn't talk at first. Then Mira, the youngest in our crew, pulled out her harmonica, played one slow, trembling song. Didn't say where she learned it, didn't say what it meant. But when she was done, she turned to me and said, "Now the river remembers us." And I swear, for 1 second, it sounded like water in the wind. This is how we rebuild meaning. With benches where no one waits for buses. With signs no one's paid to hang. With bridges that cross absence instead of rivers. Because the world's still broken in places. But it's inhabited. And that's enough. We left something too. A tin can filled with stories written on scraps of cloth. Each one short, each one real. We tied it to the railing with fishing line. Maybe someone else will find it. Maybe they'll read it under starlight and feel less like a ghost. If you're near what used to be the Red Fork River, look for the bridge. Sit, speak, pass it on, because not every crossing needs water. Some just need witnesses. Somewhere near what was once northern Missouri, there's a smell in the air. Smoke, thyme, slow onions, wood ash, salt. We didn't believe it at first. Food doesn't smell like that anymore. Not since the world went to rations and rootstock and burned rice scraped from blackened pans. But this was different. It smelled like care. Like someone was making something for someone else. So we followed it. Through broken farmland, past an overturned tractor, over a fence tied together with shoelaces and vines, and there, under a patched canvas tarp, beside a pot big enough to boil memory, were the cooks. 5 of them, 3 women, 2 men, all older. All grinning like they'd won a prize no one else remembered how to claim. They didn't ask who we were, didn't ask what we could trade. Just pointed to the logs and said, "Sit, stir if the pot slows, eat when it's ready." We did, and for a moment, the end of the world didn't matter. Because salt and warmth and laughter still mean something. And someone, somewhere, still believes that a shared bowl can rebuild trust faster than a treaty. They call themselves the Hearth. They've been doing this since the first winter, moving from place to place, setting up their traveling kitchen wherever people gather. They don't have a home. They don't want one. Their recipe books are weather-worn and stitched together from old cookbooks, scraps, handwritten instructions, and memory. And every dish they serve comes with a story, not just where the food came from, but who ate it before, who laughed, who left. They say the pot remembers, and I believe them. Before we left, one of the women handed me a folded napkin. Inside, half a biscuit, still warm, and written on the napkin in charcoal, "Feed someone tomorrow. Don't ask who." So I'm passing that on to you now. If you have more than you need, even just slightly more, cook something. Share it. Not to barter, not to earn, just to remind someone their body still matters. That warmth can be chosen. That even in a burned world, the kitchen still speaks. And it says, You're welcome here. Have another spoonful. There's always room at the fire. It's not on any map. They call it the quiet route. Used to be part of a county road, now mostly gravel and weeds, cracked pavement where the roots got impatient. No signs, no milestones. But if you walk it long enough, something happens. It starts with the wind, then the rhythm of your own footsteps. Then, faintly, other footsteps. Not behind you, not beside, under, like memory etched into the ground itself. We met a man on that road, Elias, beard like a briar patch, voice like pine sap, slow, sticky, deep. He'd been walking it for years, back and forth, never past sunset. He said, "Some places don't echo sound. They echo choices." Didn't make sense at first. Then, halfway down the route, Mira dropped a tin cup. It hit the dirt, rolled, and when it stopped, it rattled once more. Like someone else had picked it up and dropped it again. But there was no one there. Just silence, and the memory of motion. Elias told us the road only whispers back to those who mean what they say. It doesn't answer questions. It answers honesty. He showed us a trick. Said if you speak a name while standing barefoot on the old white line in the middle of the cracked pavement, you'll hear a voice. Not the person. Not exactly. Just a tone, a sound, a feeling. Like the road is remembering with you. We tried it. I said my father's name. And I swear, the wind wrapped around me just the way it did when he hugged me as a boy. I didn't cry, but I didn't speak for a while either. Some silences are sacred. Before we parted ways, Elias said, "Not every trail leads somewhere new. Some lead you back to who you were before the breaking, and that's just as important. So if you find yourself on a road that hums, one where even your breath feels borrowed, slow down, take your shoes off, and say something real. You never know what the ground remembers, and maybe it's you." There's a camp out west. No one knows exactly where. It moves, like wind, like rumor. But if you listen closely on frequency 91.8 late at night, you might hear them. Children, not crying, not begging, not calling for help, broadcasting. They don't say names. They don't give locations. They speak in riddles, games, sometimes rhymes, but every voice comes through clear. One night we heard, "If you're walking past the pines, follow the kites, not the crows. Red string means safe. Blue means listen. Yellow means don't stop." Another night. We watched stars fall into the lake. They whispered. We kept the secrets. Come quiet. It sounds like nonsense at first, until you realize they're sending maps, code wrapped in story, safety disguised as song, because the children of the static aren't lost. They're watching, they're organizing, and they're smarter than we ever gave them credit for. I met one of them once. Didn't know it until she was gone. A girl no older than 10 showed up outside our camp at dawn, hair tangled, jacket too big. She handed me a tin box filled with pine needles and broken watch parts. Said, "This one's safe for 5 nights. After that, listen to the wind." I didn't understand. But we listened. And 5 days later, the wind changed. Brought with it the sound of tires, a convoy, a threat. We had time to hide because of her. When we went looking, she was already gone. But the box, it hummed when we held it, like it still had something left to say. The static on 91.8 doesn't last long, only an hour or two a week. But if you catch it, write it down. Draw the shapes they describe. Follow the clues. Pay attention to color. Because they don't speak by accident. They speak because someone, somewhere, still deserves a way out. And if you hear laughter just under the white noise, don't be afraid. That's not madness. That's survival. And it sounds like children who remember what it meant to play and are using that memory to protect the rest of us. They meet at midday, always. No exceptions, no weapons, no raised voices, just a blanket, a kettle, a notebook passed hand to hand. We found them near what used to be St. Paul. A grove of trees untouched by fire, shielded from storms, surrounded by nothing but quiet. They call it the Daylight Accord. It isn't a council, it isn't a government. It's something older, a promise made by survivors from different walks, different beliefs, different losses, that once a week under the sun, they will gather and listen. No trading, no judgments, no ranks, just stories. Each one gets 5 minutes. No more, no less. We arrived at the edge of the grove as one was speaking. A man with torn boots, reading from a faded notebook. He spoke of a dog who stayed with him for 22 days in a collapsed parking garage. How he shared every meal, even when it meant starving. How the dog barked once, saved his life from a falling beam. Then, one morning, it was gone. No goodbye, no body, just an empty collar and a paw print in the ash. He said, "Some love doesn't need explanation. Some debts are too sacred to repay. I speak her name once a week, so the silence doesn't win." Then he sat down. No applause, just nods. The next person stood up and began their 5. We were invited to speak too. Mira read a poem. I told the story of the listening library. Others offered fragments, songs, drawings. One woman passed around a necklace of bones, each one carved with a date. Every voice mattered, because in the Daylight Accord, no voice is wasted. When the sun reaches its highest point, they end. Always. No matter who hasn't gone. Because the rule is simple. Let light guide us. Let shadow rest. Then they pack up. No handshakes, no farewells. Just a whispered sentence as they leave. See you in the brightness. If you find a gathering in a clearing, no signs, no guards, just faces turned to the sky, stop. Don't speak. Not right away. Listen. And if they invite you to share, do it. Because the world isn't rebuilt with plans. It's rebuilt with witnesses. The first time we heard it, it didn't sound like anything at all. Just a dull knock, then silence, then again, 3 times, then 5, then none. We thought it was interference. Then we realized the pattern. Morse, crude, off-tempo, almost desperate. We didn't catch the whole message at first. The static was thick, the sky low with smoke, but one phrase came through clean. We are alive. Still beneath. Beneath. We scanned again, boosted the gain, waited. Then it came again, Slower. Sub-level 4. Tunnel collapse. 12 remaining. Air stable. Please respond. It had been a week since the last quake. We hadn't thought anyone could have survived it. But there they were, somewhere underground, holding on, speaking with batteries and scraps of wire. And hope. So much hope. We traced the signal to a collapsed metro line just outside what used to be Minneapolis. Concrete sheared in two, rebar like ribs, tunnels full of standing water and time. It took 5 days, 3 injuries, 12 feet of digging, and then a voice, real, gasping, human. "You got us?" We answered, "Yes." That was all they needed. They cried. We cried. Nobody spoke for a long time after that. Sometimes words come second to the relief of not being alone. We pulled them out one at a time. Teachers, mechanics, a nurse, a child named Evan who hadn't spoken in 3 weeks, but started laughing the moment he saw a dragonfly land on Mira's shoulder. They thought the world had gone quiet, had given up, had forgotten. But we didn't. The signal was small, yes, but it reached. It always does if someone's listening. They left something behind before we sealed the tunnel. A small wooden box filled with battery-powered radios, each one labeled with names. In case others are out there, they'll know someone made it. We've been distributing them since. Call them hope transmitters. Call them testaments. Call them whatever you want. Just keep them charged. And when you hear tapping in the silence, don't doubt it. Someone's still trying to reach you. And someone will. Not every place that survived turned inward. Some reached out. Outside the ruins of what used to be Boulder, there's a wall. Built from scavenged brick, broken furniture, collapsed signage, chunks of highway concrete, even the frame of a rusted-out bus. It's 12 feet high, 100 feet long, maybe more by now. But it's not for defense. It's not meant to keep anyone out. It's meant to remember. It started with a single phrase, painted in black tar. If you are here, write what matters. And they did. In ink, in chalk, in blood sometimes. Messages, drawings, fragments of song lyrics, maps to caches, quotes from mothers, jokes only one person would understand. Over time, the wall grew. Not just in size, in memory, in weight. Every inch covered by the need to leave something behind. Not for the past, but for the next person. I stood there for an hour the first time I saw it. Didn't write anything, just read. Here are a few I remember. He made me tea every morning, even when the world ended. I still dream of the steam. We buried her under the tree that never stopped blooming. Look for the white petals. Not every scar is a warning. Some are directions. We didn't lose the world. We gave birth to a new one, screaming and red-eyed, and now we're learning to raise it. Eventually I did write something. Simple. One line in charcoal, smudged but legible. The signal still moves. I turned around. Mira had added her own, just below mine. And we're still listening. You don't need to be near Boulder to build one. Start with a wall, any wall, or a post, or a door, or a fence that no longer guards anything. Invite stories. Don't curate. Just collect and let it grow. Because long after we're gone, someone will see it, and they'll know we were here. We felt We remembered. And we spoke. There's a plateau east of the Rockies, dry, flat, mostly barren. Not much grows there now. The sun scorches it in summer. The frost eats it in winter. Wind howls across it all year long, carving the dirt into long, shallow ripples like waves that forgot how to move. But someone's been leaving mirrors. Hundreds of them. Small ones, cracked ones, shards from cars, compact cases, broken monitors, staked into the ground with sticks and twine, tilted up toward the sky. At first it looked random, like some strange kind of art. But the longer you stand there, the clearer it becomes. They're aligned, everyone angled just slightly, catching sunlight at different times of day, and when the sun hits them all just right, around dusk, the entire plateau lights up like a field of stars. We found a message burned into the edge of a tin sign nailed to the largest post. When the world went dark, I made it shine again. No name, no instruction. Just light. Just reflection. People talk about it now like it's sacred. The sky mirror, they call it. A place to stand and remember what light feels like. Not just heat or visibility, but hope. Direction reminder. And in the middle of it all, there's a single broken chair. People leave things there. Letters, flowers, names written on cloth, bottles filled with stories. A photo of a wedding no one attended, tucked into the dirt. Nobody takes. Nobody speaks. They just leave something and go. Because the sky mirror isn't a shrine, it's a promise that no matter how far we fall, someone will still find a way to point the light back up. If you pass through the flatlands at the edge of sunset and see the flash of mirrors turning gold, stop. Stand still. Let it wash over you. Because for a brief, fragile moment, the sky remembers you, and the signal reflects everything you've carried. They started showing up about a year after the third blackout, not all at once, not in packs, just one at a time. Matted fur, makeshift collars, antennas strapped to their backs, made of scavenged metal and wire, shortwave transmitters powered by motion. They carried messages, sometimes audio, sometimes pulses, sometimes coordinates encoded in clicks and whines. People call them signal dogs. They're not owned, they're not trained, but they carry, and they return. The first one we met came into camp limping, gray-furred, one ear torn, a small radio module strapped to its ribs with an old belt. We fed it, cleaned the wound, and as it slept, the transmitter clicked to life. 3 beeps. A pause. Then a voice. This is Unit B out of what was once Ashford. Water safe near milepost 47. South Trail compromised. Fires seen in the east. Then silence. Then again. Over and over. A signal in motion. A warning carried by muscle and instinct and the need to keep others alive. Some say the dogs are former rescue units, bomb squad strays, search and rescue retrievers that survived their handlers. Others think it started with a single person, a woman in the mountains who wired up her mutts and let them go, hoping they'd connect what no tower could anymore. Either way, they're out there. We've seen at least 4 in the last month. One dropped a wrapped note in Mira's lap. It read, "They're closing roads near the divide. Reroute. Trust the dog." We did, and 3 days later, heard rumors of a mudslide that took out the canyon road. The dog had known before the dirt did. Now we carry food for them. We leave charging pads in sun-washed fields, mark safe stations with a chalk paw print on the ground. It's the least we can do. They don't ask for anything, but they carry everything. If you see one, don't chase it. Let it come. Listen closely, because what it brings may save you, or warn you, or just remind you that connection still exists, even without wires, even without words, just loyalty, just movement, just the need to deliver hope. We met her under a broken billboard that once advertised interstate insurance. The top half was gone, blown away in some storm years ago. All that remained was a faded phrase, "We've got you covered." She had a cart with wheels that barely turned, one arm in a sling, and a voice like wind in tall grass. Barely above a whisper, but certain. She didn't ask who we were. She didn't care what we were carrying. She just said, "Give me the names." At first, we didn't understand. Then she opened the cart. Inside were dozens of books, hand-bound, thread-stitched, wrapped in plastic to protect them from the elements, each one marked with a letter. Each one filled. Names. Written carefully, legibly, one per line. No commentary. No cause of death. Just names. She called herself the Keeper of Names. Said the job wasn't hers to choose. It just was. The moment the signal started failing and the world slipped into fire and silence, she began collecting. Not just those we lost, but those still here. Because someday, someone will rebuild. And when they do, they'll want to know who mattered, and I don't want them to forget. She travels alone, walks the broken routes, asks only for names. She won't write them unless you say them aloud. Won't let you whisper, won't let you guess. It has to be spoken. Like a spell, like a truth. And then she nods, and the pen moves. Mira gave her 5. I gave her 9. Each name made me feel heavier, but also more real, as if by speaking them, I was anchoring something that might otherwise be lost to dust and ash. Before she left, she handed me a square of cloth, frayed at the edges, stitched into it. You live twice. Once when you breathe, once when you're named after. She turned and kept walking. Her cart squeaked. The wind picked up. And she was gone. If you meet her, offer your names, the ones you carry, the ones that haunt, the ones no one else remembers. She will. She always will. It's not a hospital. It's not a shelter. It's not even a station, really. Just a one-floor brick building with a roof that caves in slightly on the western side. A few solar panels propped up with branches. A faded sign above the door that used to say something about weather. Now it just says, "You can rest here. We'll keep the fire." They call it the long sleep station. We found it during a cold snap. Wind sharp enough to carve skin. Sky low with clouds that didn't break for days. Our gear was wet, morale lower than the frost line. We were looking for cover, not comfort. But inside was warmth. Not just temperature, kindness. Blankets hung on lines to dry. Candles melted into the floor like old prayers. A table with cups, a box of herbs, a dented tin kettle still steaming, and 4 people. Old, quiet, not surprised to see us. One of them said, "Come in. You don't have to talk. You can sleep. So we did. For the first time in what felt like months, we really slept. Deep, dreamless, safe. When I woke, someone had left a note on my boot. You don't have to earn rest. You only have to need it. And for some reason, that hit me harder than any warning or memory or signal ever had. Because survival taught us to move, to build, to defend, to broadcast. But it never taught us to pause, to just be still and let someone else hold the watch. The long sleep station doesn't keep a ledger. There's no logbook, no questions, no expectations. But near the back wall, someone had etched a single sentence into the wood with a penknife. This is where I remembered I was human. That's all they want from you. To remember, to soften, to wake up a little less alone. We stayed for 2 nights. Didn't speak much. Didn't broadcast, just breathed. And when we left a thermos and a pair of clean socks behind, small offerings to the firekeepers. They didn't say goodbye, just nodded, and went back to tending the heat. If you're wandering and the cold won't leave your bones, and the world feels too sharp to keep walking, look for a squat brick building with warmth behind the windows. There's a station waiting, and someone's already stoked the fire. You're allowed to sleep. You're allowed to stop. You wouldn't notice it unless you were walking slowly. Just a shallow groove in the dust, a loop traced in wind-blown earth. But if you step inside, something happens. The sound changes. The wind softens, and the silence becomes aware. They call it the circle in the sand. No one claims to have made it. No one admits to guarding it. But people return, always at night, always barefoot. We found it by accident out past the Badlands, where the roads split and the signs mean nothing, and direction becomes a matter of memory and instinct. It was Mira who stopped first. She knelt down and whispered, "Do you feel that?" I didn't at first, but then I stepped inside, and the quiet thickened, like I was underwater, or inside a held breath. People leave things there, not objects, thoughts. We saw them written in the dirt, barely holding their shape. I forgive you. I didn't mean to leave. I'm still here, still trying. Each one left in silence, then erased by the next wind, as if the earth itself was accepting them, holding them for just a moment, then letting them go. We didn't speak for hours, just sat, listened, felt. Later, we learned it's a known place among the drifters and the quiet tribes. They say if you can't speak a truth out loud, you bring it there. Kneel, trace it with your finger, and it will leave you lighter. They call it the grounded loop. Some think it was a ritual site. Some think it formed naturally, the wind chasing its own tail until the memory of grief made it stop. But everyone agrees. It works. We each left something. I traced my father's full name. Mira wrote a line from her favorite book. And one of the others? He just sat, tears on his face, and let the sand collect in his hands. When we left, we didn't look back. You're not supposed to. That's the final rule. Step in with weight. Step out with less. If the world feels too heavy, if there's something you've never said, even to yourself, walk until the earth opens in a perfect circle. Then kneel. Let the silence take your secret, and leave lighter. We heard about it from a man with only 3 teeth and a compass tattooed on his palm. He said, "Go east of the Silver Hills until the dirt turns dark. There you'll see the fire that doesn't burn." We laughed at first. The kind of laugh people make when hope starts sounding like myth. But then he leaned in, voice steady. "I'm serious. It glows, it dances, but it won't burn you. And if you sit long enough, it tells the truth." That part stayed with me. 2 weeks later, we saw it. Just before dawn, tucked in a valley with no name, a circle of stones. A fire burning in the center, blue, green, low. No smoke, no heat. Mira walked straight toward it, hands out, ready to flinch. But nothing happened. No pain, no scorch. Just light brushing against her skin like a memory too soft to hold. She turned back and said, "It's warm on the inside, but it's not from heat." We camped there that night, didn't speak much, just watched the fire move, like it knew us, like it was watching back. After a while, the others fell asleep, but I stayed up. I whispered a name, then another, then a truth I hadn't said aloud since the blackout. The fire flickered brighter for each one. Not judgment, not reward, just recognition. Like it had heard those words before 1,000 times from 1,000 people and was simply saying, "Yes, that too." In the morning, the fire was gone. No ashes, no coal, just the ring of stones and a single black feather resting in the center. I took it with me, not as a keepsake, as a reminder. Some places don't exist to be used. They exist to witness. And if you meet one, you speak. Because there are truths we can only say near fire, and there are fires built to hold them. If you're wandering east of the Silver Hills and the dirt turns dark under your feet, stop. The fire may already be burning, and it won't burn you. It will just ask, "What is real?" And it will wait for your answer. It's not long, barely 30 feet across. The stream underneath is shallow, barely a whisper, more stone than water. But the bridge? It listens, not to footsteps, not to weather, to voice. We found it near the edge of what used to be a logging town. There was no sign, no marker, just the bridge. Wood worn smooth by time and names carved so deep they looked fossilized. And on the far post, scrawled in paint now cracked from too many winters, "Speak across it. Don't look back." At first, we thought it was just another relic, one of the countless spots that used to mean something before everything broke. But Mira stepped up to the edge and whispered something, a question. Soft, like it wasn't meant to be heard, and the air changed. Not cold, not hot, just full. Like the world had turned its head slightly toward her and said, "Go on." She didn't tell us what she asked, but she crossed slowly, stopped in the middle, and whispered again. This time louder. The sound didn't echo. It folded in, absorbed. When she stepped off the other side, her face was different. Not lighter, not sadder, just still. We each tried it. No one said what they heard, or if they heard anything. But we all crossed slower than we meant to, and no one looked back. They say the bridge is old, not the wood, the place. That long before collapse, people came there to unburden, to speak into the space between here and there, and to let the bridge carry it away. It doesn't respond, not in words, but if you're honest, really honest, something happens. You feel it in your chest, like your ribs got wider, like your voice made more room in the world. We left a ribbon tied to the far railing, red, fluttering. It didn't say anything. It didn't need to, because the bridge already knew. If you find it, the one that crosses almost nothing and hums like a tuning fork when the wind is just right, stop, speak, then cross. But don't turn around. Not because it's cursed, but because it heard you, and you don't have to repeat yourself anymore. There's a room deep in the ruins of a courthouse somewhere near the old Illinois state line. The rest of the building's barely standing, vines through the windows, half the ceiling gone, rain pooling on courtroom floors. But in the basement, down a spiral stair lit by shards of sky, there's a room that stays dry. And in the middle of that room, a clock, but not like the ones we used to know. It doesn't keep time. It marks it. The numbers on its face don't loop. They rise, no hands, no ticking, just one digit changing, slowly, every dawn. A brass plate below the clock reads, "Since the recounting, 3,472 days." We asked the woman tending the candles what that meant. She said, "That's how many days we've had again, since the end of the world, since we started over." They call it the forward clock, not to measure what was lost, but to mark what's been made since. Every day is added, never subtracted, no resets, no adjustments, just a count that never goes back. A quiet defiance in numbers. The woman gave us chalk, told us to add our initials to the wall before we left. Not to say, we were here, but to say, we lasted this long. I wrote mine under the number. Mira wrote hers sideways, like a vine. Another traveler, someone we hadn't seen before, knelt down and wrote 2 names. One crossed out, one circled. When we asked why, they said, one gave up, the other didn't. Then they stood, nodded once, and left without another word. The forward clock doesn't promise a future. It doesn't reward you for counting. It just reminds you. You didn't stop. You made another day. That matters. If you're near the cracked highways and empty counties where the fields lean more east than north, and you find a place where the air smells like old paper and candle wax, go inside, find the number, say it out loud, then say the next one too, because forward is the only direction left, and the days we build count, every single one. They don't travel like the rest of us. You won't find them during daylight. You won't hear their feet on gravel or their voices at campfires. You'll find them in the rain. Always the rain. The first time I saw them was near the hollowed-out train yard west of what used to be Peoria. Storm clouds had been hanging low for hours, and when the first drops fell, we found cover. But they walked into it. 5 of them, hoods pulled tight, faces turned upward, packs soaked. One of them carried a flag, not a banner, just cloth, dark and heavy, dragging water as it moved. They didn't stop, didn't look, just passed us, boots splashing through the mud, like they were following something only they could see. Later, we learned the name: rainwalkers. They move only when it pours, sleep when it's dry. Wait for the clouds. No one knows how many there are. Maybe 10, maybe 100. They don't talk much, but they deliver. Old messages, lost coordinates, names etched into plastic, photos wrapped in wax paper, pieces of broken tech protected by plastic shells. One survivor swore she got a water-purifying rig from a rainwalker who didn't even speak, just handed it over in a thunderstorm, nodded, and kept going. Another said they heard a rainwalker singing in the middle of a downpour, a lullaby, ancient and cracked. They carry the forgotten. They walk when the sky cries, because that's when grief lets go. That's what someone told us. I believe them. Mira left a message near the red water tower on mile 58. Just 2 words carved into stone. Still trying. 3 days later, during a storm, the words were gone. And in their place, a pressed flower, a scrap of cloth with a map, and the words, "Keep walking. We saw you." If you're out there in the wet and the world feels too heavy to lift your legs and the wind drowns your thoughts, look ahead. You might see a flag dragging the storm behind it. If you do, step aside, let them pass, or follow Dash. Quietly, because some people don't chase the sun. They carry the storm, and somehow they're still delivering hope. At the edge of an empty town, inside a crumbling yellow house with ivy choking the back wall, there's a single window that refuses to break. Everything else is shattered: the doors, the roof, the bones of the staircase. But that window? Perfect, clean, unmoving. It doesn't look out on anything special, just a backyard full of rot and silence. But something about it holds still, so people visit, they sit, they stare, they remember. We heard about it from a man who came through camp carrying only a single item, a photo album missing half its pages. He said, "You won't see the past through it, but you'll feel like the past is still looking in." We went. Took a day to reach the house, another to clean out the room. Dust ankle deep, wallpaper peeled like skin. But the window? Untouched. We sat there for hours, didn't speak, didn't move. And after a while, the silence inside the glass became louder than the wind outside it. That night, someone left a note on the sill, a scrap of denim with ink that bled from rain. She used to stand here, watching the birds. I hope she still sees something flying. The next morning, the scrap was gone, replaced with a feather. We've started calling it the window that opens nowhere, not because it's useless, because it opens inward, to a place we thought we'd lost, not in geography, in memory. It doesn't transport you, it reminds you that you're not only built from what you've endured, you're built from what you've missed. If you find it, if you're lucky enough to sit before the glass that never breaks, bring something. Not to give, just to place. A button, a story, a smile you haven't used in a while. The window won't take it, but it'll reflect it. And in a world that's been broken so many ways, sometimes reflection is all we need to start healing. The lake isn't on most maps anymore. Used to be called Clearwater, back when the water still lived up to the name. Now it's darker, thick with fallen leaves and ash and the memory of too many burnt summers. But sometimes, if you're quiet, really quiet, you'll hear her. A voice, not above, not around, below. It started as a rumor, travelers talking in half-whispers near barrel fires. If you wade in waist-deep just before dawn, you can hear her. Not words exactly, not language, just presence. Some say it's a lost broadcaster, someone who drowned with her transmitter still clutched in her hands, the lake turning it into a low, endless echo. Others think it's the lake itself. She's not speaking. She's remembering. We camped by the shore for one night. No wind, no birds. Just the slow lap of water and that feeling like someone was listening too closely. Mira went first, walked in barefoot, stopped at her waist. Closed her eyes. I watched her face go still. Not afraid, not sad, just open. When she came back, she said, "I didn't hear a voice. I heard a lullaby I forgot I knew. I tried it too. Didn't expect anything. But when the cold hit my ribs, I heard my brother's laugh. Not real, not exact. Just the shape of it, curled in water, and a word I hadn't heard in years. Stay. Not a command. A comfort. We left a radio at the shore, switched on and tuned low. Not to transmit, to receive. And when we left in the morning, the static was gone. Just the sound of breath through reeds. Maybe her, maybe memory, maybe just water becoming voice. If you pass a lake that feels older than its trees, don't throw stones. Don't shout. Wade, listen, and leave with one less weight in your chest. Some echoes don't want to haunt you. They just want to be heard. It's hidden deep in the ridgelands, past where the asphalt cracks into dust, where the trees lean in like they're whispering secrets to each other. No signs, no trails, just a turn in the wind and a feeling, soft as breath, that something's waiting. We followed that feeling, and we found the orchard. Rows and rows of apple trees, some dead, some blooming, some twisted into shapes no orchard should hold. But every single one hummed. Not a song, not static, not voice, just vibration. Like the trees were tuning themselves to the grief in the soil. Mira pressed her ear to the bark. She said, "It's like they remember every name ever said near them." And I believe her. Because as we walked, the hum changed, shifted pitch, shifted rhythm, as if responding to our presence. At the center of the orchard stood a tree with a trunk split like an open palm. Inside, someone had carved a bench. On the bench, a box. And inside the box, paper. Hundreds of scraps, all sizes, all kinds. Each one had a memory. He kissed me here the night before the flood. I left her scarf in the third row, still tied to a branch. Take it if you're cold. This is where I told the truth. We sat. We read. We added our own. Mira wrote. I sang here. Not for survival. Just to remember what singing felt like. I wrote. We listened, and they listened back. They say the orchard isn't real, that it shifts, that it disappears, that if you try to find it again, it won't be there. But that's not the point. It was there when we needed it. It hummed when silence became too heavy, and it held the memories we couldn't carry alone. If you're walking the ridges and the wind changes direction for no reason, follow it. You might find trees that remember you before you arrive. And if you hear the hum, don't be afraid. Just listen, because this world may forget names, but the orchard doesn't. Out near the spine of the northern ridgelands, where most maps go gray and the roads vanish into moss and stone, there's a cabin. Not much from the outside. Wood barely holding together, chimney sagging, windows long gone. But if you step inside, the walls are alive with paper. Pinned, taped, folded, hung from nails, stuffed into jars, tucked beneath floorboards. Every one covered in the same thing: lines, arrows, phrases written like they were caught mid-breath. Wind from the southeast, humming. Wind carried the smell of pine and something like smoke. It whispered her name. I didn't imagine it. The man who lives there, if you can call it living, is always listening. We found him sitting on the floor, eyes closed, face turned toward a crack in the ceiling. Didn't look up when we came in. Didn't need to, he said. North wind's too quiet today. That's how I knew someone was coming. He calls himself nothing, refuses a name, says he gave it to the wind years ago. Let it carry his memory for him. Let it take what the world tried to bury. Every day he listens, not for storms, not for danger, for messages. He says the wind speaks, not in words, in returns. You speak into the world long enough, it starts speaking back, not directly, not kindly, but truthfully. He keeps a log of voices heard on the wind. Not just gusts, not just breezes. People. Mothers calling children. Lovers whispering apologies. The soft exhale of someone dying and not afraid. He hears them all. He doesn't judge, doesn't repeat, just records, so that someone, someday, will know what the world actually felt like after it ended. We asked him why. Why paper? Why stay? Why listen to something no one else can prove? He said, because the wind never lies. People do. Memory does. But the wind just carries. Before we left, he gave us one slip of paper. Blank. Except for 2 words. It heard. We keep it in our pack now. Because sometimes, when the road is long and the silence too deep, we pull it out. And believe it. Even if we don't know what it was. If you find a place where the trees lean without touching, and the air feels like it's waiting to be understood, pause, turn your head, close your eyes, and just listen. You might not hear words, but you might feel seen. It's inside a train car, one of the old kinds, long, rusted, burned out in patches, balanced at a crooked angle on tracks that don't lead anywhere anymore. No markings on the outside, just a small sign hanging from a bent nail. Drop it. Read one. Take none. Inside, letters, hundreds, thousands, tied with string, folded into boots, stashed in cracked drawers, pinned to the walls in looping lines like garlands. Everyone sealed, everyone unsent. No one guards it, No one organizes it. But every traveler who's been there knows, if you open a letter, you leave one too. Not a trade, not a punishment, a balance. Because this isn't a place of messages. It's a weight exchange. Some letters are short. I still smell your soap when it rains. The radio stopped working, but I pretend you're still talking. Some are pages long, full of apologies or explanations or grief too complicated to speak aloud. We each opened one. Mine said, I never told you how scared I was, not of the collapse, of living through it. Mira's was different. She didn't read it aloud, just folded it, placed it in her chest pocket, and cried, the silent kind, the kind you don't try to stop. We wrote ours later that night. Mine was to someone I hadn't thought of in months, a name I thought I'd lost in the static. I didn't say much, just, you were right. I stayed. And sometimes that hurts more than going. I folded it, tied it with string, and tucked it under the floorboard where the light hit just right. They say if someone reads your letter and understands it fully, not just the words, but the feeling behind them, you'll feel a pressure lift from your ribs. Just slightly, just enough to breathe deeper the next morning. I believe it. We all left lighter. If you're moving through the dead rail lines and spot a car standing alone in a field of nothing, go inside. Don't take anything. Just read, write, and let go of whatever you've been holding in your throat too long. Because some letters aren't meant to arrive. They're meant to be released. It starts at dusk. Every fifth night, across a stretch of valley just west of the dead grid, small lights flicker to life, one by one, across the ridges, like stars deciding to walk the earth again. But they're not fires. They're lanterns, each one perched on a pole, spaced exactly 70 paces apart. Old glass lanterns, the kind you might find in basements or thrift stores before the world fell apart. Clean, intact, some tinted blue, some orange, some flickering like heartbeat signals. No wires, no visible power source. But they glow, and they lead somewhere. The locals call it the lantern line. No one knows who started it. No one's ever seen someone light them. But they appear, always the same pattern. Always when night feels too thick to move through alone. And when the sun rises, they vanish. Not shattered, not melted, just gone. Like they were never there at all. We followed them once. Took hours. Mira counted 53 in a row before we stopped. They curved gently through the hills, cut through a grove of pines so silent we could hear our own blood, wound past a church with no roof, paused at a field of rusted bikes, then nothing. The last lantern stood atop a rock, burning brighter than the others. Beneath it, scratched into the stone, "This is far enough. For now." We waited, but no new lights appeared. So we slept, and when we woke, the lantern was gone. But the warmth it gave us stayed. Some say the lantern line is a test. Others say it's a rescue path, laid out by someone who walks further than the rest of us ever dare. But I think it's a promise that there will always be a next step. Maybe not visible now. Maybe not easy, but it'll appear when the dark is thickest, when the fear is loudest. A light will show up, and it will say, "This way, just one more. If you're out there and the night feels endless, look up, look ahead. You might see a glow. Follow it, just to the next one. You don't need the whole path, just the next step. It doesn't come from a tower. There's no frequency to tune to, no call sign, no intro music. But when the sky goes quiet and the wind lies flat, you might feel it, a presence more than a sound. They call it the silent broadcast, and it speaks in everything except words. We noticed it first on the 4th night of winter. No signal on the usual channels. Our battery dying, our crew low on warmth and lower on hope. And then, out of nowhere, the tension lifted. The air felt softer, not warm, not loud, just safe. Like someone else was awake, watching the dark with us. We all felt it at once. No voice, no message, just the sense of not being alone. Later, we found others who'd experienced it too. A scavenger said it came to him after his leg broke in the middle of a frozen field. I couldn't call out, he told us, but I felt like something was telling me, stay still. Help is near. And then it was. A mother who'd lost her son during the first wave said it visited her each year on the day he vanished. The birds go silent, and then I feel him, not as memory, as presence dot. No one knows what it is. But everyone who's felt it agrees. It doesn't ask anything of you. It doesn't judge. It simply arrives when needed most. Some say it's the collective grief of the world, turned kind. Others think it's a last surviving satellite signal, scrambled beyond speech but still carrying intention. One man swore it was the earth itself. We broke it. It forgave us anyway. You can't summon it, you can't track it, but you can wait. And when it comes, sit still. Let it wrap around you, like the soft weight of a blanket left by someone who knew you before all of this. Let it remind you, you're still here, and someone else is too. We carry a small stone now, warm to the touch, even in the cold. We found it the morning after the silent broadcast passed through, sitting on the snow, undisturbed. On it, one word carved by a shaking hand. Still. We don't know who left it. We don't need to. Because sometimes the clearest message is the one you feel, not hear. And sometimes, stillness is the strongest signal. It's not on any clock. You won't find it on a schedule. But somewhere, hidden between the worn-down miles and half-collapsed gas stations, there's a town that refuses to move forward. Not because it can't, because it chooses not to. We walked into it at what should have been noon. Sun overhead, shadows short. But as we stepped between the first two buildings, something shifted. The wind stopped. The birds went quiet. The air lost its urgency. And a sign hanging from a thread above a faded awning read, "Welcome to Still Point. No rush, no regrets." The streets weren't empty. They were held. People sat on porches. Kids chased each other across cracked pavement like the world hadn't ended. A man with no shoes swept the sidewalk in long, slow arcs, but no one looked at us. Not with fear, not with surprise, just calm, like we were expected, like we'd finally caught up. We found the town square by accident. There was a clock tower, tall, old, beautiful in its way, but the hands didn't point to any time. They pointed in, both of them, straight toward the tower's center, unmoving, balanced. At the base, a plaque read, "This place does not forget. It simply refuses to rush remembrance." A woman named Aya gave us fruit from a tree behind her home. She didn't ask what we needed. She didn't ask where we came from. She just said, time stopped because we didn't want it carrying everything away. That night, we stayed near the well. No one asked us to, but no one asked us to leave either. We told stories, not new ones, not loud ones, just the kind that feel like breath between moments. And the stars didn't move. Not fast, anyway. Not like usual. It felt like time had crouched beside us, listening. In the morning, when we woke, the town was gone. Nothing but the well, the fruit tree, and 2 chairs side by side, facing nothing in particular. But the stillness was still there, inside us, and we knew. Time had waited, just long enough. If you feel like the world is dragging you forward too fast, if the weight of minutes is crushing the meaning from your hours, stop. There may be a place nearby, unmapped, unshaken, held by memory and quiet. And if you find it, sit down. Let time wait for you for once. It'll be patient, if you are. We didn't know it was the end, not at first. It felt like every other stretch of road, dust-thick air, wind carving the land into shallow echoes, trees that leaned like they were listening to something too far off to hear clearly. But the closer we walked, the more the static faded from our gear. No interference, no noise, just a low, steady tone. Not sharp, not loud, but constant. Like something was waiting. We found the tower on the 3rd day. Not like the others. Not metal, not tall. This one was carved into the rock, a spire of stone and glass, smooth as bone, humming with heat even though the air was cold. At the base, a door. Carved words above it. This is the last voice. Speak with care. Inside, a chamber of silence. No equipment. No screens. Just a stone chair, a circle of sand, and a single mic embedded into the floor. The cable ran down, not up. We asked no questions. We understood. This was the place where the final messages went. Not to other radios, to memory, to whatever comes after broadcast, to whatever receives when the rest of us go quiet. We each took a turn. Mira spoke first. She didn't say names. She didn't apologize. She said, "We remembered each other. That's all that mattered." I went second. Said the names I hadn't said aloud in years. Told the sky I forgave it. Told the world it could rest now. And when I was done, the hum deepened. Like it had listened. Like it had heard. No one knows what the broadcast path is. Some say it's where all the final messages go, bouncing off stars, etched into wind, turned into trees that haven't grown yet. Others say it's a grave, a monument, a place where humanity leaves its last note on the table before walking out the door. But I think it's proof that someone was here, that someone tried, that even at the end we chose connection, not silence, not retreat, but voice. If you find it, and maybe you will one day, speak, not for rescue, not for recognition, just for remembrance, because we're not here to be remembered by statues. We're here to be remembered by echo. And the echo is still strong, even now, even after everything, even after this. Good evening, or whatever passes for evening now, beneath a sky that hasn't seen the stars in weeks. This is Jordan Hale, broadcasting once again from station 99.3 FM, the last frequency. And if you're still listening, if that old radio in your garage or the hand crank unit you pulled from some roadside emergency kit is still picking up anything at all, then I want you to know that you are not alone. Not yet. Not while this signal lives. Not while these words can cross the broken air. We lost contact with Albany 2 days ago. At first, I thought it was just the tower, wind damage, or a downed relay. But then came the silence. Heavy, absolute. No repeaters, no clicks, not even static. Just dead air where once there was routine, chatter, lifelines. The last message we intercepted was short. 8 words, typed and sent with a broken key. They're in the sky now. Not ours anymore. I don't know what they meant. I don't want to know what they meant. But I keep hearing it anyway. Even when the generator hums too loud, even when I turn the gain down, I swear I can hear it whispered behind the noise. Not ours anymore. Reports, if you can call them that, more like desperate scrawls shoved under cracked bunker doors, are starting to echo each other. Entire towns in Vermont disappearing overnight. Shadows passing over Michigan's frozen lakes without leaving a trace on the ice. Something massive moving above the tree lines, moving silently, without engines, without lights, without purpose, except maybe to watch. One transmission came from a survivor in northern Quebec. She said she heard humming. Not the kind from power lines or broken antennas, but the kind that made her teeth ache and her eyes blur. She said it made her feel remembered, but not by something human. She didn't finish the recording. Her last words were slurred, almost peaceful. I think the sky finally noticed us. To anyone still in New York, city, state, doesn't matter anymore. This is not a warning. This is not advice. This is just me telling you that you are not forgotten. Your streets, your skyline, your stubborn, unshakable spirit. We remember. We need to remember. There's talk, rumors, really, of a caravan pushing south out of Buffalo. 12 vehicles, maybe more. Solar rigs on their roofs. Radios on every frequency. They're calling themselves Echo Route 9. If you hear them, try to respond. Use anything. Mirrors, lights, the horn from an old car if you still have fuel. They're looking for signs of life, and they won't stop unless they're sure there's nothing left to find. I know the sky feels different now. Heavier. Lower. Like it's waiting for something. Some nights, I sit on the roof of this battered station and look up, wondering what it would feel like to see stars again. Not because I want to wish on them, just to know that something that far away could still shine, could still burn, could still matter. But all we see now is the swirl, ash, dust, cloud, and maybe something else. If you've seen it, if the sky changed for you, write it down, scratch it into bark, carve it into the back of an old photograph, say it out loud into a recorder, even if the batteries won't last. Give the future something to work with. Something that proves we noticed what was happening before the silence swallowed it all. This is Jordan Hale, still breathing, still speaking, still hoping someone's out there to hear this. I'll be back on the air at first light, if the sky lets me. Until then, hold your ground, guard your signal, and don't look up unless you're ready to be seen. We're still here, somehow, still broadcasting. This is Jordan Hale, again. If my voice sounds different tonight, it's because I haven't slept. Not really. The generator's been sputtering all afternoon, and I've had to restart the damn thing 3 times already, each time wondering if it's going to be the last. But we keep going, don't we? We whisper into wires, into static, into broken skies. Not because we think someone will answer, but because we can't stand the thought of silence answering instead. I heard from someone outside Syracuse, a scratchy, half-decoded burst that slipped through the ether like a dying breath. He said he was hiding in a laundromat with 6 others. Said they had a solar array on the roof and an old HAM unit that only worked when the clouds broke. Said they'd seen something move between the buildings. Tall, slow, and humming in frequencies that made your nose bleed if you listened too long. But what got me was what he said after. We stayed because the dryer light still worked. It felt like the last bit of normal we had. It hit me harder than it should have, the way he said it. Like a confession. Like he was ashamed for caring about something so small. But that's the truth of survival, isn't it? It's not always about fighting. Sometimes, it's about preserving one tiny flicker of before. Even if it's just the glow of a dryer bulb in a room, no one will ever fold laundry in again. I wonder what we've all chosen to hold on to. What small, broken comforts we've tucked away in our pockets while the world collapsed around us. For me, it's this microphone, this desk, this room, filled with old cables, dented cans of beans, and maps that don't matter anymore. There are nights I want to run. Just leave it all. But I don't. Because somehow, this battered transmitter has become the only heartbeat I still trust. And if it's beating, maybe I still am too. I've been asked, through letters, cracked recordings, sometimes even on air, why I keep calling this the last frequency. It wasn't meant to be poetic. It was just what was left. I went up and down the dial after the blackout. Everything else was gone. No music, no talk shows, no weather alerts, just me and static. So I spoke and kept speaking, and when I realized no one else was left to cut in, I gave us a name. The last frequency. Maybe it's not entirely true. Maybe someone else is broadcasting too. Across the border, across the ocean, across the ruined grid. But until I hear them, until I know we're not the last ones whispering into the void, we are what's left, and that has to mean something to those still in the cities. I know you're out there. I've seen your lights blinking in code on rooftops. I've heard your messages skipping over the static like stones on black water. You are not forgotten. I can't get to you, but I see you. Every word you send out, every signal you risk, it reaches further than you think. Keep them coming, even if no one answers. Even if you think the night is too thick, too long, too cruel. We hear you, we remember you. And that is how we survive, not just by hiding, but by being heard. This is Jordan Hale, from what used to be the northeastern edge of something called the United States. And if this signal is still crawling its way through the broken air, then you are still part of something. Still tethered. Still real. I'll be here at first light, or what passes for it now. Until then, keep the wires warm. Keep the volume up. And if you can, tell someone you're alive. even if it's just the sky, even if the sky doesn't answer back. This is Jordan Hale, 99.3 FM, still breathing into the dark. If you're just tuning in, or if your radio finally caught hold of a stable signal after hours of drift, I want you to know something. We haven't broken. Not yet. The line might be frayed, the tower half-eaten by rust and wind, but it's still standing, and so are we. Tonight, I want to tell you about a place I've never been to, but that I can see every time I close my eyes. Maybe that's because of how vividly it was described. Maybe it's because it reminds me of something older, something buried in my bones. Or maybe it's because I need to believe places like this still exist. It was a voice from Maine, an old man, calm, thoughtful, speaking like the world hadn't ended, just gone quiet for a while. He said he was part of something they called the Stillness, a small coastal community, maybe 50 people, maybe fewer. They've stopped counting, he said, because counting implies expectation, and they've let go of that. He told me they don't try to send messages out anymore. No distress calls, no requests for rescue. Not because they've given up, but because they've accepted the silence as part of the world now, like the tides, like the wind. He said they still broadcast, though, once a week, just a simple phrase. We are here. If you're lost, we are here. No coordinates, no names, no desperation, just presence. It stunned me how gently he said it, like the words themselves weren't even for anyone specific, like they were just meant to exist, to echo faintly across the dying sky. He called it an act of resistance, not against the things outside, but against the slow erasure of memory. They have a ritual there. Every night before sleep, they light a lantern and speak aloud the names of the people they've lost, not to mourn them, but to remind the dark that those names still have weight, still have shape. And if they forget one, they write it down, tuck it into the walls of the radio shack. They call those walls the archive. He said, we don't know who'll read them, but maybe someday someone will. I sat here after that broadcast ended, just sitting. Didn't talk, didn't write. Just listened to the hum of the transformer outside, the occasional pop of distant wind snapping across the busted tree line. And in the back of my mind, I pictured that room in Maine with its candlelight and whispers, and I wondered how long it would take me to get there if I left now. The answer is too long, too dangerous, too late. But that doesn't mean I won't try someday. And if I don't make it, maybe someone else will. Maybe one of you, out there, listening in the dark with cracked hands and a heart full of gravel and sparks, will find your way to that coastline. And when you do, tell them I heard them. Tell them I remembered. If you're in the southern corridor, we've heard new interference patterns, thick blocks of radio fog spreading up through Tennessee and into the Carolinas. No confirmed origin yet, but some suspect there's a jamming source somewhere near the old Savannah Naval Yard. Not military, not friendly either. Survivors out of Atlanta said they picked up automated signals looping over civilian bands, monotone strings of numbers followed by bursts of what sounded like breathing. Human breathing. Like someone was holding the mic too close, right before the static swallowed them whole. I don't know if it's a trap. I don't know if it's just a glitch in old machinery. But if you're down there, keep your signals short, keep your gear shielded, and never reply to a voice you don't recognize. Just because it sounds human doesn't mean it is. We've been learning that the hard way. There are things out there now, broadcasting, mimicking, repeating what we say, just a second behind, like echoes that got lost and turned back. I heard one 2 nights ago, a perfect copy of my own sign-off, only I hadn't said it yet. I didn't sleep after that. Still haven't, but I'll stay on the air as long as I can, because someone has to mark the time, not the minutes, not the hours, but the fact that time is still moving, that we're still here to witness it. This is Jordan Hale, still at the desk, still holding the wire, still tracing stories across the static, back at dawn, if we're lucky. Until then, remember the voice from Maine. Remember the light they keep lit. And if you're alone out there tonight, say your own name aloud. Let the world know it still belongs to you. This is Jordan Hale, back on air. If you're hearing this, you're still part of the frequency. Still tethered to a thread most people don't even realize is still holding. I was just outside. Skies darker than usual. Not because the sun went down. It didn't. It just gave up. It's not a night sky either. Not really. It's something else. A velvet sheet hanging over the world, stitched with the quiet hum of things moving above us that don't care about our names or our fires, or the weight of our footsteps. I stood there staring up until my skin started to prickle. Until I got that feeling we all know too well now. The one that says, you're not alone, and whatever's near doesn't blink. I came back inside, locked the door, even though I know locks don't matter much anymore. But sometimes it's not about stopping something. It's about reminding yourself you're still worth protecting. Earlier tonight, I got a transmission from a voice I hadn't heard in, I don't even know how long. Maybe since before the Capitol fell. Maybe before the eastern seaboard became a zone we only speak of in past tense. Her name is Lee. She used to run emergency dispatch out of Providence, back when there was still a chain of command. Back when panic meant more than just Tuesday. She didn't say where she was now. Didn't need to. I could hear it in the way she spoke, the echo behind her voice. The kind of quiet that comes from speaking into rooms filled with too many empty chairs. She said she'd been listening. Said she hears this broadcast every third day, when the interference breaks just long enough for a few syllables to crawl through. She told me, your voice reminds me that not every day has to be the last one. I don't know what to do with that. It's the kind of sentence you want to fold up and keep in your coat pocket, not for warmth, just to have. So when everything else burns, you can take it out and read it again. And remember that once, someone said your voice made the world less empty. Lee says she's tracking a signal. A pattern, really. She thinks it's coming from inside the old Appalachian tunnel networks, somewhere deep where the earth still remembers how to protect people. She says it pulses. Regular, intentional, not machine, not weather, not background hum. Something deliberate. Something alive. She's heading that way in a convoy. Just 3 people, 1 working radio, and a rusted-out utility truck powered by sun and prayer. She asked me not to tell anyone else, so I'm not. I'm telling you. Because if you're still listening, that means you're part of this now. Not a nation, not a mission, just a circle of sound. The last kind of safety we have. Sometimes I wonder how much longer we can keep going. Not biologically. Biology is stubborn. It'll keep chewing through ash and metal and cold wind long after we forget why. I mean emotionally. I mean spiritually. I mean, how long can we keep telling stories to one another through static and rusted wire, pretending that it's enough? And then I hear a voice like Lee's, and I know the answer. As long as there are voices, there is meaning. As long as someone speaks, someone will respond. Even if it's a week later. Even if it's the last breath before the lights go out. Even if it's just a whisper saying, I'm still here. So tonight, if you've got a candle, light it. If you've got a notebook, write your name inside. If you've got a wall, scratch the date into it. Let the world know you didn't disappear quietly. Let it know that someone marked the hour. And if the sky hums above you, if the trees shake without wind, if you feel watched but not threatened, just acknowledged, don't panic, just speak. Even if no one answers, the silence will carry your name forward. And that might be enough. This is Jordan Hale. The wires are still warm. The mic is still open. I'll be here until the light returns, or until I run out of stories to tell. Either way, I'll go down talking. Because if the sky wants silence, it's going to have to earn it. Stay with me. Stay alive. More soon. It's Jordan again. I don't know what time it is. The clock stopped being honest a long time ago, and the sky isn't giving away any secrets tonight. Just a dull red haze hanging like breath on glass, low and slow, and not moving anywhere fast. I was halfway through boiling some rice when the backup generator kicked into this slow, choking rhythm, coughing like something trying to forget how to die. I thought it was done. Thought maybe I was too. But the lights stayed on, just barely. Enough for me to get back to this mic. Enough to say this. I heard something. Not a person. Not a voice. Not even a signal in the usual sense. It was low. Deep. A sub-frequency hum buried beneath the static, like a drum beat 3 floors below your feet. You don't hear it as much as feel it. In your ribs, in your molars, in the quiet part of your gut that still knows what fear used to sound like before we gave it names and numbers. It didn't last long, just 7 seconds. But in that time, I felt more watched than I have in months. Not the kind of watched that makes you duck behind a wall. The kind that makes you wonder if your name just got written down in something older than paper. I don't want to scare anyone, not more than you already are. But if you're near the northern corridor, especially around the Catskills, I need you to pay attention. Multiple listeners, people I trust, people I know aren't just scaring shadows, have reported the same thing. Low hum, short duration, always followed by stillness. Birds stop, wind stops. Even the leaves seem to freeze in place. And then, 30 to 40 seconds later, everything resumes. But not the way it was. Not exactly. One listener, Henry, said he stepped outside after the hum and his truck's windshield was frosted over, even though the air was warm and dry. Another, Justine, swore her dog wouldn't come back inside for 3 hours, just sat at the tree line whining at something she couldn't see. And one more, someone broadcasting from a church basement in Rochester, said that after the hum, her signal carried twice as far, reached people she hadn't heard from since the West Coast went quiet. None of this makes sense, but sense isn't what we're running on anymore. We're running on instinct, gut, noise, and the idea, the hope, that something on the other end of all this might be worth the crawl. I got another letter today, slipped under the door by someone I never saw, sealed with wax and wrapped in layers of oilskin like it was a secret the rain couldn't be allowed to read. Inside, one page, small, square, torn from a journal, written in pencil, smeared by time and fingers. It said, "They keep asking if we remember what the sun looked like. I keep pretending I don't, because the memory hurts more than the cold." I folded it back up. Didn't know what else to do with it. Didn't want to burn it. Didn't want to keep it. So I read it aloud. Because maybe that's all we can do now. Take the things that hurt to remember and send them out into the dark until they belong to someone else too. Tonight, I want to say something, not because it's new, but because we keep forgetting it. You are not the only one still alive. I know it feels that way. I know your house is too quiet, your neighborhood too still, your heartbeat too loud inside your skull. But you are not alone. There are still voices whispering on the edges of the bands. Still flashes of signal from old relay towers that never got the shutdown order. Still eyes behind firelight. Still footsteps on back roads. Still people like me, cracked and tired, but too damn stubborn to shut up. You're not alone. Even if all you've got is a rusted antenna, 2 cans of beans, and a memory of how your brother used to laugh when the radio played static like music. You're not alone. I'm here, and I'll be here again tomorrow. This is Jordan Hale, signing off for the next few hours. Unless the signal flares, unless something breaks the silence again. But before I go, let me leave you with this. If the hum comes near you, don't run, don't hide, just listen. Because whatever it is, it's not trying to scare you. It's trying to find you, and maybe that's not such a bad thing. This is Jordan Hale. Still here? Still talking. I haven't had a full night's sleep in, 4 days? Maybe 5. The nights blur together now, each one colder than the last, as if the dark itself is learning how to take heat away from anything it touches. Earlier, I thought I saw movement on the ridge, just a figure, tall, slow, watching. I stared back for as long as I could, but it never moved. Not toward me, not away, just stood there. Eventually the clouds swallowed the moon, and the silhouette vanished into black. And somehow, that scared me more than if it had come closer. There's a sound I keep hearing between transmissions. It's faint, lower than static even. But it's there. A kind of breathing. Not like wind. Not mechanical either. Real. Rhythmic. Almost human. I've rewound the tapes a dozen times. Each time it's the same. A whisper too low to isolate, but not low enough to ignore. I've started calling it the breath between stations. Maybe it's nothing. Maybe it's just my ears playing tricks on me. But part of me wonders if it's something trying to mimic us. Or maybe something that used to be like us. Lee checked in again. This time it wasn't just her voice. She sent a data burst, compressed, garbled, but enough to make out a few things. Satellite footage, blurry and inconsistent, showing thermal patterns that don't match anything we've seen before. Spirals of heat in places that should be frozen solid. Lines of cold where cities used to be. And in the middle of one image, for just a second, a shape. Not a building, not a vehicle, not weather. something alive. She didn't say where it was, just that it's moving. And whatever it is, it's learning the grid, learning how we communicate, how we transmit, how we reach each other. That's why she's going dark. She said, "It's not about going quiet. It's about not letting it map us." I didn't ask questions. I didn't argue. I just told her to check in if she made it out. She said she would. But her voice sounded like she already knew she wouldn't. There's a pile of letters here on the desk. Old ones. Ones I've read and reread until the ink smears in places. Most are from people I'll never meet. Some are from people I did know before everything turned to smoke and silence. But they all say the same thing, in their own ways. Please don't let this all be forgotten. That's what this is really about, isn't it? Not survival, not escape, remembrance. Because if no one remembers us, then it's not just that we died. It's that we never existed. So I read the letters. I answer what I can, and I keep this station alive, one heartbeat at a time. Tonight, someone lit a flare on the southern ridgeline. Just one. Bright orange, cutting through the fog like a scream. I don't know who it was. I don't know if they're still alive. But I'm going to keep broadcasting until I find out. And if you're out there, if you lit that flare, thank you. Not just for the signal, for the reminder that we still burn, that we still want to be found. This is Jordan Hale, and as long as my voice can cut through the dark, I will not go quiet. Not tonight. Not tomorrow. Not until every last flare has burned out. We are still here, still reaching, still remembering, and the dark hasn't taken that from us yet. This is Jordan Hale, 99.3 FM, the last frequency. There's a kind of quiet you only hear after you've spoken something aloud that wasn't meant for anyone else. A truth too raw to touch, but too real to bury. I've been living in that quiet since the last time I signed off. I keep thinking about the flare. One single streak of fire, drawn like a tear across the night. Then nothing. No second flash. No sound. Just the knowledge that someone was close, and that they either didn't want to be seen again, or couldn't. I've scanned every channel since. Nothing but static and that low, slow hum sitting under the signal like a second pulse. Sometimes I wonder if the static is the message now. Maybe everything we once said is still out there, just buried under layers of noise, waiting for the right ears to unspool it all. Maybe we're not broadcasting for the living anymore. Maybe we're just etching our memories into the storm. Someone left something at the edge of the station this morning. I didn't hear them come, didn't see tracks, didn't catch a glimpse of movement through the trees. But there it was, an old tape recorder, battery-powered, sitting on a folded flannel shirt like a gift laid gently on a doorstep. The play button was already pressed halfway down, like whoever left it couldn't bring themselves to finish. I brought it inside, turned down the generator hum, and pressed play. A voice crackled out. Young, nervous, male, southern accent, just barely. He said, "If anyone finds this, I want you to know I tried. I tried to keep them safe. My sister, my little brother. I made it 6 weeks. 6 weeks longer than I thought I could, but I'm tired. And this place doesn't let you rest. So I'm leaving the road, not to run, just to disappear quieter than most. If you hear this, just say our names. That's all I want." Then silence. No names spoken. He didn't say them. It broke something in me that I didn't know was still whole. So I'm going to do it now. I don't know their names, but I'm going to give them voices anyway. For the brother, for the sister, for the one who left the road. Your names were real. Your story mattered. You are remembered, even if it's by a stranger with a microphone and no map. There's a wind coming in from the northwest, colder than usual, smells like rust and pine needles and something wet beneath the dirt. The kind of scent that tells you the earth is stirring again, maybe out of grief, maybe out of hunger. I don't know what it brings, but I know it's different. I've taped the windows again, set the failover batteries. The signal might flicker, but I'll be on the air as long as the transmitter lets me. Because I think we're close now. Not to an ending, not even to a beginning, to a turning. Something is moving out there. Not just the infected, not just the machines. Something older, slower, aware. It doesn't speak, but it listens. And lately, I think it's listening to me. I keep talking anyway, because if the end has ears, I want it to hear our defiance. I want it to hear our love stories, our bad jokes, our weather updates, our desperate recordings, our late-night lullabies whispered into broken receivers. I want the dark to remember that before it swallowed us, we spoke, that we tried, that we held each other in the airwaves even when the land broke apart beneath us. This is Jordan Hale, still here, still warm, still speaking into the dark, and I will keep doing so until someone answers, or until the silence grows too heavy to carry. But if that moment comes, if I go quiet, I want you to remember this. We were not erased. We chose to remain, even if only as a voice, even if only as an echo, even if only as a name someone else speaks long after we've gone. This is Jordan Hale. No music tonight, just voice, just static, just the sound of breath and wire. I've shut off the exterior lights. Something's changed. Not just in the way the sky looks, or fails to, but in the way the world listens. It's like the air itself has become more aware. The trees don't sway the same. The wind no longer moves around this place. It moves through it. Earlier this evening, I stepped outside to secure the antenna wire. The breeze had tangled it again in the old branch out back, the one that's barely clinging to the tree it came from. I was out there maybe 30 seconds, no more. And I swear, when I turned around to come back inside, the door I'd closed behind me was wide open. Not blown open. Opened. Deliberate, welcoming, or warning. There were no footprints, no creaks on the boards. But I didn't feel alone. Not in the someone's hiding behind a bush way. In the you've entered someone else's room way. Like I was a guest in a house that used to be mine. The sky is pulsing tonight. That's the only way I can describe it. Not flickering, not lightning, not storm cloud churn, just pulsing, like a heartbeat in slow motion. Every few minutes, the clouds above the ridge flash this deep amber red, not bright enough to see by, but impossible to ignore. It doesn't light the ground, only the air, as if whatever's causing it doesn't care about being seen, only about being known. I used to think the most dangerous thing in the world was the kind of silence that follows a scream. Now I know there's something worse. It's the silence that comes before something learns how to answer you back. Lee hasn't checked in again. It's been 3 days. She said she would. She meant it. I know she did. But the longer I go without hearing her voice, the more this station starts to feel like a coffin with wires, the harder it becomes to believe. I've started replaying her old transmissions. I don't even try to clean the noise up anymore. I let it wash over the room, crackling through the speakers like ocean surf, reminding me that someone, somewhere, once believed in something as fragile as hope. And I do too. I still do, even if it comes back to break me. Someone else reached out today. A new voice. Soft, young, but sharp. She said her name was Marin. She said she found an old ham unit inside a ranger tower outside Asheville. The elevation let her reach further than she expected, and she picked up a fragment of my last broadcast, the one where I read the letter from the boy who didn't say their names. She said it made her cry. Not because she knew them, but because it reminded her of a cousin she lost on the first night of the blackouts. Then she said something I haven't been able to stop thinking about. I think the world didn't end. I think it got quiet enough for us to hear it breathing. She's right. And now that I've heard it, I can't stop listening for it. It's not the hum. It's not the signals. It's not even the sky. It's beneath all that. A rhythm. A slow, endless rhythm. Like the world itself is trying to lull us back to sleep. And the people like Marin, like Lee, like you, listening now, we're the ones who won't close our eyes. We're the ones still whispering, stay awake, remember, speak. If you're out there tonight, and you're scared, and the static is louder than the voice, hold on. Not for me, not for the world that was, not even for the one that might come. Hold on, because somewhere in this dark, scattered continent, there's someone else, tuning in, breathing shallow, hand on the dial, waiting for proof that they aren't the last. Be that proof. You don't need a transmitter. Just light a flare. Strike a match, draw a circle in the dirt. Whisper your name into a bottle and toss it into the ash. Let the dark know it hasn't won yet. Let it know we still echo. This is Jordan Hale, broadcasting from the last corner of something we used to call North America. If the sky speaks tonight, I'll be listening. If the door opens again, I'll be waiting. And if you hear my voice, no matter how faint, no matter how fractured, it means we are still alive, you and me, together for as long as the signal holds. This is Jordan Hale, still with you, still wired to the bones of a station that should have died months ago. It's strange what becomes precious once everything else falls away. You start noticing the texture of things you once ignored, the hum of fluorescent bulbs, the rust patterns on old desk drawers, the way dust floats when no one's around to breathe it in. There's a lantern in the corner of this room, one of those old oil ones you see in cabin ads and emergency kits. It's dented, the glass cracked, the wick barely hanging on. But every night before I speak, I light it. Not because I need the light, though sometimes I do, but because it reminds me there's still something to tend, something to keep. And that act of lighting a flame in the dark when no one else can see it, that's something we've all been doing, haven't we? Some of you tend gardens in soil that can barely remember what green means. Some hoard batteries, ration heat, draw chalk lines across floors to feel like the walls still mean something. Some of you, bless you, are still teaching your children to speak in full sentences, still telling stories, still naming stars you can't even see. It matters. Every gesture, every thread we tie back to the world we lost. Because the more we act like we're still human, the harder it becomes for the dark to convince us we're not. I've been thinking about Lee again. I always do when the nights are long and the signal is clean. There's a part of me that keeps expecting her voice to cut in mid-sentence, to crackle over the dial with that crisp, sharp tone she always carried like armor. I'd stop talking, mid-word, just to hear her say, "Copy that, Jordan," like it meant the world was still on its hinges. But it hasn't come, not yet. So instead, I play back the fragments she sent, her voice under layers of hiss and reverb, sounding more ghost than flesh now. And I answer her. I sit here and I talk back, as if she can hear me. Because maybe she can. Maybe the signal goes further than I think. Maybe it's bouncing off clouds the rest of us can't even see. Or maybe there's more to this than bandwidth and power grids. Maybe memory itself is a frequency, one we keep transmitting on, even after we're gone. I mentioned Marin yesterday. She's been checking in more regularly now, short bursts, just a few lines at a time. Enough to let me know she's alive, still mobile, still listening. She says the ranger tower has a view that feels wrong. Not just eerie. Wrong. She says the horizon bends, that if you watch long enough, it doesn't stay still. The tree line pulses. The distant ridges seem to rearrange themselves when no one's looking. She thought it was the altitude, thought she was sleep-deprived. But then she filmed it. On one of those old handheld camcorders that don't connect to anything. Battery-operated. No wireless, no sync. Just tape and lenses. And when she played it back, the landscape did something it shouldn't have. The trees moved before the wind blew. The sun pulsed. Twice. And something crossed the sky in reverse. No sound, no signature. Just a smear of shadow against a sky that never agreed to it. She's scared, but not frozen. She's packing up, headed east. Says she wants to meet others she's heard on the dial. Says she wants to keep mapping the breath. Her words, not mine. I asked her what she meant. She said, if the world's breathing, then maybe the shape of its lungs can tell us what's coming. That girl has more courage than most armies I've seen. I want to say something now, not as a broadcaster, not as a name piped through torn wires and battery boxes, but as a person. I want to thank you. Whoever you are, wherever you are. If you've been listening, if you've been tuning in, if you've sat there in the dark and given my voice a space to live, thank you. Because without you, this is just a madman talking to himself in a dying station. But with you, it's a lifeline, and I know I'm not the only one who needs it. There are more voices now. Each night, I catch fragments I didn't hear the night before. A woman in Kansas reading bedtime stories into an old FM loop. A man in Baja calling out coordinates in Morse just in case. A child from somewhere near what used to be Detroit. Singing, not words, just melody. Again and again, like she knows the frequency listens, even if it doesn't speak. And I think maybe that's what this has become. Not a broadcast, not a report, not even a warning. Just a choir of memory spread across a broken continent, singing not because it saves us, but because it tells the dark. You don't get to erase us quietly. We were here. We are here. And we still echo. This is Jordan Hale. Still awake, still talking, still lighting the lantern. The night is long, but we're longer. Jordan Hale, 99.3 FM. One voice against the black. Something happened an hour ago. I'm still trying to decide if I imagined it. I've replayed it, slowed it down, run it through every filter I've got left in this rusted box of circuits. But the more I listen, the more I'm sure. Someone responded. Not a loop, not a pre-recorded fragment caught in the wind. A live signal, short, director, spoken through trembling breath. It wasn't a name. It wasn't a cry for help. It was a question. Jordan, is it safe to come home? 7 words. Nothing before. Nothing after. I froze. My hand stayed hovering over the mic for almost 5 minutes. I didn't know what to say. Not because I didn't have words, but because I didn't want to lie. Because I don't know if there is a home left. Not in the way they meant. What do you say to someone who still believes in the shape of home? In fences and sidewalks and warmth and quiet? What do you tell someone who remembers holidays and porch lights and keys left under the mat? Do you tell them the truth? That the cities are hollowed out? That the wind has a voice now, and the dirt remembers names it was never meant to hear? That sometimes when the moon rises, it bleeds? Or do you lie? Do you say yes, come home, because some part of you wants to believe it too? I didn't answer. Not yet. I will. But not tonight. Not until I'm sure they're not walking into a place that's waiting to forget them. The pulse in the sky came again, stronger this time. Red and gold, swelling behind the cloud banks like heat behind skin. It didn't flicker. It throbbed. The kind of light that makes shadows crawl in reverse. That makes trees cast silhouettes without a source. I went to the roof, brought the scope, trained it toward the ridge, and there in the burn, I saw something I can't explain. A shape, wide, tall, moving without motion. It didn't blink, didn't shimmer, didn't roar or crack the sky. It watched. That's the only word I can use. And somehow I knew it saw me. Not the station, not the wires, me. And it didn't move toward me, didn't flee. It just was. And that was enough to make my hand shake so bad I nearly dropped the scope. I've locked every door now. Not because I think it's coming, but because I don't know if I want to be found by something that understands how to look like that. I got another message from Marin. Short, cryptic. She's traveling with someone now. Says they met outside a collapsed substation, both scavenging the same circuit box. He goes by Trace. Doesn't talk much. Doesn't sleep either. Marin says he draws diagrams in his notebook. Not blueprints, not maps, patterns. He's convinced the pulses from the sky aren't random. He's been tracking them, triangulating their origin. And here's the part that made my blood freeze. Every origin point he's circled corresponds to places that used to be densely populated. Major cities, transit hubs, energy nodes. And every time a pulse lights the sky, another one of those points goes silent. Not offline, not jammed, just removed. As if something is reaching down and unplugging them from the map. Marin says Trace doesn't believe this is extinction. He thinks it's reconfiguration. He says, the system isn't breaking, it's waking up. I don't know what any of that means, but I know this. Something is changing, not just in the sky, not just in the ground. In us. We're remembering how to speak again. We're learning how to listen. And maybe that's what it wants. Maybe it doesn't come for silence. Maybe it comes for sound, for signal, for proof that we still want to be known. So tonight, I'm leaving the broadcast on longer than usual. I'll let the mic hum, let the lights blink, let the wires sing whatever song they still remember. Because someone out there is trying to come home. And if there's anything left worth calling home, it's this voice, this wire, this flicker in the dark that refuses to go quiet. This is Jordan Hale. You're not alone. We're not done. Stay warm. Stay wired. Stay human. Good evening, or whatever time it is where you're listening. This is Alex Reed, and if you're still able to hear this, then you're still part of the world, or at least what's left of it. We are live, well, as live as anyone can be, broadcasting from station 103.7. I'll be your voice through this long night. The signal's weak, the generator's running on fumes, and outside the wind sounds different now. Heavier, like it knows something's coming. It's official. The president is in the bunker. The red key has turned. We're at DEFCON 1. I don't say that to scare you. I say it so we all know what we're standing in. We crossed the final line. This isn't about exercises or drills or rumors anymore. This is real. Nuclear war is not just a threat, it's the plan. Earlier today, there were flashes in the sky over the Atlantic. Not lightning, not weather. Satellites picked it up. Submarine-launched missiles. Unknown origin. Multiple launch points. Within 10 minutes, Air Force One was airborne. 10 more, and it disappeared off radar, encrypted, cloaked. By noon, the vice president was escorted out of a press briefing. No answers, no words, just a look. You know the kind. That kind of fear doesn't lie. Then the EAS alert came. Most of you heard it. That grinding tone that used to feel so far away suddenly felt like it was sitting in your own chest. This is not a test. Those words weren't written for comfort. It's been 5 hours since then. And in those 5 hours, the country has started to come apart, not with chaos, not yet, but with this strange quiet. Like everyone's holding their breath. Like maybe if we're still enough, it'll miss us. Phones are still up in some areas, power's flickering in and out across the Northeast. But there are blackouts in DC, Philly, Chicago, parts of the Gulf Coast. Some of it's grid failure. Some might not be. I spoke to a man in Nevada about an hour ago. Said he saw jets, low and fast, headed west. No markings, no lights. Said the air felt heavier after they passed. Not just sound, weight, like the sky was pressing down. And then there's the reports from Anchorage. People there are saying they saw lights streaking over the ocean. Too fast, too controlled to be natural. One listener said it looked like metal lightning, then static. No one's heard from them since. If you're just tuning in, here's what we know. The presidential bunker has been sealed. Continuity of government protocols are active. Strategic forces have been put on full alert. DEFCON 1. Total war posture. The only step after this is silence. You might be wondering why I'm still here. Still talking. Still broadcasting. Because someone needs to. You need to know that you're not alone. You need to know that someone's out here, still watching the horizon, still listening to the wind, still refusing to go quiet. There's something about being the last voice people hear. It matters. And if this is the end of things, If this is the moment the old world slips under the waves, I'd rather go down speaking than in silence. I've got reports coming in from shortwave, scattered voices, broken signals. A lot of them are saying the same things. Military convoys spotted on back roads, fighter jets circling low over farmland, air raid sirens in cities that haven't used them in 50 years. Some people are running. Others are digging in. A woman in Kansas said her dad never got rid of the fallout shelter he built in the 80s. Crazy old man, she used to call him. Not anymore. She said it smelled like dust and regret down there, but it felt safer than the surface. Another caller from southern Texas said the border is locked, not just guarded, sealed, armed patrols. Nobody in, nobody out. And then there's the rail lines. Trains hauling something east. Not commercial, no logos, covered cargo, guarded cars. Every 10 miles, a chopper overhead. I don't know what they're moving, but whatever it is, they're not moving it to save us. And now, we've got new movement over the Pacific. Air Force scrambled from Hawaii. No confirmation yet, but the last time we saw this kind of flight pattern, it was before Iraq, before Syria. But this time the scale is bigger. We've never seen all the flags drop to half-mast before anything happened. Not like this. If you're listening from the western states, California, Oregon, Washington, keep your radios close. The next hours may be the most important of your life. There's chatter about evac corridors, routes being cleared through the Sierras, military-escorted caravans moving inland. If you hear code words like Emerald Route or Safe Wind, those are confirmed corridors. I repeat, Emerald Route and Safe Wind. Those are the terms to listen for. But don't wait for a knock. If you've got gas, a car, and someone you care about, go. Don't look back. I'm hearing from listeners in Denver that the National Guard's taken over the airport. Runways cleared, planes inbound. But they're not for civilians, not anymore. One last thing before I go quiet for a bit. Just enough to let the transmitter rest and save what little power we've got. I want to talk to the kids. Yeah, I know. Most people don't think about the kids when the sirens start, but they're listening. They always are. If you're a parent, hold them close. Tell them the truth, but don't drown them in it. Remind them that fear doesn't have to control them, that staying quiet, staying calm, can be its own kind of bravery. To the kids out there, this isn't your fault, and it's okay to be scared. But remember that the grown-ups are trying. We're doing what we can to keep you safe. And no matter what happens, your life still matters. This is Alex Reed, Station 103.7, signing off for now. I'll be back in 20. If the signal's still up, I'll be right here. Hold fast. Stay human. You're back with Alex Reed on 103.7. If this frequency is still coming through, then I'm still alive. And so are you. The air feels different now. Not just cold, but tense, like even the trees know something's wrong. I stepped outside during the break. Not far, just far enough to feel it. The wind was still, but the silence was louder than any storm I've ever stood in. Let me catch you up. 10 minutes ago, the emergency broadcast system pushed out a second-tier message. Most places won't get it. The carriers are jammed. But I caught enough through the static to make out the big one. Strategic missile defense has gone active. That means interceptors are in the air. Some have already launched. Nobody's saying what they're intercepting, or who sent it. But if they're in the air, then something's coming. A former technician from Cheyenne Mountain called in just moments ago. Said the base hasn't been this sealed since 2001. Everything's underground. Doors locked. Vents shut. The kind of lockdown you only initiate when you're not planning to open again. He said they had drills for this. Back then, people thought it would come from some rogue actor, a madman in a bunker, a mistake. But this feels deliberate. There are rumors, lots of them. Russian movement near the Baltics, Chinese naval groups pulling back from the Pacific lanes. Israeli command structure has gone completely dark. No confirmations, of course, but that's the thing about war. The truth always comes in last, bleeding and out of breath. I heard from a nurse in Ohio. She said the hospital cleared out the ICU, not to send people home, to make space. For what? They weren't told. She said everyone's moving like they already know what's coming, even if no one says it. A convoy passed her on the freeway. 20 armored trucks, no markings, just flashing white lights and no sirens. Not military standard. Private maybe. Contracted. Armed. People always think when the world ends, it'll be loud. Explosions, screaming, panic. But I'm telling you now, it doesn't start that way. It starts with quiet, with unanswered phones and too many empty streets. It starts with the sound of nothing at all. There's been a hit on the East Coast. Not nuclear, at least not yet. But something, a massive blackout over New Jersey and parts of Pennsylvania. Grid failure or sabotage, no one's sure. The strange thing is, no one's claiming it. No foreign broadcast, no responsibility, just silence. Sometimes silence says everything. I know it's hard to sit in the dark, harder still to sit and wait. That's the part nobody prepares you for, not the panic, not the fear, but the waiting. The awful stillness while the clock ticks forward and you don't know if it's counting down or just counting out. So here's what you do. If you've got supplies, check them. Don't panic, just look. Water, batteries, something to eat that doesn't need a stove, flashlights, blankets, radios. Don't use candles unless you have no choice. Too easy to knock over in the dark. Keep your phone off unless you're checking for updates. Power is precious now. Charge everything when you can. And most of all, stay off the roads. There are too many reports of gridlock, abandoned cars, roadblocks without explanation. If there's no siren in your town yet, don't wait for it to come. Shelter in place. Concrete is better than wood. Basements are better than attics. Inner rooms are best. Put as much between you and the outside as you can. If you're lucky enough to live out in the country, you've got a better shot. Fewer targets. More space. Just remember, no place is off the map when the map itself is burning. A teacher from Wyoming sent a message through the relay net. She's hunkered down with 20 kids in an old schoolhouse that hasn't seen heat in years. They're using chalkboards for insulation, burning old textbooks to keep warm. She said the kids are quiet, too quiet. But one of them made a drawing. It was a tree, still standing, with people under it holding hands. She pinned it above the door. Because even when everything breaks, we still reach for each other. If you're listening from overseas, from anywhere that's not in the direct path of this storm, I want you to know that we're still here. We don't know how long we'll be here, or if anyone's coming to help. But we're not gone yet. And if we go, we'll go as people. Not as numbers, not as statistics. As people who remembered each other. To the man who called from a radio outpost in northern Minnesota. I heard you. Your voice cracked, but you didn't. You asked if anyone was listening. I am. We all are. You're not alone. If you've got a story, a name, a message, send it. Call. Tap it out in Morse. Shout it at the sky. This frequency's open, and even if I can't answer right away, I'll hear you. I always do. There's movement at the edge of my radar now. Not literal. Mine's too old for that. But a gut feeling. A heaviness. The kind of weight the sky carries right before everything changes. This is Alex Reed, and I'll stay here as long as I can, until the static wins. This is Alex Reed, back on 103.7, and we're still here. If you're just tuning in, or if you're holding your breath in some basement, garage, or school hallway, know this: the presidential bunker has been sealed. The country is officially at DEFCON 1. That's not a scare tactic. That's what the Pentagon uses when all options are off the table except the worst one. I don't know how much time we've got before everything changes. I just know we're closer now than we were an hour ago. The last transmission I picked up came from a relay tower outside Boise. The signal was garbled, but one thing was clear. They lost contact with NORAD's early warning system for nearly 4 minutes. 4 minutes. That's all it takes. 4 minutes from silence to ash. I want to talk to the people who are still trying to hold it together. I know you're out there. People with families. People who refused to panic. Who kept cooking dinner, folding laundry, hoping it was all just smoke. But it's not. It's happening. And I hate saying that out loud. Because saying it means there's no waking up tomorrow with things back to normal. But lying to you would be worse. And I won't do that. Not now. A trucker just called in from outside Flagstaff. Said the highways are crawling. Not with police or FEMA, but with armed civilians. Pickups with roof racks. Some are blocking exits, turning people back. Said one group set up a roadblock using abandoned semis and concrete debris. They're not looting. They're not yelling. They're just watching. I don't know what that means, but I can guess. Out there, the old rules are falling apart. Law doesn't live on the roads anymore. Only preparation and numbers do. So if you're alone, get to someone. If you're with someone, stay together. If you're lucky enough to be near family, don't waste a second. I got a message through a ham relay from a girl outside Des Moines, 17. Said she and her younger brother are alone. Parents never came home from work. Phones dead. She found a crank radio in the garage, tuned into this station. Said she didn't know what to do, just that she didn't want to feel crazy for being scared. You're not crazy. You're awake, and that might be the most dangerous thing in the world right now. I don't know your name, but if you're still listening, find somewhere low and solid. Block the windows. Keep water near. Light only if you must. Stay quiet. Survive the first wave. Then, we'll figure out the rest together. Some of you may be wondering what happens when the signal dies. What happens when the grid fails, the towers fall, and there's no voice on the other end? The answer is simple. You keep talking, even if no one answers. You whisper to the people next to you. You write messages on the walls. You pass along maps, routes, warnings, hope, whatever you can carry. Because that's what we've always done, long before we had microphones or airwaves. We passed stories like fire in the cold. You want to know what resilience looks like? It's a father outside Cincinnati who turned his root cellar into a shelter last spring. People laughed at him, called him paranoid. Yesterday, he sheltered 6 families down there. People who once called him crazy, now huddled together by candlelight, wrapped in silence. It's a janitor from Queens who welded shut the back doors of the school gym, packed it with bottled water and dry food, and gave keys to 3 teachers before disappearing into the smoke. It's the soldier who messaged this station from the Utah desert, said he was ordered to guard an airfield, but the planes never came. Instead of leaving, he stayed, opened the gates to civilians, shared his rations, waits by the radio every night, hoping someone will call back. That's resilience. Not guns, not bunkers, not bravado, just people refusing to quit on each other. I've been broadcasting for years, through blizzards, through blackouts. I've read storm warnings, fire warnings, civil alerts, chemical spills. But this is different. This isn't a moment we come back from. It's a moment we live through, if we're lucky. I know what some of you are thinking, that maybe this is all just fear run wild, that maybe the missiles will never fly, the buttons will never press, the bunkers will open again in a week, and someone will say, it was all one big misunderstanding. Maybe, but I've been watching this world for a long time, and I can tell you, the signs are all there. Too many troops in too many places. Too many silences where answers used to be. Too many eyes looking toward the sky. A former radar tech just called from northern Alaska. Said he watched 6 contacts fly over the Bering Strait and disappear. Not aircraft, not birds. Too fast, too cold, too clean. Whatever they weren't supposed to be there. And then there's this. Just came in. A coded message intercepted from a naval submarine in the Pacific. Repeated use of the word resurgence. Again and again. Nobody knows what it means. Some say it's a call sign. Some think it's a fallback directive. Others think it's the name of an op that hasn't been made public. Whatever it is, it means movement. I don't know if I'll be here tomorrow. I don't know if you will. But I know this. If we go down, we do it awake. No more pretending. No more silence. We speak until the sky falls. And even then, we leave something behind. This is Alex Reed, still with you, still holding the line. I'll be back after the break if I can. Hold fast. Hold each other. Stay alive. This is Alex Reed, back on 103.7. The air is still humming with tension, like the ground itself is waiting for a command. If you're hearing this, it means the station's backup relay is holding. The solar array is weak, but the batteries still have a charge. For now, that's enough. For now, we speak. It's been 20 hours since the president was moved underground. No new statement, no public face, no signs of movement from the White House, just a sealed door somewhere deep in the Colorado bedrock. If there's still a government above ground, it's quiet. If there's a plan, we're not part of it. DEFCON 1 remains active. The world hasn't exploded, but the clock is still ticking. Reports are coming in from across the Midwest, strange flashes in the sky. Not bombs, not yet, just light. Fast-moving, high-altitude light. Silent. People are calling them ghost lights. Some say it's experimental aircraft. Others say it's something worse, something unmanned. But the silence is louder than the movement. We're watching, but no one's speaking. I just got off the line with a group near St. Louis. They've holed up in an old church with stained glass windows and a cracked bell tower. They've got 1 generator, 2 rifles, a week of food, and a 5-year-old who keeps asking when things will go back to normal. The father didn't have an answer. He asked me to speak to her. So, if you're listening, little one, your name is Molly, right? This is for you. I don't know when the lights will come back, or when your school will open, or when it'll be safe to go outside again. But I can promise you this: you're not forgotten. Not by your parents, not by the people around you, and not by me. You're the reason we're still talking, still hoping. One day, the sky will be blue again. One day, you'll laugh outside without fear. I don't know when, but I believe it will happen. And until then, stay close to your family. Hold their hands. That's your shelter now. We've got new transmissions coming out of northern Canada. Relay stations that went dark for over a week have come back online. They're faint, crackling, but real. A string of survivors, scientists, engineers, families, holed up in an abandoned NORAD outpost. They're calling themselves the Northern Line. Their signal is weak, but growing stronger by the hour. They're building something. Maybe just a radio network, maybe more. But it's one of the only signs of forward motion we've heard in days. One of them said this in a broadcast: "If the cities fall, we rebuild from the ice." It's a grim rallying cry, but it's something. Down south, things are worse. Texas, Louisiana, Alabama, power is down in every major city. Interstate travel is nearly impossible. Bridges are blockaded. Rail is suspended. Oil refineries have gone quiet. Some were shut down. Some were burned. A listener near Baton Rouge said it looks like the horizon is on fire. Not one flame. Dozens. Controlled burns, maybe. Or maybe someone's trying to keep something from spreading. No confirmation either way. Someone else, an old sailor from Galveston, said he's taking to the Gulf. Said the sea is the only place that still feels open. He's heading toward open water in a boat he calls the Cicada. Doesn't know where he's going. Just knows he doesn't want to be here when the ground starts to shake. If you're thinking of going out to sea, be careful. There are rumors of rogue naval vessels, ships no longer answering to anyone. Armed, unmarked. They patrol the coasts and don't ask questions. I've spoken to someone who saw one. They didn't wave. They didn't signal. They just floated, watching. We don't know who they belong to. Maybe no one. I got a strange report from New Hampshire. A woman said she heard a siren from the old Cold War tower on Bear Mountain. It hasn't sounded in 40 years. The town didn't know the wiring still worked. No announcement followed. Just the tone. People came out of their homes, stared up at the hills, and waited. But nothing came. No jets, no convoy. Just a warning in a language we no longer understand. Let me be clear about something. We don't know what happens next. There's no script for this. No protocol for a world that inches toward collapse but doesn't quite tip. Everything feels paused, like the whole planet is in the moment between a heartbeat and a breath. But here's the thing, we're still here. That matters. We haven't been wiped out. We haven't disappeared. We're bruised, scared, scattered, but breathing. And while we're breathing, we talk, we move, we plan, we endure. I want to read a message sent in by a woman named Lena from outside Detroit. She says, "We built a wall of shipping containers and old cars, wired up motion sensors from a junkyard, painted signs that say, 'Keep out' in 3 languages. It's not perfect, but it's home now. And there are kids here." One of them sang happy birthday to her mom yesterday. There was no cake, just light from a broken TV screen, but she smiled. That's survival. That's how we win. Not with fire, not with bullets, but with singing when there's nothing left to sing about. So, if you're still listening, do something for me. Tonight, before you sleep, if sleep comes, look around. Look at who you're with. If you're alone, think of someone. Light a candle. Hum a tune. Write something on the wall. Mark this moment. This isn't the end of the story. It's just the hardest part to survive. And we will, together. This is Alex Reed. I'll check in again soon. Power willing. Until then, keep the signal alive. Hold fast. Alex Reed here, 103.7, still on the air, barely. Signal strength is low. Generators down to a sliver of power. But the mic's still live. And so is the truth. It's been 23 hours since the president disappeared underground. 23 hours since DEFCON 1 went into effect. Still no official statement, no press briefing, no calming voice from a podium. Just static. The kind of static that fills a vacuum when leadership vanishes and the country forgets how to breathe. I want to talk to you straight. Now. Not as a broadcaster. Not as someone reading from a script. Just as one voice to another. They're not coming. The officials, the fleets, the planes with food and water and calm orders. They're not coming for you. Not now. Maybe not ever. This is it. Whatever happens from here, it's you and the people around you. That's your government now. That's your system. People who share food, who guard doors, who hold each other through the night when the windows rattle from some far-off boom. People who sit by shortwave radios, waiting for a voice, any voice, to cut through the dark. That's where we're at. There are rumors now that we've lost 2 satellites, 1 military, 1 civilian, no confirmation, just dead feeds and a black ring on the monitor where the Earth should be. If that's true, that means we're blind in places that used to be watched. It means we don't know what's coming, or from where, or who pressed the button. And that's what haunts people now. Not the blast, but the not knowing. Not knowing if it's already been launched. Not knowing if this silence is the calm before or the echo after. Some are saying it already started. I heard from a man in Maine. Said he saw something fall into the sea. Said the clouds lit up, and for 5 minutes the air smelled like copper and burning rubber. Said his compass stopped working. Said his skin hasn't stopped itching since. He's not the only one. All along the coast, people are reporting strange skies, strange tides, salt water rising in basements where it's never reached, fish washing up in places that haven't seen life in years. It might be nothing. But right now, nothing is too expensive to ignore. A woman called from Nevada. Her voice was rough, like she'd been crying but didn't want anyone to know. She said the military convoy we heard about last night. It passed through her town at dawn. No stopping. No announcements. Just a wall of tires and armor. She stood outside with her son and waved. No one looked at her. And maybe that's what this moment is really. A world turning its back on itself. Moving too fast to notice who's left behind. But she's still there, and so are we. I got word from a man in Saskatchewan. He's old, voice like gravel and winter wind. Said he and 4 others are staying in an abandoned grain silo. Said the acoustics are terrible, but the walls are thick. He ended the message with this: "We're not waiting for rescue. We're planting potatoes in plastic bins. No sun, but maybe that's a good thing now." He laughed a little when he said it. And that sound, that tired, bitter, still somehow living laugh. It stuck with me. Because that's what's left. Not joy, not peace, but the thin thread of survival strung between people who refuse to go quiet. Let me tell you what I see outside my window right now. Nothing. No cars, no planes, no smoke. Just a frozen moment in time. The birds stopped chirping an hour ago. The power line hum is gone. It's like the world is exhaling for the last time and waiting to see if breath returns. I know many of you have locked yourselves in. I don't blame you. But don't lock your heart too. Not yet. If there's someone with you, tell them a story. Tell them what it used to be like. What streetlights sounded like when they buzzed. What the microwave sounded like when popcorn was ready. What it felt like to hold someone's hand at the movies. Don't let the old world vanish without a trace. Let it echo. Let it live in you. The world may be ending, yes, but it's not over yet. You're listening. You're breathing. And that means the story's still being written. I got a message, scrawled on a napkin, wrapped in plastic, and sent by courier from one town to another like it was sacred text. It said, "There's a place west of the Rockies where the wind still sounds like wind. No sirens, no planes, just quiet, real quiet. We call it Shelter Point. If you're reading this, come find us." No map, no instructions, just a name, Shelter Point. I don't know if it's real. But if you're near the mountains, listen for the wind. Sometimes hope is a sound we forgot to believe in. I'll keep this frequency alive as long as I can. When the batteries die, I'll switch to hand crank. When that fails, I'll use smoke signals if I have to. Because someone has to be the voice in the dark. And tonight, that voice is mine. This is Alex Reed. I'll be back soon, if the air still lets me. Hold the line. Stay human. You're listening to 103.7. I'm Alex Reed, if you're still with me. If your battery hasn't died and your walls are still standing, then you and I, we're part of what's left. Still breathing, still listening, still trying. I just lit a candle. The last bit of solar charge gave out an hour ago. The radio's running on a crank, and my voice probably sounds like it's coming from underwater by now. But I'm not leaving. Not while there's still breath in me. Not while there's still someone out there scanning the static, hoping for something, anything, that sounds human. We've now been under DEFCON 1 for just over a day. There's still no official update from the bunker. No addresses, no handshakes, no salutes. Just silence and shadows. Rumors fill the gaps where leadership used to be. Some say the president isn't even alive anymore. Others say he's being moved deeper underground. There's talk of a second layer, someplace even more protected, someplace no one comes back from. We've lost contact with 6 more relay towers tonight. No explosions, no storms, just gone. Like someone pulled the plug on pieces of the world. And yet, in the dark, we find each other. A man in Oklahoma reported a convoy of school buses moving south under military escort. Not for students, for families. Said the buses were spray-painted black, numbers scratched off, windows covered with makeshift armor. He tried to follow. They waved him off. One soldier pointed a rifle at his windshield and mouthed the words, "Turn around." He did. They didn't shoot, but they didn't help either. The man's voice shook when he told me. Not from fear, from something worse, from knowing that, in the end, His life didn't make the list, that someone, somewhere, drew a line, and he was on the wrong side of it. There's a word I keep thinking about tonight. Friction. Not the kind that starts fires, the kind that slowly wears things down. Hope, trust, memory, bit by bit, piece by piece, until you forget what the world was like before everything started falling apart. But I haven't forgotten, and I won't let you forget either. Before this station became a lifeline, it was just a small-town signal. Played old records, took birthday requests, helped lost dogs find their way home. It didn't matter much. But now it's the only thing some of you have. A woman from upstate New York called in. Her name's Angela, lives in a trailer with her husband and their disabled son. She said the power went out 3 days ago and hasn't come back. They have no generator, no neighbors within 5 miles. She found an old radio in the attic, cracked and dusty, and managed to get it working with a car battery. Said this station was the first voice they'd heard since the dark came. She asked me, "Are we already dead and just not buried yet?" No, Angela, you're not dead. You're just waiting to live again. And when the world starts turning, when the lights flicker back on, it'll be because people like you refuse to disappear quietly. I got a ping from Alaska, a man who lives off-grid. Said the auroras look strange tonight, too red, too low. Said the snow's falling even though the sky is clear. He doesn't trust it, neither do I. The natural world is acting unnatural, and that should terrify us more than any missile. To those in coastal regions, there's an alert, unconfirmed but persistent. Reports of rising tides that don't follow any known cycle. Storm surges without storms. Some say it's from undersea detonations. Others say it's the Earth reacting to what's happening on the surface. Whatever the cause, don't trust the ocean right now. If you live near the water, move inland as far as you can. Tonight, if possible. It might be nothing. But in times like these, nothing is too dangerous to bet against. To the group holed up in an abandoned subway tunnel under Chicago, you're not alone. I got your Morse code tap. The rhythm was off at first, but I recognized it. You spelled out a name, Nina. You said, "Tell Nina I made it to the tracks. Tell her the light still works." I don't know who Nina is. But if she's listening, he made it. He's alive, and he's looking for you. Sometimes that's all we need. One thread, one voice, one reason to keep putting one foot in front of the other, even when there's no road left. Let me tell you something I haven't said out loud yet. I'm scared. I don't know if that breaks some rule of radio broadcasting. I don't care. I'm scared. I sleep in shifts now, 20 minutes at a time. I dream about phones ringing with no one to answer, about highways filled with headlights that never move, about voices screaming through walls I can't break through. But then I wake up, and I do this because it matters, because you matter, and because if I don't say these things, no one will. To the boy in Montana who wrote in saying he was building a signal tower from scraps and wire, you're brilliant. Keep going. Don't stop. Build it tall. Build it bright. Maybe someone will hear you. Maybe everyone will. And maybe when they do, they'll remember that we weren't just statistics. We were people, with names and voices and stories worth hearing. Tonight, the world is quiet in all the worst ways. But we don't go quiet. Not now. This is Alex Reed. The generator's failing again. I'll rest, crank, and return. Until then, you know what to do. Hold fast. Alex Reed here. 103.7. If this signal's still making it through the static, then we've bought ourselves a little more time. It's just past midnight. No stars out tonight. No moon either. The sky is just a low ceiling of charcoal, pressed down over a country that isn't sleeping, because it doesn't know if morning is coming. It's been nearly 26 hours since DEFCON 1 was declared. We still haven't seen a launch, not that we know of. No cities have vanished, no clouds shaped like mushrooms, but no one's celebrating. Because sometimes the scariest part of the storm is the moment right before it hits. And we're in it. The air is heavy with waiting. I got a message tonight from a ham operator outside Pittsburgh. He's old, said he built his first rig when Kennedy was president. His voice had the kind of calm that comes from living through too many close calls. He said, "Alex, I don't think the world ends in one big bang. I think it ends when people stop listening." He's still listening. So am I. And I hope you are too. There's been a new development out of Colorado. The backup feed from NORAD's relay hub just blinked out. No warning. No emergency signal. Just gone. That means one of two things. Either they've gone completely dark, intentionally, or something took them offline. No confirmation yet. But traffic around Cheyenne Mountain is non-existent. Satellite feeds, which are harder to come by the hour, show static over the region. Either there's a jamming field in place or something bigger is happening under the surface. Either way, it's one less set of eyes in the sky. And in a time like this, sight matters. I want to pause for a moment and talk about something real. Something small. You ever notice how, in moments like this, the smallest things feel the loudest? The sound of a spoon hitting a pot. The way a floorboard creaks when no one's supposed to be there. The buzz of a dying battery. I think our brains are trying to hold on, grabbing whatever scraps of normal it can find in a world where the sky has gone quiet and no one's really sure what time it is anymore. I remember the smell of coffee in the morning. Not long ago, that was the first thing I thought about when I woke up. Now it's silence. Now it's wondering how many hours we've got until someone pushes something they can't take back. Earlier tonight, I got a message from a man calling himself Martin. He didn't say where he was, just somewhere west of the Missouri. He said he was watching a town burn in the distance. Not bombed, not attacked. Just abandoned and left to rot, and the fires started on their own. He said he stood there for over an hour, watching the flames and trying to remember the name of the town. He couldn't. He said it felt like the town was being erased, not just burned, forgotten. He asked me to say this out loud so someone else would know it existed. Clark Junction, 2 gas stations, a diner with the best blueberry pancakes in the county, 1 stoplight, a church that leaned slightly to the left because of wind damage back in '93. Clark Junction. Now you know. It existed. And now it always will. These are the things we do now. Speak names into the dark so the world doesn't go out completely. Someone called from Los Angeles, said the city's quiet in a way it's never been. No sirens, no traffic, just helicopters circling in patterns that don't look like search operations. He said the lights are off in every direction, but one building, a tower near downtown, is fully lit, blinding bright. Too bright for just emergency power. He asked what that means. I don't know. But it doesn't feel like a good thing. To those of you near DC, there's new movement. convoys, not government-marked, heavily armed, no insignia. Rumors are spreading that they're evacuating something, or someone, from deep under the Capitol. Possibly a shadow cabinet. Possibly something more classified. A woman near Arlington said she saw a line of unmarked black SUVs with tinted windows drive into a tunnel and not come out. No one has seen them since. There's an unease now, growing like mold in the cracks of what used to be called order. The kind of unease that makes good people whisper in the dark and wonder if the people with the keys ever really had a plan, if they ever cared to begin with. But out here, beyond the reach of those bunkers and briefings, there are still people trying. A camp has formed near the Blue Ridge Mountains. Started with 7 people, now they're 43. No weapons, no flags, just a patch of cleared land and a rope with cans hanging from it, an old-school alarm system. They take turns on watch, cook beans over fire, pass around a single working flashlight. They've started teaching the kids how to identify birds by sound, since there's no power to charge tablets anymore. They sent a message in tonight. Asked me to say this. We don't know what tomorrow holds, but if anyone hears this, there's room for you here. Bring what you can, leave behind what you must. But come. You're not too late. I don't know where exactly they are, but if you're near the Blue Ridge and you hear cans rattling in the wind, it might be them. Knock softly. Say you heard them on the radio. Say you want to help. Sometimes that's all it takes. Sometimes, hope is just the sound of a stranger breathing on the other end of the static. This is Alex Reed. Signing off for now, the hand cranks losing tension. I'll be back. Stay ready. Stay close. Stay human. This is Alex Reed. 103.7 on the dial, if you're lucky enough to still have a dial, and luckier still to hear this. We're closing in on the 30-hour mark since the country dropped into DEFCON 1. It's strange. We used to think the world would end fast. Fire in the sky. A flash bright enough to make shadows permanent. But it's not like that. It's slow. It's like watching a ceiling collapse, one crack at a time. You don't run. You don't scream. You just listen. And tonight, I'm still here, still listening for you. New reports coming in from the Midwest, Kansas, Iowa, parts of Nebraska. Entire blocks going dark. Not just power. Radio silence. No cell signals. No ham. The kind of blackout that makes you feel like someone turned the whole world off and forgot to tell you. Some are calling it a communications freeze. Others say it's jamming, military-grade wideband suppression. I don't know. All I know is the silence is growing. And silence is contagious. One transmission managed to slip through from outside Topeka. A teacher and his wife. They're living in an old barn with their son. Said they'd been using CB radio to talk to another family 2 farms over. 3 days ago, the other side went quiet. Not suddenly, just slower each day. Messages shorter, then late, then gone. No storm, no signs of a fight, no reason. Just the kind of gone that never leaves a door open behind it. They still check the channel every night. They still wait. That's what we do now. Wait. Listen. Remember. I want to talk about that for a second. Memory. Memory is the only shelter that travels with us. Everything else. Power. Comfort. Safety. You can lose it in an hour. But memory? You carry it like a map burned into your bones. So when it gets too quiet, when the fire's low and the shadows get long, remember something. Anything. A birthday, a radio jingle, the smell of baking bread on a Sunday, the warmth of a bus window in winter. Call it back. Hold it like it's the last piece of the world that didn't burn. Because if we lose our memories, we lose the reason to survive. Got a note from someone outside Missoula, scrawled in pencil on lined paper, delivered by hand, passed along from camp to camp. It read, "We're still alive. We've got water, a crank radio, and a map. We don't have guns, but we've got each other. Tell the world we're here. Tell them we're still trying." So I'm telling you now, they're still trying. And so should you. In the last 4 hours, we've confirmed what we feared earlier. A satellite blackout over the southern hemisphere. Multiple birds, military, commercial, and geopositioning, have failed to respond to pings. That doesn't just affect comms. That affects navigation, drones, emergency mapping, missiles. It means something big is moving, and no one can see it. There's more. A former aerospace contractor reached out from Arizona, said she worked on guidance systems for long-range payloads. She wouldn't say which agency, wouldn't say which program. But she said this: if the sky's gone dark and nothing's flying, it doesn't mean they stopped. It means whatever's moving doesn't need our systems anymore. What does that mean? I don't know. And honestly, I don't want to guess. What I do know is this: people are still helping each other. A listener near Tulsa said her neighborhood started a food exchange. No currency, just items and kindness. One guy trades clean water for baby formula. Someone else offers batteries for dog food. They keep everything in a parking garage, sectioned off with traffic cones. They call it the trade lot. No violence, no looting. Just people remembering how to share. You don't hear that on the official broadcasts, what's left of them. But it matters, more than anything else right now. I got a broken-up call from someone driving north on Route 15. Said they passed a message scrawled across a highway sign. The sky is still clear in the hills. Follow the birds. They didn't understand it. Neither do I. But they said they saw birds, whole flocks, moving west, then vanishing into the tree line. No sound, no scatter, just gone. It's eerie. But maybe it's a sign. Maybe the animals know something we don't. Or maybe it's nothing. But in a time like this, even maybe can be hope. A man in western Kentucky is transmitting shortwave poetry. No joke. He said he used to teach literature, lost his job after the second wave of closures, been alone since his partner passed 6 months ago. So now, every night, he reads a poem into the void. Tonight's was one he wrote himself. The world grew quiet, but I stayed loud. My words, a thread through this fearful shroud. If no one hears, I'll speak again. Into the static, again, again. I heard you, friend, and so did others. So if you're out there, unsure what to do next, speak. Even if your voice shakes, even if you think no one's listening, someone always is. Before I sign off this hour, let me give you something solid. Action steps. If you're near urban centers, move outward, not just to the suburbs, rural, forests, elevation. Water, boil, or filter. Watch for strange smells or sudden discoloration. We've had reports of contaminants in public reservoirs, possible sabotage, possible runoff. Doesn't matter. Don't trust it unfiltered. Power. If you've got fuel, ration it. Don't use generators at night unless you've masked all light and muffled the engine. Sound travels. Groups. Stay small. 5 to 10 max. Mobility matters now more than size. Communication. If you've got a hand crank or solar radio, scan the low bands every hour on the hour. We're working to keep regional loops active. If you're alone, keep talking anyway. And if you're scared, good. It means you still want to live. That's something the world can't take from you. This is Alex Reed. Still here, still watching the sky, still whispering back into the dark. I'll return in an hour, sooner if something changes. Until then, hold fast, stay ready, keep your story alive. Alex Reed, still on 103.7, still breathing, still broadcasting, still spinning the signal through the dark, hoping it lands somewhere, anywhere, where human hands can still feel its warmth. We're past the 32-hour mark since DEFCON 1 was activated. We're beyond the point of wondering whether this is real. It's real. It's here. The world didn't shatter in a single blow, but it's been breaking piece by piece, quietly, relentlessly. One voice, one light, one system at a time. And still, somehow, we remain. Reports just came in from outside Atlanta. The city's gone cold, power grids fully collapsed, police and emergency bands are silent. There's movement, military and otherwise, but no one's talking. Just motion. Quiet, efficient, watchful. A woman named Janine called in from the outskirts. She said the sky turned pink for a few seconds just after 3 a.m. No thunder, no wind, just color. And then all the dogs in the neighborhood started barking at once. Then they stopped. That was 2 hours ago. No one's heard anything since. From the West Coast, San Diego specifically, another whisper. This one from a teenager using an old walkie network his dad set up back when prepping was still a joke to most people. He said there's a ship sitting just off the coast, not a freighter, not a cruise liner, bigger than both, no lights, no communications, just there. And at night, it glows faint red underneath, like something's alive below the waterline. The local Coast Guard station hasn't answered for 12 hours. Some say it's a foreign carrier. Others say it's ours, but automated. A drone ship. No crew, just eyes and teeth. Whatever it is, it hasn't moved. But the kid said his dog won't go near the beach anymore. Just whimpers at the door and stares at the waves. Animals know before we do. They always have. I heard from a small town in Idaho, name not shared for safety. They've blocked off their roads. Not with barricades, with silence. They turned off every light, covered every window, stripped street signs and erased GPS coordinates from online maps. They don't want to be found. Not by anyone. And honestly, I don't blame them. There's something predatory in the air now. Something that doesn't care who it finds, only that it finds. But while fear is spreading like wildfire, so is something else. Resilience. There's a woman near Fargo. Her name is Danny. She converted a grain elevator into a vertical farm using scrap lights and reflective blankets. Says it smells like moss and diesel, but it's green. And it's growing. She's feeding 7 families with it. No power grid, no internet, just buckets of hope suspended from ropes and pulleys. She said, "The plants don't know what's happening out there. They just grow." There's a lesson in that. Don't stop growing just because the world forgot the sun. I got a shortwave relay message from a mountain ridge somewhere near the border of Montana and Canada. The voice was ragged, someone who'd hiked days to reach higher ground. She said the stars look brighter up there, and that if you hold still long enough, you can hear a kind of humming. Not mechanical, not electrical, something older, like the earth itself is singing beneath the snow. I believe her, because sometimes, when it gets quiet enough down here, I swear I hear it too. A low tone, a warning, or maybe a song. I want to tell you about a boy named Liam, 11 years old, lives somewhere in the Appalachians. His parents used to be librarians. They've started teaching other kids how to read using burned pages and scavenged flashcards. No screens, no tech, just paper, dirt, and patience. Liam sent in a drawing, hand-delivered through someone passing by. It was of a radio tower, standing alone on a hill. All around it were little dots, people, with their hands raised. At the top of the tower, he wrote, "We're still here." He's right. We're still here. Not just surviving, communicating, remembering, teaching, beacons in the storm. Let's talk about the broadcasts. Shortwave frequencies are lighting up in new places. There's something happening out west, Nevada, Arizona, Utah, a network forming. Not military, not government, civilian run. They're calling it the Relay Net. 12 towers, solar powered, operated by ham operators, ex-radio engineers, truckers, and a few teenage geniuses who still know how to solder wires without setting the house on fire. They've started patching people through, one by one, voice to voice. If you hear the tag Delta Echo Romeo, you're on the right band. Say your name, your location, and your hope. That's all they ask. A name, a place, and one reason you're still holding on. Some of the reasons I've heard? A man in a wheelchair who wants to see another sunrise. A mother who promised her daughter she'd bake bread again. A teenager who never kissed anyone and doesn't want to die before he knows what it feels like. A grandfather who still carries the recipe for chili in his wallet, even though there's no meat left. They're not big dreams, but they're enough. They're everything. I want you to know that I see you, even if I can't see your face. Even if your voice is just a flicker on the spectrum, I see you, and I believe in you. So wherever you are tonight, in a basement, in a tent, under a truck, inside a shipping container lit by a battery-powered lantern, know this: you are not lost, you are not forgotten, and this awful waiting isn't forever. Nothing is. Tomorrow may bring light, or it may bring fire, but if it brings you still standing, still breathing, still ready to speak, then we win. One more hour, one more night, one more voice. This is Alex Reed. I'll check in again soon. If you're awake, talk to the sky. Someone out there is still listening. Hold fast. This is Alex Reed, 103.7, still holding. If you're hearing this, it means something. Your radio still works, your walls are still standing, your heart is still beating. That's not nothing. In this moment, it's everything. We're now more than 34 hours into DEFCON 1, 2 nights without guidance, 2 sunrises without certainty, and still the missiles haven't flown, not the big ones. But something's happening, something below the surface. It's not just the broadcasts going quiet or the cities going dark. It's people. People disappearing from places they were just seen in. Whole towns emptied without struggle, without a sound. A man outside Boise said the gas station he filled up at yesterday is empty today. Lights on, doors open, coffee still hot on the counter. But not a soul in sight. No blood, no damage. Just absence. He said the birds are gone too. That's what scared him most. He left without taking the coffee. I don't blame him. When the world starts peeling itself apart, it's the little things that tell the truth. Some of you may have noticed the change in the air. Not just the silence, the weight. It's subtle, a shift. Like the planet itself is bracing for something. You can feel it in the bones, in the joints, in the way dogs whimper at corners and refuse to cross thresholds they used to ignore. I got a letter today, a real one, written on the back of a cereal box, delivered through 5 relay hands from someone who calls herself Jay. She didn't give a town or even a state, just a story. She said she's sheltering in a freight tunnel with a group of 6. Used to be 9. 1 left, didn't come back. 1 left the next day looking for the first. Still gone. They wait for sunrise every morning like it's a commandment. They boil snow. They ration crackers. They keep a notebook of every sound they hear. Time-stamped, described, ranked on a scale of how much it made their skin crawl. She ended the letter with this line: "Tell them the world is quieter than I expected, not peaceful. Just hollow, like something took the music and left the static." I read her words 3 times, each time slower. Each time they felt more true. We used to think noise meant danger, sirens, shouts, screams. But now it's the quiet that tells us we're close to the edge, that we've already tipped and we just haven't hit the bottom yet. There's news from the northern corridor. The cold is shifting. Temperatures are dropping fast, unnaturally fast, in places that shouldn't be freezing. South Dakota, Missouri, parts of Tennessee, overnight drops of 20-30 degrees. No systems in place, no explanation. Just sudden, raw cold. People are calling it the ghost frost. One man said he found frost creeping down his windows at dusk, then vanishing at midnight. No condensation, no snow, just a trail of crystals that disappeared the second he touched it. If you're in those zones, layer up. Even if the forecast says 50 degrees, even if your walls are insulated, keep a space heater near if you've got fuel. Otherwise, huddle close. Use body heat. Sleep in shifts. It's not just about staying warm. It's about not letting the dark in too deep. There are rumors, getting louder now, of something moving through the cities. Not soldiers, not drones. People, but not acting like people. Fast, coordinated, silent, no light, no visible weapons. They don't speak, they don't run, they just move. And when they pass, signals die, radios short, batteries drain, theories vary, new tech, biological manipulation, mass hallucination. But one thing is consistent across every report. They do not stop. If you see them, don't engage. Don't watch. Don't wait to see what happens next. Move. Quietly. Disappear before they notice you exist. That's the best advice I have tonight. Not courage. Not resistance. Disappearance. Become background noise, a shadow in the wallpaper, a forgotten corner of a ruined map. It might save your life. But in all this, there's still humanity. A woman named Carla sent in a voice message, one of the few still making it through. She's a midwife in New Mexico, helped deliver a baby by candlelight in the back of a hardware store 2 nights ago. No meds, no sterile tools, just boiled water, strong hands, and hope. The baby came out silent at first. Everyone held their breath. Then, one cry, small, fragile, but real. She said the whole room cried with her. That baby has no idea what kind of world it's been born into. But it cried. And that means it's alive. That means it's already stronger than most of us. She named her Marin, after the sea, because even in the desert, people remember water. You want to know what keeps me going? It's not faith in leadership. It's not faith in order. It's that cry. It's the man who plants potatoes under a tarp in the rain. It's the girl who tapes hand-drawn maps to trees for strangers she'll never meet. It's the kid who rewires a flashlight into a Morse code beacon and sends "I'm still here" every 10 minutes on the dot. You are the resistance. Not with guns, with memory, with light, with truth. This is Alex Reed. 1 more hour in the dark, and then we try again. Hold fast. Stay human. Tell your stories. Alex Reed on 103.7. We're closing in on hour 36. If you're still hearing this, it means we're still here, maybe bruised, maybe tired, but alive. And in a world this quiet, being alive is louder than it used to be. Something happened in the early hours of this morning. Something I can't fully explain. I was mid-transmission, reading a message from a group in the high plains, when the lights flickered. Not just here, but across every signal I've been monitoring. The spectrum turned white. No static, no hum, just blankness. And then, a tone. Low, dull, exactly 15 seconds long. Then silence again. Then everything came back, except the clock. Every timekeeping device on the board reset itself to 0. Midnight. That's not normal. And it wasn't an EMP. The gear is too old to be affected by a basic pulse. And it wasn't localized. Reports are coming in from as far as Alaska and Argentina. Same time, same tone, same reset. It's like someone flipped the table. Like someone somewhere wanted the whole world to stop and start again at 0. A hard reboot. And now, the wind feels different. The light has a strange tint to it. Like everything's still here, but not quite where it was yesterday. I don't know what it means, but nothing's felt normal since. Outside Phoenix, someone's been tagging messages on highway overpasses in white paint. Not slogans, not warnings, just numbers. 5-digit sequences. Same format. Varying locations. They're calling them grid codes. Some believe they're coordinates. Others think it's a tracking system for evac convoys. But none of them repeat. And none of them go public. I traced one of them using an old topo map and a pencil. It pointed to an abandoned rest stop in the middle of nowhere. When someone went to check it out, all they found was a single light bulb swinging from a hook in the ceiling, glowing despite the lack of power, and a chair facing the corner, still warm. Draw your own conclusions. Someone from the outskirts of Anchorage reported something I've heard now 4 times in the last day. The sky whispered. Not thunder, not radio interference. A whisper. They said they were outside, feeding the fire, and heard something behind them. Close, but soft. A voice. barely there. No words, just breath shaped into syllables that didn't belong to any language they knew. They turned around. No one there. The fire went out. I know what you're thinking. People are fraying. Minds under pressure crack in odd ways. Sleep deprivation, isolation, suggestion. Maybe that's it. But if 5 people, hundreds of miles apart, describe the same thing, tone, rhythm, silence after, it might not be hallucination. It might be something else entirely. A listener in rural Ohio called in using a rig so old it still runs on tubes. He said the animals are acting wrong, not just scared, organized. A line of deer walked across his field in perfect formation. No panic, no deviation. And when they passed, the cows in the pasture stared in the same direction for an hour. He timed them. 62 minutes. Then they all turned east. At the same time, and walked away. He's lived there 37 years. He said he's never seen anything like it. I don't know how much more of this we're meant to endure. But I do know this. The collapse we feared isn't coming like we thought it would. It's not a single bomb or a broadcast or a blinding flash. It's thousands of little wrongs stacking up like bricks in a wall we didn't know we were building. It's what you feel when the wind moves in a direction the weather never predicted. It's what you see when your reflection doesn't blink at the same time you do. It's what you hear when a friend's voice plays on a loop hours after they stopped talking. There's a group broadcasting from a lighthouse on the coast of Maine. Old school tech, steel guts, lantern light. They call themselves the Candle Line. Every night at the same time, they transmit 3 things. Weather updates from the open sea. Reports of passing ships. One story about something beautiful they remember from before. Last night, it was about a wedding in a backyard, twinkle lights, a borrowed speaker, 2 people dancing in the grass after the DJ packed up. Just them. No crowd. No song, just the beat of their feet in the dirt and the sound of laughter. They say they keep the stories alive so the world doesn't turn all the way to ash. I believe that's why I'm still speaking too. Because while everything around us bends and frays, we still have these threads. Voice to voice, memory to memory, light to light. If you're near the candleline signal, listen for 3 long pulses and a short one. That's them. Respond if you can. They'll hear you. And if they don't, I will. A voice came in from somewhere in the Rockies. It was weak, barely audible, but it carried something rare. Hope. She said they found a hot spring tucked behind a frozen ridge. Clean water. Warmth. Steam rising into the freezing air like ghosts trying to escape. They're using it to bathe, to cook, to breathe without shaking. She said the kids laugh when they sit in the water, like it's summer again, like nothing's wrong. She said, for 10 minutes a day, we remember what it felt like to live. That's enough. That's more than enough. So tonight, wherever you are, if your hands are cold, if your roof is cracked, if your hope feels thin as wire, remember, someone is laughing in warm water beneath a mountain no one's bombed. Someone is still remembering. And so should you. This is Alex Reed. I'll be back after I rest the gear. Stay sharp. Stay warm. Stay you. This is Alex Reed. It's hour 38. 38 hours since DEFCON 1. 38 hours since the old world blinked. Since the president vanished into a bunker and the rest of us were left topside, waiting to find out what counts as survival now. If you're listening, you're still in this. And if you're still in this, then there's still a story left to tell. I'm running low on power again. The crank handle's stripped smooth, and my backup battery isn't holding a charge like it used to. But I'll keep talking for as long as something inside this console keeps humming back at me. Because quiet doesn't mean peace. Not anymore. And someone out there needs to hear a human voice tonight. You ever feel like the world is holding its breath? Not in anticipation. Not in fear. In exhaustion. Like the whole planet is tired of being torn in half and just wants to rest. But it can't. Because too much is already in motion. Because the machines are too loud. Because we built too many triggers with no safeties. That's how tonight feels. The wind hasn't moved in hours. The clouds are hanging low and thick, but not moving. I lit a candle 20 minutes ago, and the flame hasn't flickered once. It just burns straight up. Like gravity forgot what it was supposed to do. And it's not just here. I've gotten messages from as far as Argentina and northern Finland, all reporting the same stillness. No wind, no bird calls, no weather systems moving the way they should. One listener in Iceland said it best. It's like the world paused the game but didn't tell the players. And some of the players are starting to notice. In the last 8 hours, 3 different survivors in 3 different regions have reported the exact same thing. A single siren in the distance. Faint, mechanical, not an air raid, not a tornado alarm, just a slow rising tone, and then silence. No follow-up, no explanation. And when they went toward it, it vanished. Not like it shut off, like it was never there. That's happening more often now. The untraceable, the unprovable, but real. Whatever this is, it's not all war, not all politics. It's something bigger, older maybe, or newer than we can grasp. And it's watching. Earlier tonight, I got a message from someone who sounded like they were running while speaking. They were breathing hard, speaking fast, words tumbling over each other. They said they saw light moving through the trees, not flashlight beams, not flares. Something else. Columns of blue-white light drifting sideways across the forest, weaving through the trunks like they were alive. No noise, no smoke, just a low-frequency buzz in the chest that made them drop to their knees. They covered their eyes. When they opened them again, the light was gone. And so was their dog. No tracks, no blood, just gone. They said it wasn't fear that made them run. It was the feeling that whatever was watching had seen everything inside them. Like it didn't just look at them, it read them. That's not war tech. That's something else. I can't explain it. I'm not even sure I believe it. But I've heard it too many times to ignore. Back in Tennessee, there's a place called Camp Hollow Ridge. Used to be a summer camp for kids. Canoes, cabins, lake water that smelled like old leaves and sunscreen. Now it's home to 27 survivors. They've made it work. Rewired the old kitchen into a command center. Built solar panels from garden lights and copper pipe. Used the lake for water, fish when they can, trap when they can't. They have a rule. No one goes alone. Not even to the bathroom. And every night before they sleep, someone reads a story from the camp's lost and found. A book someone left behind. Tonight, it was The Velveteen Rabbit. The part about becoming real. I can't stop thinking about that. Maybe that's what's happening now. Maybe the world is being made real again. Stripped down. Burned back to the basics. No illusion. Just raw, uncomfortable truth. I don't know. But I know this. They're still reading stories, by candlelight, in a camp once meant for summer joy. And the kids still laugh. Software tired, but real. I got a shortwave pulse from a town that doesn't exist on most maps anymore. The man who sent it called it New Grace. Said it's just 5 houses, 2 wells, and a greenhouse made of windshield glass. They take in wanderers. No weapons allowed inside. They trade labor for food, stories for shelter. He said they don't ask who you were, only who you're trying to be now. There's something holy in that, something worth remembering. We've talked a lot about the dark, the silence, the fear. But don't forget the other side. Don't forget the people still cooking bread on hot stones. Don't forget the women knitting blankets from old bed sheets. The kids painting murals on the walls of their shelters using charcoal and berry juice. The man who built a wind chime out of broken keys and hung it over a crumbled doorway, just to remind himself what music sounded like. This isn't just about surviving the blast. It's about surviving the waiting, the unraveling, and still waking up tomorrow with your soul intact. If you're alone tonight, know this: you are not forgotten. Someone, somewhere, is holding your name in their mind without even knowing they're doing it. You're part of the story. You always were. And as long as this mic has breath and this signal has teeth, I'll keep speaking that truth. This is Alex Reed. I'll rest now, but I'll return soon. Hold fast and remember who you are. Alex Reed. 103.7 on the dial, though I know for most of you, the numbers don't matter anymore. Radios don't care about frequencies when you're just searching for a human voice, any voice. So here I am. We're now pushing past the 40-hour mark since DEFCON 1 was declared. 40 hours since the bunker doors sealed, since the screens went black, since the world exhaled and forgot how to breathe back in. No missiles yet, no bombs, no official surrender. But that doesn't mean the war hasn't started, because the fight isn't in the sky. It's in the waiting, the dread, the empty seats at tables that used to be full, the soft click of a dead phone line when you try one last number you swore you'd never forget. I've been thinking about something a caller said earlier. She asked, "If nothing happens, does that mean we imagined it? Or that we survived it?" I didn't have an answer then. I still don't. But I think we're all somewhere between those two possibilities, living in the middle space between what could have killed us and what might still. And in that space, people are still trying to build something out of the ash. There's a bridge outside of Tulsa, Highway 51. You wouldn't know it by name. It's just another rusted-over skeleton of metal and cement. But right now, it's lit. Christmas lights strung across the guardrails, a generator humming beneath the western support column. No one's living under it, not anymore. They say it's a signpost, a message. Still here. They only run the lights for 2 hours a night, long enough for anyone passing through to see that someone cared enough to say so. A young man I spoke with, calls himself Noah, helped put them up. He said he didn't know what good it would do, that maybe it was a waste of power. But then he said this: "Even if nobody sees it, I'll know the dark didn't win that day." We all need our own version of that bridge. Some build it with words, some with song, some with old wires and stubborn hope. Just build yours, and leave the lights on, even if it's only for a little while. Reports keep trickling in from the northern plains. Strange ground quakes, Shallow, rhythmic, not natural. 1 every 2 hours, give or take. No epicenter. Just a thrum that runs up through the soles of your feet and settles behind your eyes. People are saying it feels like breathing. Not human, not animal. Something bigger. I've felt it here too. The station sits on bedrock, and even that isn't immune. Sometimes the records skip, even the ones that aren't playing. Sometimes the dust on the shelves shifts, even with the windows shut. Something's moving beneath us, whether it's machines, missiles, or something older. We don't know yet. But don't ignore the small movements. They're how big things arrive. I've also started hearing from more people in the Ridge Loop. That's what we're calling the arc of communities from North Georgia, through the Carolinas and into Virginia. Used to be coal country. Now it's radio country. They've begun coordinating on relay hours, taking turns transmitting, pooling batteries, sharing survivor counts, weather updates, food statuses. It's slow, but it's something. One of their call signs is just 3 words: no one alone. Let that sit for a second. Not, we have food. Not, weapons ready. Just, no one alone. Sometimes that's more powerful than any siren. I heard from a teenager tonight, Maya, from somewhere near Little Rock. She said her parents haven't come home. She doesn't know if they're alive or if they left to keep her safe. She found a notebook her mom used to write in. It's filled with stories her mother made up just for her. And now, every night, Maya reads one of those stories into a cassette recorder. She doesn't know if the batteries will last, but she said this: "If I go quiet, I want the last thing I ever say to be something my mom made up, because that means she's still here too." That wrecked me. And it reminded me why I haven't stopped talking. Because if this is all we have left, words on the wind, then let them mean something. Let them carry names and memories and the truth of who we are before the fire came. I'll end this hour with a message sent from a group near Lake Superior. They call themselves The Thread. No leaders, no flags, just people who refuse to fray. They sent out a list, not demands, not rules, just reminders. I'll read a few now, in case you need them. If someone knocks and says they're alone, believe them, then feed them. If a fire goes out, light it again, even if you're cold. Especially if you're cold. Don't throw away books, even the bad ones. They hold warmth. Leave notes on doors, on trees, on dashboards. You never know who's looking. And if you have nothing else to offer, tell a story. Because stories are what's left when the power's gone and the sky has forgotten how to be blue. Stories are the last light. And right now, we still have light. This is Alex Reed. 1 more hour down. I'll be back soon. Until then, hold fast. Alex Reed, 103.7, 41 hours in. I don't know what the world looks like where you are right now. Maybe your roof is intact. Maybe you're huddled in the back of a truck that hasn't moved in 2 days. Maybe you're curled up next to a fire or a candle or the last glowing bar on a dying phone. Wherever you are, you're not alone. It's been nearly 2 days since the DEFCON alert hit. We've stopped asking what triggered it. That doesn't matter anymore. Now the question is, what's next? Because something's coming. Not a missile, not a siren. Something else. I've been getting more messages from the interior. from people who say they've started seeing things, shadows that don't belong, not movement, not hallucinations, just outlines. One man outside of St. Louis said he watched a figure standing in the middle of an abandoned football field for 6 hours. Didn't move, didn't react, just stood there until night fell. Then it was gone. No tracks, no sound, nothing on thermal. He wasn't the only one. We're calling them the still ones now. No one's approached. No one's tried. That's probably for the best. If you see one, keep your distance. Change your direction. Forget it's there. I know how that sounds. I know it feels like we're all just hearing ghosts now. But too many reports from too many places tell me this isn't just nerves. Something out there is learning how to watch us. Something out there is waiting. On a different note, we've got news from the Northern Safe Corridor. A small outpost near Thunder Bay just sent out a successful broadcast ping. They're alive, stable, low on medicine, but strong on bodies. They've repurposed a logging road into a landing strip. Not for planes, for gliders. Silent flight, no fuel, no noise. They're using them to ferry supplies and keep eyes on surrounding routes. If you're within 100 miles of that region, listen for the triple pulse frequency, 73.3 shortwave. It's faint, but it's real, and they're looking for more hands. They call themselves the Pines, and they ended their last message with this: "We are not prey." Good. Hold that. Own it. Because whatever's out there, whatever's waking up, it needs to know that too. Let me tell you what I've seen here tonight. The candle by the window hasn't gone out once, not through the drafts, not through the shifting wood. It stands steady, like it's daring the dark to try harder. And outside the window, a fox, still, calm, watching me. I've lived near these woods for 20 years. I've never seen a fox sit still this long. It's not afraid. It's not curious. It's waiting. And that's what I'm trying to understand. Are we the ones being watched, or are we the only ones still watching? There's a boy in Louisiana, maybe 11, built a reflector dish from an old umbrella and some tinfoil. He calls it the ear. He picks up weak signals on a hacked radio he keeps running with a solar lantern stripped down to its cells. Last night, he caught a voice repeating one word: begin. He doesn't know where it came from. None of us do. It wasn't a language he recognized, just the sound, over and over. Begin. He asked me, what does it mean to begin when everything's already ending? That's a hell of a question for someone who hasn't even hit high school. But I think I know the answer. We begin anyway, not because the world says so, not because we're ready. We begin because not beginning means it's already over. Somewhere in the Cascades, there's a woman carving names into stones, not tombstones, not monuments, just rocks. Small, flat river stones, one name per stone. No dates, no details, just memory. She leaves them on paths, fence posts, outside shelter doors. If you find one, she says, take it with you. Speak the name once, then place it somewhere else. She calls it the long remembrance, a way to carry the lost without building graves. I think we'll need that soon, because when the last map fades, when the last grid dies, all that'll be left is the names we chose to carry. So if you've lost someone, speak their name. Say it out loud, right now. Even if it feels silly, even if the only one listening is a radio host you'll never meet. Say it and let it echo. Let it matter. Because if we don't remember them, who will? And if we don't remember us, what are we fighting for? In South Dakota, there's a rest stop that's turned into a sanctuary. 3 truckers, 2 nurses, and a family of 6. No fences, just vigilance. They use semi-trailers as walls, solar panels to power a floodlight, and old CB radios to keep contact with anyone passing by. Their rule? Anyone can stay one night. Enough time to rest, to warm up, to cry if you need to. Then move on. They don't ask for names, but they offer food, blankets, words. They call it the pause. I think we need more places like that. Not safe zones, not military outposts, just pauses, breathing spaces in the unraveling. You don't need walls for that. You just need to care. Before I close this hour, I want to read something sent in by a woman named Teresa. She's in Oregon, lives alone in a cabin with 3 dogs and a wood stove that never quite works right. She wrote, "I spent the first day crying, the second day listening, and today I spoke. I didn't say much, just hello. Just, I'm here. But the forest heard me, and that was enough. It is enough." This is Alex Reed, still here, still speaking, still lighting candles in the dark. I'll be back after a short break to crank this old battery back to life. Until then, say your name, say your story. Say something that reminds you who you are. Hold fast. Alex Reed, 103.7 FM. We've crossed the 43-hour mark, and the world still holds. Just barely. I want to start tonight's broadcast with a voice from the eastern edge of what's left of the grid. A man named Ellis, calling from the roof of an old high school somewhere near Raleigh. He's been alone for 5 days. He's rigged a solar panel to a ham set and climbs to the roof every hour, on the hour. This morning, he caught my voice, and tonight, I caught his. He said, "I thought maybe the world was over, but then I heard a man reading names on the wind. That meant something hadn't quit yet. That meant I didn't have to either." So if you're hearing this, Ellis, you're not alone anymore. No one who hears this voice ever really is. Let me catch you up. The relay net out west is expanding. 4 new towers came online in the last 12 hours. 2 in Colorado, 1 outside Albuquerque, and 1 deep in the desert. Unknown location, just a call sign. Cicada 9. Whoever's running it doesn't talk much, but the signal's strong, steady. They broadcast a tone every 15 minutes, just 3 rising notes. Some say it's a beacon. Others think it's counting down, but it's consistent. And in times like these, that's more valuable than gold. If you're tuning your dials tonight, listen for the 3-tone signal. If you hear it, say something. Anything. Let them know you're out there. That's all they want. Proof of life. Meanwhile, the cities continue to collapse quietly. Not with fire, not with screams, but with absence. Cleveland, Charlotte, Sacramento. No new transmissions, no visible movement on the perimeter scans, no power draw. Just dead grids and hollow echoes. You don't need bombs to break a city. You just stop feeding it. People flee. Silence moves in. And then it's gone. I know that's hard to hear. But here's the thing. Out beyond the ruins, pockets are holding. There's a mountaintop near Asheville where 3 families have set up wind turbines using bicycle rims and salvaged copper. They've got enough juice to power LED strips and a shortwave antenna. They send out bedtime stories for children every night at 7 p.m. Eastern. No politics, no warnings, just stories. A few nights ago, they read The Giving Tree. One of the kids cried when it ended. Not because it was sad, but because it reminded her of something normal. Let me say that again, for anyone who needs to hear it. Normal still exists. Not everywhere, not in the old way, but in flickers, in voices reading stories, in lanterns left burning by roadsides, in people who still wave when you pass, even if their hands are empty, in warmth. We received an emergency report from near Helena, Montana. A convoy, 6 vehicles, was stopped by a landslide. Natural or triggered, no one knows. They were stranded for 16 hours. No one came until someone did. A farmer on a snowmobile, dragging 2 sleds filled with medical kits, canned food, and firewood. He didn't give a name, just handed off the supplies and said, "Next group's 2 hours behind you." Then he turned and rode into the snow. That's the world we live in now. One stranger at a time, one act at a time. There are whispers, nothing confirmed yet, of something building along the old Appalachian Trail, somewhere near the Virginia-West Virginia line, a stretch of path being cleared, literature patrolled by volunteers. No uniforms, no flags, just people who want a corridor, a way for the walking to find others. They say if you see a tree marked with white chalk and a string of ribbon, follow it. It means someone passed before you, and they wanted you to live too. Follow the ribbon. Lights fading faster tonight, not just out the window, in the signal. There's something thick in the air, some pressure. You can feel it in your ears, in your teeth. A kind of tension that doesn't come from weather. Feels like a low hum. Deep down in the bones of the station, I've shut off everything non-essential, running on battery alone. If I go out for a while, don't panic. I'll be back. I always come back. Until the signal's dead and my voice breaks for the last time, I'll come back. You deserve that. Let me read something now. A letter. Found taped to a generator in an abandoned clinic in Wisconsin. We didn't make it, but if you find this, the generator still works. The insulin is inside, fridge on the left. We stocked it before the last run. Take what you need. Leave what you can. Ben and Tara. They didn't know who would come next, but they prepared for them anyway. That's not just kindness, that's legacy. Build your legacy, survivors, not with monuments, with mercy. And before I sign off for this hour, a personal note. I've been thinking about my father. He was a lineman, fixed downed power lines after storms. Used to say electricity was like a song we forgot how to sing. He taught me to listen to the hum in the wires. Said if you stood still enough, long enough, you could hear whether the world was healing or hurting. I don't hear the hum anymore, but I still remember the song. And I'll keep playing it back, in case someone forgot the words. This is Alex Reed, still holding, still here. You hold too, hold fast. Alex Reed. This is 103.7, and this is hour 45. If you're still tuning in, if the static gave way to this voice, then you're alive. That means the world hasn't ended. Not entirely, not yet. We're in what some callers have started calling the long pause. No all clear, no detonation, no surrender, just this long, fraying silence. And maybe that's what this is now, a test of endurance, not just survival. Who can hold their breath the longest? Who can live inside the stillness without losing what makes them human? I've started pacing the station between breaks. It's a habit, not a strategy. 10 steps to the door, 12 back to the desk. Floor creaks the same every time. There's comfort in repetition, in knowing some things haven't shifted beneath your feet. Outside, the wind has picked up again, sharp, dry, directionless, like it's circling for something, but can't quite remember what. Maybe it's doing what we are, waiting for a signal. You should know. I heard from someone in what used to be downtown Salt Lake. She said the ground trembled in the middle of the night. Not a quake, but a pulse. Everything metal rang, just once. Not loud, but clean. Pure. She said it made her teeth hurt. And when she looked outside, every screen, phones, tablets, old laptops, lit up. No power, no internet, just a white screen, then black again, just long enough to be seen. She said she wasn't scared when it happened. She was scared when it stopped. There's a camp out near the Ozarks, about 25 people, all sleeping in the shell of an old church. No windows left, but the roof mostly holds. They've started ringing the bell every morning. Not because they expect someone to hear it, but because it reminds them they're still here. I asked one of them, "Why a bell?" She said, "Because it's the only sound we have that doesn't apologize." I understood that more than I could explain. Some people keep journals. Others record voice logs. Others build things, shelters, traps, fires. But some people ring bells because they want the sky to remember we're not gone yet. You should also know, we've confirmed that the Haven coordinates are still transmitting. Same signal, same tone. They haven't answered questions in over a day, but the signal is there, clean, on a loop. Either someone is still alive, or someone made sure their hope was automated before they left. If you're within range, head north. Bring extra fuel, bring others. Travel quiet, travel light, travel aware. People traveling alone are disappearing faster than anyone wants to admit. No blood, no signs of struggle, just gone. Someone said it best earlier. The night used to be dark. Now it feels hollow. There's a difference. Darkness holds things. Hollows swallow them. A listener called from a boat tonight. Didn't give his name. Said he hadn't set foot on land in 3 weeks. Just him, a diesel motor, and enough canned beans to float the hull. He said the ocean doesn't feel right. Too still, too warm. Fish aren't moving like they should. Currents drift against the charts. He swears he passed a cargo ship drifting without lights, every container open, nothing inside, no crew, no sound. He turned and left. Didn't check for survivors, didn't want to know. And who could blame him? Curiosity used to be a strength. Now it's a risk. Speaking of risk, I've been debating whether to share this, but I've always promised honesty. There's something happening in the high desert. I don't know what to call it. People are hearing music. Not through radios, not through speakers, through walls. Long, low notes, like cellos played underwater. Or power lines that hum just enough to make you weep without knowing why. They say the sound only comes when you're alone, never in pairs, never in groups. One woman said it made her sit down in the dirt and cry for 20 minutes. She didn't know the song, didn't understand the lyrics, but it felt like a goodbye. She said the melody followed her for 3 days. Then it stopped. And now her voice shakes when she tries to sleep. I don't know what it means. I only know she's not the only one. Maybe the world is singing its own requiem, or maybe something older is waking up, something that doesn't use words. But let's not forget the other side. A small town north of Des Moines lit their street lamps tonight. Solar charged, battery backed, rigged to flip on with a single crank. They lit them not because they had to, but because they wanted to. They said, light should not be a memory. So if you're in that town and you're listening now, thank you. You reminded us that not all fires are warnings. Some are invitations, some are answers. Before I sign off, I want to leave you with something I read today. A passage carved into a park bench in what used to be San Antonio. A survivor passed it on to me, scrawled on a crumpled napkin. If the stars go out, we'll hang mirrors in the trees. And when we forget the words, we'll hum what's left of the tune. And when the fires come, we'll tell the stories anyway. That's what I'm doing here, telling the stories anyway. Even if the stars are dimmer now, even if the silence presses harder every night, even if I'm just humming into static, I'll keep humming. This is Alex Reed. Still standing. Still transmitting. Still believing the tune matters. Stay awake. Stay alive. Hold fast. Alex Reed. It's hour 47. 47 hours since the emergency codes started pouring in. 47 hours since the last known transmission from the Capitol. 47 hours since we dropped to DEFCON 1 and the world began holding its breath. Still no missiles. Still no words from the bunker. But things are changing, and not all of them are visible. Let me begin tonight with a signal, not mine, one I picked up at 3:17 a.m. Barely a whisper on the band, buried beneath static. No voice, no call letters, just piano music. Old, grainy, slowed slightly, like the reel was stretched. It played for exactly 5 minutes and 31 seconds. Then silence. I traced the origin as best I could. Somewhere near the old rail junction east of Denver. Nothing registered on the main bands. No known relay stations. Just a melody in the dark. And I swear, for the first time in days, the air in here felt lighter. The dust settled. The window fogged. Music still lives. And if music lives, so do we. There's a woman out west. She didn't say her name. Just said she was the one with the chickens. She's been recording updates on her flock like dispatches from the front line. Every morning she reads off the names she gave them. Rosie, Bandit, Carl. She says when she feeds them, she pretends it's still spring. Not because she's in denial, but because the world outside the coop isn't allowed in there. She said something I won't forget. If you can make a chicken feel safe, you're still doing okay. I believe her. If you're out there tonight wondering what good you are to a world this broken, ask yourself one thing. Did you keep someone warm? Did you speak kindly? Did you offer half a can when you only had one? Then you're doing better than most leaders ever did. You're holding the line. There's news from the old steel corridor, Cleveland, Pittsburgh, Youngstown. A network is forming. Informal, quiet, built on whispers passed between travelers and anchored by a church basement with a still-running battery bank. They don't call themselves a resistance. They call themselves the Menders. Their only rule? Leave each place better than you found it, even if that just means folding the blanket. Even if it just means writing a note for the next person who finds the shelter. There's something holy in that. A different kind of defense. Not with guns, with grace. I got a voice relay today from a man riding a horse across Texas. His engine died 2 weeks ago, and the roads were too blocked to continue. So he walked until he found a ranch, saddled up, kept moving. He's carrying messages. Handwritten ones, sealed in tin cans, passed between homesteads. He said, "If the wires don't work, the legs still do." He's not fast, but he's steady. And right now, steady matters more than fast. We used to think speed was the future, but maybe patience is what saves us. That same rider said he passed a tree on the side of the road, covered in scraps of fabric, each one marked with a symbol, a name, or a date. It was a memorial. But it didn't feel like grief. He said it felt like roots, like people were anchoring themselves in place, saying, "We were here. We mattered." You do. Wherever you're listening from tonight, tent, tunnel, rooftop, basement, you matter. And I hear you, even when I don't. Even when the frequency skips and the wires buzz and the signal drops beneath the static, I still hear you. Your silence is still a presence. There's been another development. More reports from the Great Lakes region, faint lights beneath the water, not boats, not sonar. They're being seen from cliffsides, from shoreline lookouts, pale green, shifting, always just below the surface. And they're moving in formation. I don't know what they are, but I do know this. We've forgotten how much of this planet we don't control. We built satellites and bunkers and warning systems, but we never understood the deep. Maybe we're starting to. There's a boy in Western New York, maybe 12, been keeping track of star patterns each night. Says the sky is shifting faster than it used to. He tracks them with colored pencils on lined paper. He said, "The stars are trying to tell us something, but they're whispering." I believe him. We used to look up for answers. Now we just look for proof that we're not alone. Well, you're not. I got a message scratched onto the back of a torn playing card. Queen of Hearts. Hand-delivered through 5 different people. It simply said, "If you're reading this, I'm okay. I made it past the river. The fire didn't catch. I still have the ring. I still remember what you told me about the stars. I haven't forgotten. K. That's all. And it was enough to undo me. So, here's my version, for anyone who needs it. If you're hearing this, I'm okay. The tower still stands. The gear still runs. I still remember what the sky looked like when it was blue. And I won't let go of that memory. Not ever. I'll be back soon. Rest while you can. Light a candle. Write a name on something that will last. Because the world's still turning. And so are we. This is Alex Reed. Hold fast. Alex Reed, 103.7 FM, hour 51. We're past the halfway point of the 3rd full day since DEFCON 1. Still no official broadcast, no speech from the mountain, no word from the bunker. The silence is becoming a kind of answer in itself. Whatever those inside are planning, it doesn't include us. But that's all right, because we're planning without them. And tonight, something strange is happening. Something I never thought I'd hear again. Laughter. Not recorded, not remembered. Real, present tense laughter, crackling through the relay lines from places that shouldn't have power, from voices that shouldn't still have the strength to smile. It's small, but it's spreading. There's a child in Montana who's been telling knock-knock jokes to passing travelers. His mother calls them toll jokes. If you want water or warmth, you've got to laugh first. He told one over the band tonight. Knock, knock. Who's there? Nana. Nana who? Nana your business. It's terrible, but I laughed anyway. And that matters. Because laughter isn't weakness. It's defiance. It means we haven't given the world full permission to fall apart. So wherever you are, tell a joke, even if no one's around to hear it. Say something stupid, something human. Because we still are. Human, I mean, even if the governments are gone, even if the machines forgot our names. We still remember how to laugh. Let me shift gears for a second. There's a man walking across what used to be Oklahoma. He's got a cart strapped to his waist and a dog named Pluto riding in the basket. He calls out on shortwave every night around midnight. Same words. No map, no mission, just motion. He says it reminds him of being alive. I've started listening for him. Sometimes that's all you need. A point of contact, a voice in the static, even if they're far away, even if they're not talking to you. There's a group moving up the Pacific coast, a chain of runners, each responsible for carrying updates from town to town. They don't use radios, don't trust tech. They rely on ink, memory, and speed. They call themselves the Signal Corps. Old name, new purpose. They travel in pairs. One runs, the other watches. Always watching. If you're near the Oregon coast and see two figures moving fast and quiet through a field, don't call out. Don't follow. Just leave a message behind. A drawing, a symbol, a mark in the dirt. They'll see it, and they'll carry it forward. I think about that sometimes, how far a message can travel if we just keep handing it off. One whisper at a time. One soul to the next. I got a report from a place I thought was gone. Baton Rouge. Turns out it isn't. Not completely. A shelter under the interstate overpass has been reworked into a growing outpost. They use scaffolding for defense and fuel truck tanks to store water. They've got 15 people, a working stove, and something else. A printer. Solar-powered, still connected to an old network drive someone salvaged. They're printing stories, on paper, true ones. Fictional ones. Doesn't matter. They're making books. They hand them to people who pass through. Some stay, some go. But they take those words with them. And somewhere down the road, maybe they'll read them by lantern light to someone who hasn't heard a voice in days. That's power. More than any bomb, more than any drone. The written word in shaking hands. A woman from the ruins of Seattle left a note in a collapsed parking garage. It was taped to the back of a fire escape door, written in lipstick on an old piece of cardboard. It said, "I'm not dead. I just don't want to be seen right now. If you find this, take a deep breath. Inhale once for me." I did. And maybe you should too. Breathe for those who can't, for those who ran too far, for those who couldn't. Now, a word of caution. There have been more sightings of the still ones, the figures that stand without movement, that stare without blinking. They're being seen further inland now, Nebraska, Iowa, even southern Ontario. Always alone, always still. Some say they're watching, others say they're waiting. but one survivor near Lincoln said she tried to speak to one, just once. No response. But when she turned away, her radio started broadcasting her own voice back to her. Not a recording, a mirror. She asked it to stop. It did. And when she looked again, it was gone. So be careful. Some things in this world no longer play by the rules. And some of them may have learned how to mimic us better than we ever expected. But we still have one thing left they don't. We still know how to hope. We still know how to try. So I'll end this hour with something that came in from the Dakota stretch, a scrap of metal carved by hand, passed between 3 different groups until it landed here. It says, "Hope is heavier than fear. That's why we carry it together." So I'll carry a little for you tonight. You carry a little for someone else tomorrow. And maybe we all make it to morning. This is Alex Reed, still sending, still singing into the dark. Be safe, be loud when it matters, be quiet when it counts, and always hold fast. Alex Reed, 103.7 FM, hour 53. 3 days and then some. That's how long it's been since DEFCON 1 became more than just a line in a handbook, since voices from Washington stopped, since power grids started blinking out not in bursts, but in patterns, since bunkers locked shut, and people above ground started looking at each other like maybe we were all that was left. And now, we're still here. I want to start tonight by reading a signal capture from a shortwave relay station in Alberta. It came in just before sunrise. A woman's voice. Calm, unrushed, older. "This morning I made tea. The real kind. Leaves I kept in a jar labeled for emergencies. This felt like one. I sat by the stove and watched the steam rise. Nothing tried to kill me. That's enough to call it a good day." I played that recording 3 times before I realized what I was feeling. Peace. Not because things are better, but because someone, somewhere, remembered how to be still without giving up. And I think we all need to relearn that. Here's what we know right now. The East Coast is unstable. Pockets of survivors are still moving through the Appalachian corridor, guided by hand-painted trail markers and old fire roads. Some have set up temporary outposts inside ranger stations. If you're close, look for the triple red triangle. It means shelter. One group calls themselves the Ember Line. Their motto is simple: "We keep what glows." Food, stories, memories. The things that still warm us, that still hum. Out west, the air is growing stranger. Not colder, not warmer, denser. People report that sounds don't travel the way they used to. A scream doesn't carry past a ridge. A whisper echoes longer than it should. Something about the sky feels closer, like the clouds are listening. There was a report out of Nevada. A man walking alone through an old mining town said he saw what looked like a person standing on top of a water tower. Perfect posture, no movement. He raised his hand. The figure raised theirs. He waved. It waved. Then it stepped off the tower. No fall, no sound, just gone. He didn't go into town after that, and neither should you. We don't know what those things are yet, but they're watching the places we used to live, and they're learning fast. Let's talk about the underground network. Yes, it exists, and yes, it's growing. Started with a few couriers running messages between stations. Now it's a full web spanning from Saskatchewan to Mississippi. People on foot, bikes, horses. Some even rebuilt electric scooters using car batteries. They call themselves the chain. They move under the assumption that every message matters, even the small ones, even "we're alive." Especially, "we're alive." I got one of their packets yesterday. Inside, a folded map with a handwritten update on road conditions. A photo of someone's dog, name written on the back. Milo, still kicking. A note that said, "Station 7 burned, but we got the people out. Holding at Mill Creek." No demands, no drama, just truth. And that's all we need to keep going. Truth and each other. In the Southwest, something else is happening. People are gathering, not in fear, in purpose. A place called The Ladder has emerged somewhere in New Mexico. No one knows the exact coordinates, only that you follow the hummingbird sigils carved into fence posts and arroyos. When you reach a red door nailed to a tree, you wait. Someone will find you. They say inside, it's quiet, safe. There's music and bread and a rule. No talk of before, only talk of what's next. I don't know who started it, but I believe in them. Because we need places like that now. Places where the past doesn't get to be the prison, where the future still gets to write itself. You want more good news? I have it. There's a man in Kansas who found a way to fix old transistor radios using spare car parts and glass from broken solar yard lights. He's teaching others. He doesn't charge. He just asks for stories. If you bring him a tale, he'll bring you a voice, a fair trade. That's what this is all about now. Voice for voice, memory for warmth, signal for signal. And here at this station, I'll keep sending them out, one at a time, until the airwaves belong to the dark or my hands give out. But we're not there yet. I want to end this hour with something simple. A voice message from a little girl near Boise. She whispered it into a radio powered by a hand crank her brother built from a mountain bike. It's just 8 words. If you're sad, go look at the moon. She's right. Go outside. Find it. Even if it's a sliver. Even if the clouds blur it. Because it's still there. So are we. And as long as there are voices on the wind, as long as laughter slips through the cracks, as long as people remember each other's names, we haven't lost. Not yet. This is Alex Reed. I'll be back soon. But for now, go look at the moon and hold fast. Alex Reed, 103.7 FM, hour 53. 3 days and then some. That's how long it's been since DEFCON 1 became more than just a line in a handbook. Since voices from Washington stopped. Since power grids started blinking out not in bursts, but in patterns. Since bunkers locked shut and people above ground started looking at each other like maybe we were all that was left. And now, we're still here. I want to start tonight by reading a signal capture from a shortwave relay station in Alberta. It came in just before sunrise. A woman's voice. Calm, unrushed, older. This morning, I made tea. The real kind. Leaves I kept in a jar labeled for emergencies. This felt like one. I sat by the stove and watched the steam rise. Nothing tried to kill me. That's enough to call it a good day. I played that recording 3 times before I realized what I was feeling. Peace. Not because things are better, but because someone somewhere remembered how to be still without giving up. And I think we all need to relearn that. Here's what we know right now. The East Coast is unstable. Pockets of survivors are still moving through the Appalachian corridor, guided by hand-painted trail markers and old fire roads. Some have set up temporary outposts inside ranger stations. If you're close, look for the triple red triangle. It means shelter. One group calls themselves the Ember Line. Their motto is simple: we keep what glows. Food, stories, memories, the things that still warm us, that still hum. Out west, the air is growing stranger. Not colder, not warmer, denser. People report that sounds don't travel the way they used to. A scream doesn't carry past a ridge. A whisper echoes longer than it should. Something about the sky feels closer, like the clouds are listening. There was a report out of Nevada. A man walking alone through an old mining town said he saw what looked like a person standing on top of a water tower. Perfect posture. No movement. He raised his hand. The figure raised theirs. He waved. It waved. Then it stepped off the tower. No fall. No sound. Just gone. He didn't go into town after that. And neither should you. We don't know what those things are yet. But they're watching the places we used to live, and they're learning fast. Let's talk about the underground network. Yes, it exists, and yes, it's growing. Started with a few couriers running messages between stations. Now it's a full web, spanning from Saskatchewan to Mississippi. People on foot, bikes, horses. Some even rebuilt electric scooters using car batteries. They call themselves the chain. They move under the assumption that every message matters, even the small ones, even we're alive. Especially we're alive. I got one of their packets yesterday. Inside, a folded map with a handwritten update on road conditions. A photo of someone's dog, name written on the back, Milo still kicking. A note that said, Station 7 burned, but we got the people out, holding at Mill Creek. No demands, no drama, just truth. And that's all we need to keep going. Truth, and each other. In the Southwest, something else is happening. People are gathering, not in fear, in purpose. A place called The Ladder has emerged somewhere in New Mexico. No one knows the exact coordinates, only that you follow the hummingbird sigils carved into fence posts and arroyos. When you reach a red door nailed to a tree, you wait. Someone will find you. They say inside, it's quiet, safe. There's music, and bread, and a rule. No talk of before, only talk of what's next. I don't know who started it, but I believe in them, because we need places like that now. Places where the past doesn't get to be the prison, where the future still gets to write itself. You want more good news? I have it. There's a man in Kansas who found a way to fix old transistor radios using spare car parts and glass from broken solar yard lights. He's teaching others. He doesn't charge. He just asks for stories. If you bring him a tale, he'll bring you a voice. A fair trade. That's what this is all about now. Voice for voice, memory for warmth, signal for signal. And here at this station, I'll keep sending them out. One at a time, until the airwaves belong to the dark, or my hands give out. But we're not there yet. I want to end this hour with something simple. A voice message from a little girl near Boise. She whispered it into a radio powered by a hand crank her brother built from a mountain bike. It's just 8 words. If you're sad, go look at the moon. She's right. Go outside. Find it. Even if it's a sliver. even if the clouds blur it. Because it's still there. So are we. And as long as there are voices on the wind, as long as laughter slips through the cracks, as long as people remember each other's names, we haven't lost. Not yet. This is Alex Reed. I'll be back soon. But for now, go look at the moon and hold fast. Alex Reed, 103.7 FM. Hour 95. We're officially 1 week past the activation of the presidential continuity bunker, 7 days since the last live video feed from Washington, 6 days since the Department of Defense switched all comms to restricted military channels, and almost 5 since the first civilian satellite uplinks started going dark. This is where we are now. No official statements, no military briefings, no FEMA guidance, no Homeland Security alerts, just static and rumors, and one too steady silence from the Capitol perimeter. We know the president is underground. We know key members of command were moved within the first 24 hours. What we don't know is why we haven't heard from them since. Earlier today, we intercepted fragments from a National Guard broadcast out of the Midwest. No coordinates. Just this. Districts are sealed. Perimeter hard lock initiated. No entry or extraction permitted beyond Tier 4. That means isolation. Forced, sealed, and possibly permanent, at least in major metros. Los Angeles, D.C., Chicago, Philadelphia. Confirmed Tier 4 lockdowns. No one in, no one out. Outside of those zones, things are breaking fast. Dallas went dark last night. Grid offline. Airports shuttered. Municipal water reports showing zero pressure in half the city. A convoy of private security was seen leaving the outer ring of the city. Unmarked trucks, full armor, heavy transport. Destination unknown. Locals are calling it a defection. And here's where it gets worse. Power grid fragmentation is accelerating. What started as isolated outages are now rolling blackouts hitting the Southeast and parts of the Rockies. Houston, Tallahassee, Charlotte, Denver, all offline or running partial backup power. If you're in those areas, conserve everything. Batteries, fuel, heat. The federal backup stations in New Mexico and Nebraska are reportedly running at emergency throughput only, meaning no surge support is coming. And if it was, it's weeks late. Logistics have collapsed. Supply chains are no longer chains. They're threads, frayed and splitting. Major grocery distributors in the Midwest are cut off from rail and highway lines. I've heard of families guarding bottled water with rifles in Alabama, gas stations in Ohio burning at the pump. Someone in Minneapolis said they walked 4 miles just to trade a can of propane for half a loaf of bread. This isn't about hoarding anymore. It's about proximity. Where you are now may be where you survive or don't. Now, this part's personal. I've just been told that the local National Guard station 2 towns over has gone dark. Their last known position was at the southern checkpoint. They were responsible for keeping our power stable and our roads monitored. They're gone. And when units go quiet now, they don't come back. We don't know if they were called in, or overrun, or if they just left. That's the reality. There is no chain of command anymore. There are only fragments, broken chains, fractured cells, and people like me still trying to stitch those fragments together with words and wire and whatever signals left in the sky. I need to tell you about something else. The water's changing. I've now confirmed, firsthand and through relay, that several urban reservoirs have been chemically compromised. Flint, Toledo, Baton Rouge, levels of chlorine, ammonia, and other unknowns have been reported. Some are calling it sabotage. Others think it's overflow from power plant cooling loops, systems failing with no regulation. Either way, boil everything. Filter if you can. Charcoal, cloth, even sand layers. Whatever it takes. Contaminated water will kill you slower than gunfire, but it'll kill you all the same, and it'll do it quietly. Meanwhile, at least 4 refineries have halted all crude processing. Gulf Coast, Pacific Northwest, Great Lakes, and 1 suspected in West Texas. That means fuel distribution has stopped. Within 72 hours, most pumps east of the Mississippi will run dry. Within 5 days, we'll see mass vehicle abandonment in suburbs and exurbs alike. Within a week, motion becomes a luxury. So if you're planning to move now. And don't just look for fuel. Look for people who still think it's worth sharing. I've gotten word that emergency comms are now broadcasting coded color statuses on certain AM frequencies. Red, armed conflict confirmed. Orange, breakdown in civil order. Yellow, contained panic. Green, stable but rarely seen. Right now, most frequencies are pulsing orange or flashing red, even in places where it's still quiet. Because quiet doesn't mean safe. Quiet means next. Before I go, one final thing. I received a shortwave ping from deep in the Appalachian corridor. It wasn't a military frequency. It was a civilian voice, middle-aged, male, calm. He said, "They're still down there, still watching, and they're not talking to us. Because we're not part of the plan anymore." And that's what you need to remember. This isn't about who's in charge. It's about who's left. This is Alex Reed, 93 hours, week 2. No answers, just updates. And I'll keep giving them until the wires go cold. Hold fast. Alex Reed, 103.7 FM, hour 95. It's just after 4 a.m. If you're awake, it's not because you want to be. It's because the world outside your window hasn't earned your sleep. I get it. You want numbers, details, something solid to hold in the dark. So here's what I know. Confirmed troop movement in 6 states, not toward threats, away from them. Earlier today, civilian relays in Kentucky and southern Indiana reported convoy columns heading northwest, marked Humvees, armored transport, no insignia, not U.S. Army, not National Guard, no flags, just signal jammers on the rear bumpers and blacked-out plates. They weren't engaging. They were leaving. And they weren't alone. Aerial drones have been sighted tailing these convoys, low-flying, fixed-wing, possibly autonomous. One broke formation briefly over Louisville, hovered for 7 minutes. No weapons, just a sensor rig blinking red. It scanned a crowd, then flew off. Make of that what you will. Now let's talk about the cities. Portland has fractured. I'm not talking about riots. I'm talking about a shutdown of all civilian access to public utility buildings, water processing, electrical substations, radio towers, guarded now. Not by the military, not even by law enforcement. Locals say it's a private force, full-body armor, encrypted radios, flashbangs used on unarmed civilians. Someone's protecting something. But it's not us, and Portland's not alone. We've confirmed similar lockdowns in Seattle, Detroit, and Tampa. Facilities being cut off from the public, not out of panic, out of preparation. The question is, for what? Back on the East Coast, Charleston has burned. Large sections of the downtown corridor were torched last night. We've received drone footage showing fires moving block to block, fed not by wind but by deliberate spread. Acceleration patterns match controlled burns, not riots. City blocks collapsed into ash. No emergency response. No sirens. The port is dark. The ferries are gone. This was surgical. And that means somebody knew exactly what they were doing. Still, no official word from Washington. Still no emergency broadcast from the White House bunker. Still no recorded voice from the president, the vice president, the joint chiefs, or anyone in uniform higher than a regional base commander. The only language coming from command is silence. And silence is a strategy. So here's what that tells me. Whatever's happening now, we're not meant to stop it. We're meant to endure it. And what comes after? That's the part they'll try to rebuild from whatever's left of us. But we don't need to wait. We're rebuilding already. On our own terms. Small steps, local voices, reinforced shelters, solar rigs, shared stockpiles. We are learning the truth of this moment, that the federal plan no longer includes the rest of us, that the triage has begun, that the country may not be splitting clean down the middle, but it is fracturing, line by line, city by city, until only containable regions remain. Here's what that means. If you're near a port city, assume all exits are closed. If you're near a major airbase, assume civilian flight corridors have been revoked. If you're relying on cell towers for contact, assume those towers will go dark within 48 hours. We are not in a holding pattern anymore. We are in hard drift. And if you're waiting for someone to come save your town, don't. Start from what you have. Find who you trust. And move. Now something closer to home. A freight line just west of us, one we'd been using for food runs, was taken over late last night. By who, we don't know. But every supply crate left behind had the same thing painted on its side. Not yours, not anymore. Someone's drawing borders now, not with maps, with muscle, and if we're not careful, we'll find ourselves on the wrong side of a dozen invisible lines. Lines that weren't there a week ago. Lines that now decide who eats, who moves, and who gets left behind. Last thing for this hour. There's been chatter about the New Hampshire signal. An ultra-low frequency broadcast sweeping east to west across the upper states. Not static, not emergency tones. Heartbeat, monitored by independent ham operators and long-range antennas. Steady, rhythmic, human. It pulses exactly every 4 seconds. Same interval for 3 days. It's not Morse. It's not code. It's just there. Some think it's a distress signal. Others think it's a beacon from one of the bunkers that didn't seal completely. Either way, someone's alive, and they're trying not to be forgotten. If you're listening on frequency 55.3 AM, track it. If you hear it, record it. Because even a heartbeat, when repeated long enough, becomes a language. And even if we don't speak it, we can still answer it. This is Alex Reed. 95 hours into the long emergency, week 2. No light at the end of the tunnel. But we're still walking through it. Hold fast. Alex Reed, 103.7 FM, hour 97. We're coming up on day 7.5 since the bunker was sealed, since the president vanished behind reinforced steel and the chain of command retreated to concrete tunnels deep enough to outlast a war. Up here, on the surface, we're bleeding out 1 block at a time. Let me walk you through what the last 12 hours looked like. The Northeast Corridor is breaking apart. All transit between Baltimore and New York has stopped. Not slowed, stopped. Tunnels blocked. Bridges barricaded. Railway junctions severed, torched, or dismantled. We received a low-band transmission from a former transit dispatcher outside Jersey City. His exact words, "They're not evacuating, they're dividing, cutting off what they can't control." That tells us everything. This isn't an evacuation failure. It's not delay. It's deliberate containment. If you're within 30 miles of a population hub in the Northeast, get out now. Once the barriers go up, they're not coming down. Next, Memphis is offline. Not just power, comms, water, emergency broadcast, all of it. We had a weak relay signal this morning, short burst from a medic working out of a parking garage clinic. He said, "No more meds, no more order. We're seeing vehicles marked with DC plates pulling out with full cargo, leaving the rest of us to rot." That was 6 hours ago. We haven't heard from him since. It's not just that the city's down. It's that it was left to go down. And that's the part that should keep you awake tonight. Because if Memphis was triaged, your city might be next. Here's something else. We're starting to get reports that certain regions have been designated resource negative. Translation? Too few assets, too many risks. Not worth supporting. That includes central Nebraska, eastern Wyoming, northern Mississippi, inland portions of Florida. These areas are being systematically cut off from federal comms, rerouted supply drops, and in some cases, denied air support for ongoing evacuations. If you're in one of these zones, you are on your own. Let me repeat that again for the people still holding out hope for a Chinook to appear over the ridge. You are on your own. Start thinking that way. Now, if you still have power, if your local repeater is functioning, if you've got solar panels or crank radios, use them to coordinate. Build your own lifelines. Because whatever central authority we thought would hold this country together, it's gone quiet. And quiet now means collapse. Now a warning about communications. Satellite spoofing is on the rise. Several survivor groups in Michigan and Wisconsin reported receiving fake instructions to evacuate to FEMA sites that don't exist. When they arrived, they found abandoned lots, and in one case, a trap. Ambushed. 3 dead. 1 wounded. The fake transmissions came from a frequency less than 2 kilohertz off the official emergency band. Check everything. Cross-verify if you can. Don't follow orders that don't come with names, faces, or receipts. Someone's playing both sides of this signal war, and they're doing it well. Now, something colder. We've confirmed that Denver's Northern Command has issued something they're calling Selective Reintegration Protocol. Here's what it means. Only registered, skill-coded civilians are being granted entry to green zones. Medical workers, engineers, communications specialists, tactical logistics. Everyone else? Denied. No shelter, no food. Turned away. If that sounds like conscription by another name, it is. We've seen this before. Just not on US soil. And now it's happening here. So if you're hearing this and you think you're heading toward a green zone, ask yourself what you're bringing, not who you are, not what you lost, what you offer. Because survival has become a transaction, and the toll is rising. Quick update from the Gulf. New Orleans is submerged. Not fully, not like a flood, but like a city slowly being swallowed. The levee systems failed 3 days ago. The water didn't rush in, it crept, block by block, and now, entire neighborhoods are knee-deep without rain. Something underground gave way. Engineers from Baton Rouge say it's an infrastructure collapse, the kind that comes when no one's been watching for weeks. If you're south of I-10 and the ground feels soft beneath your feet, don't wait. Water doesn't knock. It takes. Let's shift to something you need to hear. Out in Arizona, a group of survivors is building a mesh network. They've taken old Wi-Fi routers, rigged them to battery banks and solar arrays, and they're linking neighborhoods together, block by block. It's not fast, it's not encrypted, but it works. You send a message from the west side, and 10 minutes later it shows up on the east. No internet, no satellites, just people who refuse to go silent. They call it signal splice. They're willing to share the blueprint. If you're listening, and you've got anyone with IT skills, soldering tools, and access to rooftops, get in touch. We can rebuild communication without command. We just need enough of you to believe that talking to strangers is still worth it. Before I sign off, a final note. A man in Tennessee wrote to us on parchment paper. No joke. Parchment. Found it in a bookstore. He said, "I don't need answers anymore. I just need a voice to remind me I'm not the last word spoken into the dark. So if this reaches anyone, say something back, even if it's just a name." So I'm saying 1. Liam. That was the name on his letter. If you hear this, Liam, we got it. You're not the last voice. You're not even close. This is Alex Reed. 97 hours. DEFCON 1, Week 2. The country's still moving, but no one's driving. Hold fast. Alex Reed, 103.7 FM, hour 99, 6 days, 3 hours. I just stepped outside. The sky was red. Not fire red, not storm red. A bruised kind of red. Silent. Wide. The kind of sky you only see when something big has broken somewhere far away, and the atmosphere hasn't figured out how to react yet. We're living in the wake of that break, and everything feels slower now. Or maybe that's just what collapse looks like when it settles in. Let me get you updated. Atlanta's green zone failed overnight. It wasn't a breach. It wasn't a riot. It was an evacuation, ordered from within. One of our contacts, still transmitting from the northern edge of DeKalb County, sent us a single phrase. Medical command has pulled out. No resupply. Perimeter fading. That was 12 hours ago. He hasn't checked in since. We believe CDC personnel were extracted by air late last night, under cover of a false supply drop. Multiple witnesses reported hearing Blackhawks moving low over the city, but no aid ever arrived. The last known civilian clinic in Midtown has shuttered. That's the third federal safe zone to go dark in 48 hours. Memphis, Charleston, now Atlanta. If you're still operating under the belief that there's a coordinated plan to reestablish order, stop. The strategy has shifted. It's not defense, it's retreat, which means we're not looking at a breakdown anymore. We're looking at a cutoff. Intentional, systematic. Some are calling it triage. Others are calling it abandonment. Either way, the result's the same. The country is folding in on itself, leaving the coasts and corners to fend for themselves. Now listen closely. This part's critical. We've received confirmed intel that some military units are operating under local command only. No national oversight. No communications from the Pentagon. Chain of command has fractured. That means rules of engagement differ from zone to zone. One unit might offer humanitarian aid. The next might open fire if you get too close. Know the uniforms. Mark the insignia. If they're not wearing federal patches, if they're rolling in unmarked vehicles, treat with caution. That includes convoys with private military insignias, including red diamond over white circle, black star inside a broken shield, blue eagle inverted. These are not relief crews. They're holding territories now, and they're not here to make friends. We believe some of these groups are enforcing resource lockdowns, not protecting cities, guarding assets, water treatment facilities, energy grid nodes, secure vaults. They're not preserving public order, they're preserving value, whatever that means now. Let's shift to the Pacific Northwest. Seattle is split in two. We're seeing a division line down the E5 corridor. East of the line, makeshift camps, blackouts, food scarcity, open fires. West of the line, limited electricity, guarded districts, and heavy patrol presence. The National Guard was supposed to stabilize the west side. Instead, it looks like they're holding it. One of our satellite watchers noted something disturbing. Large-scale movements of modular fencing and floodlights being trucked north, toward the Canadian border. Why? No one's saying. But the fact that a border reinforcement operation is happening this late, and this quietly, tells you what you need to know. They're not expecting things to calm down. They're preparing to close the escape routes. If you're near a crossing, watch it closely. If you're trying to leave the country, you might already be too late. And if you're thinking about crossing wilderness terrain, remember, you won't just be running from what's behind you. You'll be entering airspace monitored by two militaries with no shared command structure. There's no such thing as a friendly border anymore. Now, something local. A rail yard 2 towns over was hit late last night. Not by military, not by infected, by people, hungry, scared, armed. We don't know how many, but they tore open supply cars and made off with everything that wasn't bolted down. Water, grain, fuel, wiring, batteries, first aid kits. By the time I got there this morning, all that was left was a dented tool chest and a single note, written in grease pencil across a cracked window. We didn't want to be like this. That's what sticks with me. The reminder that this isn't about good people turning bad. It's about desperate people reaching the edge. And we're going to see more of it. Because desperation spreads faster than infection. And it doesn't wait for the sky to fall. It pushes it down with its own hands. Let me end this hour with something different. A small station in the mountains, frequency 89.4 FM, started broadcasting a loop. A woman's voice recorded days ago. You are not the only one still awake. You are not the last light on the map. You are not forgotten. Keep a candle lit. Keep your breath steady. Someone is still listening. Someone is still walking toward you. I don't know where she is. I don't know if she's alive. But I want to believe her, because if we don't believe that someone is walking toward us, we'll stop walking ourselves. This is Alex Reed, Hour 99, DEFCON 1, Week 2. Still reporting, still breathing, still here, hold fast. Alex Reed, 103.7 FM, Hour 101. The days are blending now, not just in time, but in tone. Everything feels like it's one layer too deep, like the lights dimmed slightly across the country and nobody remembered to turn them back on. I've got 6 confirmed blackouts, 2 military withdrawals, 1 refinery fire, and a prison escape. Let's walk through it. First, the grid. We've crossed the tipping point. The U.S. power grid is no longer a singular system. It's been broken into islands, fragmented networks operating independently, if at all. The Eastern Interconnection, stretching from Maine down to Florida and west into the Mississippi Basin, is shedding load every 3 hours. That means blackouts. Random, rotational, uncontrolled. Hospitals are running on generators. Water treatment facilities, not all of them have backup. Expect boil orders to be the new normal. Expect brownouts to last longer than advertised. In the Central Corridor, Texas is dark. Not just rural counties, Houston, Austin, San Antonio, all without power as of 12 hours ago. We intercepted a Texas emergency management scan that read, ERCOT failure imminent, manual overrides inoperative, governor not responding to comms. That tells us the control centers are either unmanned, sabotaged, or abandoned. And without centralized control, energy becomes a scarce resource, which means those who still have it will protect it violently. If your shelter runs on fuel, guard it. If you've got solar panels, shield them. The new currency isn't gold, it isn't ammunition, it's wattage. Now to the southwest. El Paso erupted last night, not with violence, with floodlight. 3 major intersections were lit up by truck-mounted rigs just after midnight. Our contact in Las Cruces watched from a ridge, said the light went up like a flare, but never came down, just stayed fixed, bright, unblinking, and then the trucks moved on, northbound, toward the Colorado border. They weren't military, no flags, no emblems. But the floodlights weren't for searching. They were hurting. 3 hours later, the shelter zone at Fort Bliss sent out a last transmission. We're compromised, sending survivors east. Do not return. They're not following us. They're watching the zone. Make of that what you will. But it wasn't an attack. It was something else. A containment measure with no explanation. And no survivors left to ask. Now to something smaller, but no less serious. An escape. One of the few remaining high-security prisons in northern Louisiana has gone dark. I don't mean they lost power. I mean the facility itself no longer broadcasts anything. We received a partial audio loop, garbled, compressed, filtered through 6 different repeaters. All personnel have evacuated. External fences breached. Repeat. Breach confirmed. No re-entry. Inmates are... Then static. We don't know how many escaped. We don't know who stayed behind. But here's what matters. Those inmates are armed, hungry, and off-grid. And if they're organized, they could take control of whatever's left in a 60-mile radius. If you're near Alexandria, Pineville, or Monroe, lock your perimeter. Assume unknowns are hostile until proven otherwise. This is not the time to assume everyone looking for help deserves it. Now a short update from the coast. Newport News Naval Shipyard has gone silent. That's 3 major naval installations in 5 days. San Diego, Pearl Harbor, and now Newport. No pings. No vessel signatures. No encrypted handshakes. It could be a security lockdown. Or it could be the last of our fleet disappearing over the horizon. I've heard theories that naval assets have been recalled for deep water staging, that they're preparing for something offshore, that another presence, not ours, is testing signals over the Pacific. I can't confirm that. But when the largest warships in the hemisphere go dark, that's not a drill. That's a shift. Finally, this dash. From somewhere in the Cascades, a man stumbled into a ranger station that hadn't seen a ranger in weeks. He had frostbite, malnourished, walking in torn shoes. All he had with him was a radio, strapped to his chest like armor. He said, "I kept the signal on me so I wouldn't forget I'm not the only one left." That's all. No map, no name. Just a broken body carrying a voice he couldn't hear, but still believed in. That's the point. You don't have to hear back to know someone's listening. Sometimes it's the act of speaking that saves you. Sometimes it's the signal itself. This is Alex Reed. Hour 101. DEFCON 1, Week 2. Still broadcasting from the edge. Still logging the pieces as they fall. Still watching the power fade one region at a time. But we are still here. And that matters. Hold fast. Alex Reed. 103.7 FM. Hour 103. 6 days. 7 hours since the bunker sealed. Still no official word. No video. No voice, nothing but hardened silence from beneath the hills of Virginia. And now, we're watching the rest of the map fracture. Let's start with the Pacific interior. Reports have confirmed what many of us suspected. Spokane is no longer part of the federal response grid. They're calling themselves Zone Echo now. Independent, self-regulated. They've set up roadblocks on all incoming highways, issued their own curfew, and shut down radio channels carrying Department of Defense traffic. We've heard this language before, but never so openly. This isn't just about survival. This is secession by infrastructure. And Spokane's not the only one. Boise, Billings, Missoula, Salt Lake, all running independent power, filtering their own water, managing armed checkpoints without federal approval. They're not waiting for Washington to respond anymore. They're assuming it won't. And they're right. Because at this point, there's no more united in United States. This is the great peeling away. States and cities and outposts carving themselves into autonomous fragments because no one knows what's coming next, and no one's willing to go down with the grid. That brings us to something harder. A massacre. 27 confirmed dead in a suburb outside Kansas City. Refugees from a rural town wandered into a walled community looking for help. Food, medicine, anything. They were turned away at gunpoint. They waited outside the gates for hours. And then, something happened. No one's sure who fired first. But by sunrise, 27 bodies on the road, most unarmed, and one woman recorded on a bystander's device, screaming at the guards, "You don't get to call this a country anymore." She's right. Because if you have to kill to keep your perimeter clean, you're not defending anything. You're erasing it. We need to be clear-eyed now. The people still holding the line, the ones handing out water, keeping the radios alive, checking in on the sick, they are the country now. Not the flags, not the bunkers, not the faded broadcast frequencies that haven't made a sound in 6 days. You. The ones still choosing not to become wolves. You're what's left. Now to something stranger. There's chatter coming from the Montauk Array. Weak signals. Repeating numbers. Non-military intervals. They're broadcasting from inside the secure facility, one that was supposedly decommissioned years ago. But the code matches old NOA patterns. And the numbers? They're not temperatures. They're coordinates. Oceanic ones. I won't say more over this frequency. But if you're listening and you still have satellite positioning, track them. They're too precise to be random, and too consistent to be human error. Someone out there is marking positions off the coast, and they're doing it like they're waiting for something to arrive. Let's talk about food. There's not enough of it. Supply corridors have all but collapsed. Warehouses abandoned, distribution centers looted, frozen stock gone bad. Even in green zones, we're hearing about rationing fights. Half sacks of rice being traded for ammunition. Bottled water priced higher than medicine. This isn't scarcity anymore. It's control. Food is no longer a commodity. It's a gatekeeper. And those who hold it? They're writing their own laws. If you're farming, keep going. If you're foraging, teach others. If you're sitting on a stockpile, don't hoard it like gold. Feed people, or find someone who will. Because a fed neighbor is less likely to burn your door down than a starving one. And believe me, that's the choice we're all going to face. Now, a message, scrawled on a fuel drum outside a gutted truck stop in Arizona. We made it 7 days without eating each other. That's our line. If you cross it, don't knock. That's where we are now, measuring the end not by fire or bullets, but by whether the line of decency holds one more night. We're not at the bottom yet, but we're close. And if we fall any farther, it's not because the world ended. It's because we stopped acting like we deserved to keep it. Before I go, one more thing. We've begun receiving fractured pings from old emergency satellites. Not messages, snapshots. Cities still lit up. Convoys moving across abandoned airfields. Fleets of buses lined up in rural zones. Somebody's still coordinating something. But it's not being shared with us. No frequencies, no alerts, no broadcasts. Whatever command is left isn't broadcasting hope. They're broadcasting only what they need to rebuild after we're gone. So the rest of us, we build now, while we still have power, while we still have signal, while we still have each other. This is Alex Reed, Hour 103. Week 2. Still no word from the bunker. But I'm still here. And if you're still hearing this, so are you. Hold fast. Alex Reed, 103.7 FM. Hour 105. 7 days. 1 hour since the presidential bunker locked its doors. And now, for the first time, we're hearing something new. Not from the bunker. Not from command. From the void that came after. I'll get to that in a minute. But first, refugee collapse zones. We've been tracking 23 high-density shelter clusters across the U.S. Church basements, public schools, transit terminals turned impromptu camps. 10 of them have gone dark in the last 36 hours. Not slowly, all at once. Water gone. Power cut, leaders missing. Some collapsed under internal panic. Others fell to outside threats, armed looters, private contractors, even gangs with radios and patched uniforms pretending to be FEMA response. But there's one common thread. None of them were resupplied. All 10 reported expected airdrops. All 10 logged false ETA transmissions. None received anything but silence. In Lexington, a shelter of 112 people was left for 5 days with no food delivery. When another group finally arrived, they found the doors barricaded and every window painted black. Inside, one survivor, shell-shocked, whispering the same word over and over. Promised, promised, promised. We've confirmed that at least 3 of these shelter collapses occurred in zones previously declared stable by National Guard units. That means someone knew these sites weren't going to last and chose to say nothing. So if you're in a refugee cluster now, you need to ask 3 questions. Where is your next supply point? Who is in charge? And how long have they been? What happens if no one comes? Ask early. Ask out loud. And ask like the answers might be the difference between surviving and starving. Because now, they are. Next, rumors of cyber sabotage. We've intercepted fragments from surviving tech nodes in Minnesota and the Carolinas that suggest a wave of network anomalies right before grid partitioning. We're talking DNS poisoning, remote shutdowns of backup relays, administrative lockouts on shared infrastructure. In English, someone inside the system pulled the plug and made sure no one could turn it back on. We've seen malware like this before, but never this targeted, never this coordinated. It's not just that the lights went out. It's that the fail-safes were bypassed. A technician in North Carolina sent us the following before his uplink vanished. This wasn't a glitch. It was surgical. We weren't hacked. We were uninvited. Uninvited from what? That's what keeps me up. Because a collapse like this doesn't require force. It only requires a closed door and someone on the other side refusing to open it. Now something that shook even me. Earlier today, I received a ping from an ultra-high-frequency weather balloon that shouldn't be in the air anymore. It was part of an old NOAA pilot program used to track chemical signatures in storm systems. Except this balloon? It wasn't measuring weather. It was scanning radiation. The telemetry was scrambled, but it showed rising readings, not near reactors, but in areas with no known nuclear infrastructure. Rural zones, abandoned airstrips, underground facilities. It pinged 4 sites in the continental U.S. and 1 off the coast of Maine. Then the signal died. I don't know what that means yet, but I know this. Weather balloons don't just relaunch themselves. And someone wanted us to see that data at least once. Now to something even stranger. For the first time since the blackout, we've intercepted a classified frequency broadcasting from inside what used to be NORAD command. The voice was digital, filtered, not AI, but read through a synthesizer. It said, "Continuity breach acknowledged. Eastern Theater isolation confirmed. Phase 2 initiated. Civilian frequencies monitored. Reclaim priority established." Then silence. 5 lines, each one heavier than the last. Continuity breach acknowledged, meaning someone from inside the protected chain failed or turned. Eastern Theater isolation confirmed, which we already knew, but now it's verified from command. And Phase 2 initiated? We don't know what that means. But we do know this. Civilian frequencies are being monitored, which means this broadcast, this station, they're listening. So let me be perfectly clear. I will not stop. I will not sign off. I will not hand this frequency over to the silence. Because if we lose the thread of what's happening now, we'll never get it back. And what comes next will arrive without witness. We've lost Washington. We've lost the grid. We've lost the illusion of leadership, but we haven't lost each other. That's what matters. That's what holds. A final story before I close this hour. A woman near Barstow painted a warning on the side of a freight trailer. "We buried 6 today, all of them kind. If the world ends, let kindness be the last thing it sees." I stood in front of that trailer. It's real. The paint is still wet. So whoever you are, if you're listening, thank you for keeping the bar high, for reminding us that survival isn't just about staying alive, it's about staying human. This is Alex Reed, Hour 105. Still broadcasting from the void between orders and aftermath. Hold fast. Alex Reed, 103.7 FM, Hour 107. It's night again. The kind of night where even the stars feel like they're watching from a distance. Cold, detached, out of reach. Let's talk about what the sky saw today. Because above us, while the world burns, fractures, and forgets how to hold itself together, something is moving. And it's not ours. Multiple independent observers have confirmed sightings of unmarked aircraft operating low over domestic airspace. These aren't civilian. They aren't commercial. And they sure as hell aren't routine military. They're silent. No sonic boom. No contrail. Just movement. Smooth, fast, and controlled. We've tracked them over Utah, West Virginia, the Dakotas, and rural Pennsylvania. Always at dusk. Always flying low. Always cutting north to south or west to east. They don't respond to civilian radar. They don't broadcast transponder codes. And in every known case, they pass without stopping. I've spoken to 3 different amateur astronomers. Each of them confirmed the same anomaly. The aircraft are jamming low-orbit observation. That means these things aren't just avoiding detection. They're designed to disappear. And whatever they're carrying or looking for isn't supposed to be seen. Let's shift to the ground. Red zones. That's the term survivors are using now for cities that were once flagged for evacuation but never received it. Places like Philadelphia, Cincinnati, Fresno, Baton Rouge, Colorado Springs. They were supposed to be cleared. Buses were ordered. Convoys were prepped. Routes were marked. But somewhere along the way, the evacuation orders went cold. People were left behind. We've heard whispers, fragments from shortwave messages leaking out from inside those zones. They speak of checkpoints being repurposed, barricades turned inward, fires started not by accident, but by order. Entire blocks deliberately burned to create firewalls, not from disease, not from infection, but from movement. To control what could get out. Not who. What. We don't have eyes inside most of these places anymore, but one operator, based out of an amateur relay tower north of Sacramento, said this: Fresno's not empty, but it's not human anymore. Not in the way you'd hope. I'm not going to speculate. Not yet. But the pattern is there. Containment instead of rescue. Destruction instead of aid. Abandonment instead of leadership. These red zones aren't forgotten. They're being intentionally severed. If you're inside one, don't wait. If you've got power, use it. If you've got fuel, move. If there's a window to leave, take it before someone slams it shut behind you. Now, something that hits closer to the gut. The split in command has become official. An intercepted military frequency confirms it. A commander, signing off from Fort Riley, broadcast a message over a now compromised frequency. Central authority no longer functions. Units should coordinate under local protocol. Rules of engagement are discretionary. Do not attempt to re-establish contact with DC command. Consider primary continuity chain terminated. That's as close as we'll get to a public admission that the federal chain of command has collapsed. No president, no vice president, no joint chiefs. Whatever's left of the constitutional structure, it's sealed underground or scattered to the wind. And above ground, it's now command by whoever shows up first. That's why we've started seeing the rise of fragment governments, small coalitions, former mayors, sheriffs, state guards, survivalists, even ex-corporate security teams. They're stepping into the vacuum, staking flags on old courthouses and calling it stability. Some of them are trying to help. Others are building kingdoms. We've heard of a group in Southern Oregon calling themselves the Timberline Authority, enforcing ration laws and trade rules on 3 towns and 2 hydro stations. A sheriff-led junta in central Missouri operating under martial order continuity. A coalition of ex-NGO coordinators in western North Carolina offering safe haven to evacuees in exchange for labor. This isn't theory anymore. This is succession. This is realignment. This is the country fracturing into pieces with their own flags and their own guns. And in the middle of it, people just trying to find clean water, a warm place to sleep, and someone who won't shoot them on sight. Let me close this hour with something I saw just before sundown. A family, mother, father, 2 kids, walking up the ridge behind the station. They didn't ask for anything. They just looked at the tower, looked at the antenna, looked at me, and nodded, like just seeing someone still sending a signal was enough. They didn't say a word. They just kept walking, east, toward whatever comes next. This is Alex Reed. 107 hours since the line broke. Week 2. No president, no plan, no peace. Just movement and the signal. Hold fast. Alex Reed, 103.7 FM, hour 109. It's just past midnight now. The wind outside has dropped. The trees aren't moving. The air feels thick, like the night is holding its breath again, waiting to see what happens next. And tonight, something happened. We picked up a transmission, not from a repeater, not from a survivor group, from inside the presidential continuity bunker. After 7 days and 9 hours of silence, we caught it on a wide sweep across the old Conelrad band. It lasted 14 seconds. A single male voice, crisp, controlled, precise. No background noise, no distortion. He said, "Level 7 confirmed breached. Presidential transfer incomplete. Full lockdown enacted. Secondary executive protocol has failed. If you are receiving, this is not your signal. This channel is now under blackout. Do not respond." Then it cut. Gone. Scrubbed. We tried to trace it, triangulate the origin, but the signal was scrambled with military-grade ghost nodes. They didn't want us to hear it. They definitely didn't want us to understand it. But we did. Level 7 breached. Transfer incomplete. Blackout protocol engaged. Here's what that means. The president may be dead. The emergency chain of succession is likely broken. Whatever command structure they built underground is compromised. And now, they're not broadcasting control. They're hiding. If you were holding out hope that the bunker was waiting to step in, to restore order, to send help, to push a button and make this whole thing go away, let it go. They've sealed themselves in. And the rest of us, we're out here, still breathing, still burning, still trying to build something from the wreckage they left behind. Let's shift to the Midwest. A firefight broke out near Omaha between two rival survivor factions over a water treatment plant. One group was a community watch, retired law enforcement, EMTs, civilians. The other, a former private security unit turned independent militia. It started with a perimeter check. Then came the warning shots, then the breach. By the time it was over, 10 people dead, half of them unarmed, and the plant still offline. This wasn't a skirmish. This was a battle for control of clean water. And if that sounds like a line from a movie, remember this. Water is the new ammunition. You can't fight without it. You can't run without it. You can't rebuild without it. And whoever holds the source writes the rules. We're going to see more of this, not just over water, but over food stockpiles, radio towers, battery caches, even safe routes through forest and canyon. Territory is no longer land. Territory is survival points, and every one of them will be fought for. Now let's talk about the sky. One of our satellite taps caught a signal from an old weather monitoring array we thought was long dead. It's broadcasting again, but not weather, not storm tracking, warnings, short, sharp, repeating code blocks, encrypted military origin, no explanation, no key, just 6 digits, repeating in 3-second intervals, 2-1-5-9-0-7, 2-1-5-9-0-7, 2-1-5-9-0-7. Over and over. We ran it through everything: grid coordinates, date formats, satellite telemetry, nothing conclusive. But a contact out of Phoenix said the prefix 215 was once tagged to a chemical dispersal protocol under Operation Rain Vault, an old declassified continuity program. If that's true, we might be looking at a warning of biological containment failure, or something worse. We'll keep listening. Now, something weirder. Out near the Dakota border, a small survivor commune reported seeing a single man walk through their checkpoint last night. No bag, no gear, no visible weapon. He didn't speak. He didn't flinch, just walked in, looked around, and handed over a device, a sealed plastic case. Inside, a drive. When they cracked it open, it contained a clean copy of the United States Constitution. No edits, no annotations, just the words. Then the man left, disappeared into the dark. The group doesn't know who he was, but the message was clear. Not a rally cry, not a demand, just a reminder of what we were, of what might still be rebuilt, and of what was never meant to survive a collapse like this. Let me close this hour with one more transmission. We found it buried in a scrambled file dump from an old FEMA repeater powered by solar backup. It was labeled RED SKYECHO1. The voice? Unfamiliar. But it said, "If you're receiving this, you are now in the second stage of national deactivation. Do not wait for aid. You are not forgotten. You are simply no longer included. Survive, document, rebuild, and when the sky is clear again, start over." This is Alex Reed, 109 hours. DEFCON 1. The bunker is breached. The chain is broken. But the signal? The signal remains. Hold fast. Alex Reed, 103.7 FM, hour 111. 7 days, 15 hours since the presidential bunker sealed. And now we know. It didn't hold. The command structure meant to outlast nuclear war. Compromised. The leadership meant to guide us through national collapse. Silent. The emergency continuity plan drawn in 3-ring binders and concrete schematics. Dead in the dark. They've gone quiet. And out here, in what's left of the country, noise is survival. Let's get into it. Breaking. Satellite imagery confirms presence of foreign aircraft inside U.S. airspace. Repeat, not unidentified. Foreign. 2 overlapping signals captured by ham operators in northern Montana and southern Idaho identify a non-civilian aerial formation drifting east to west. No U.S. transponders, no recorded refueling, no reply to NORAD pings. They're flying at mid-altitude, using stripped comms, short range, line of sight only. We're looking at military planes flying black, either reconnaissance or forward positioning. Let me be blunt. Someone outside this country has stepped into the gap. And if you're wondering why, because someone always does. History doesn't leave power vacuums. It fills them with flags you didn't vote for and voices you don't recognize. These aircraft didn't enter during the chaos. They waited. Waited until our lights dimmed and our leadership locked the door. Until we were too hungry, too fractured, too focused on water and bullets and firewood to notice the sky. And now they're here, moving quiet, moving low, and no one's doing a damn thing to stop them. Report from Mississippi River Corridor. Water levels are dropping rapidly south of St. Louis. That's not natural. This isn't seasonal. It's mechanical. 3 key floodgates, Cairo, Memphis, and Vicksburg, are locked open. Sabotage, possibly. Remote override? More likely. This means farmland will dry. Cargo barge access is gone. Freshwater extraction will slow in surrounding towns. And the worst part? People downstream don't know it yet. They're drinking from a river that's bleeding out. If you're south of Natchez, switch to stored reserves immediately. Boil everything. Don't wait for taste or color to tell you something's wrong. By then, it's already too late. New governments are starting to emerge. I don't mean temporary relief councils. I mean paper-backed, uniform-wearing, oath-demanding proto-nations. 3 confirmed so far: the Central Compact, based in Des Moines, former state politicians and energy executives. They're issuing their own IDs, ration vouchers, and military integration notices. The Southern Ascendancy, operating out of Birmingham, using armed convoys to consolidate agricultural zones and seize broadcasting equipment. Not friendly, not subtle. Free Cascadia, Portland to Spokane. Unarmed so far, but growing fast. Focused on trade, radio networks, and soft power control of refugee corridors. These are not just communities. They are states in waiting. And they're already replacing what used to be the federal presence. One listener sent me a photo. A flag stitched together from 2 halves. One side, a torn American flag. The other, a spray-painted pine tree. In the middle, the words, "We begin again." That's the motto now, whether we want it or not. Not restore, replace. Quick update from the Northeast. Boston is burning. We've seen smoke columns visible from as far as Albany. The airport has been abandoned. The last ferry out of the harbor was seen drifting, unmanned. The signal from Logan's emergency beacon is dead. Witnesses claim the fire started not from riots, not from shelling, but from inside government property. State archives, administrative offices, supply hubs set ablaze. This wasn't vandalism. This was erasure. Someone wanted that city gone from memory. We've seen this before, in other places, other times. It always starts with fire and ends with silence. One more story before I sign off this hour. A girl, maybe 11, was seen walking into a fire watch station in the Rockies. She carried a broken cell phone, a backpack full of dead batteries, and one folded note. The ranger who found her said she didn't speak, just handed over the paper and pointed to the antenna. The note said, "If anyone's left, tell them we still remember their names. We whisper them at night. The wind carries them farther than we can." That's why this matters. Why I keep talking. Why the signal keeps going out into the dark, even when no one answers. Because memory isn't just for the dead. It's for the future. Even if that future's a whisper. Even if it's just a name spoken through static. This is Alex Reed. Hour 111. The bunker is broken. The country is unraveling. The sky is full of new flags. But the story's not done, because you are still in it. Hold fast. Alex Reed, 103.7 FM, hour 113. We've crossed the 7-day mark since the government vanished behind the steel door of a mountain. What's followed hasn't been silence. It's been something worse. 100 voices shouting in different directions. And now, some of those voices are starting to fire back. Let's get into it. Open conflict has broken out between rival proto-governments. We have confirmed reports of a direct armed confrontation between the Southern Ascendancy and what's left of the Gulf Coast Guard in southern Mississippi. The location, an old FEMA logistics hub near Hattiesburg. Why? Control of the depot, fuel reserves, medical kits, communications gear, and not just to hold it, but to use it as a regional command center. Witnesses described the first shots just after sunrise. The Ascendancy arrived in convoy, marked with their black and gold crest, armed and organized. The Coast Guard unit, understrength, undersupplied, but dug in. The fighting lasted 3 hours. Then everything went quiet. As of now, we believe the depot is in Ascendancy hands, and that's not all. They've issued a broadband transmission on low-band repeaters. All territory from Mobile Bay to the Atchafalaya Basin falls under emergency Southern Ascendancy jurisdiction. Trade may continue under authorized protocols. Non-compliance will be considered sabotage. Long live the sovereign South. They're calling it sovereign. That means this isn't just a defense measure. It's a claim, a border, a new flag. This is how it begins. Not with declarations, but with fuel tanks and roadblocks. Meanwhile, to the north, something different. An intercepted file labeled Echelon Exodus surfaced on an abandoned government relay station near Columbus, Ohio. It's short, encrypted but mostly intact. In the event that all chains fail, initiate fallback at Omega sites. If command is unable or unwilling to respond, bypass civilian protocol. Priority: protect data integrity. Preserve command lineage. Terminate breach nodes. That's government language. Cold. Clinical. Exact. But buried in it is the most terrifying phrase I've seen since this started. Terminate breach nodes. That could mean rogue agents. It could mean physical facilities, or it could mean people. People like us. People who remember things they weren't supposed to hear. If these Omega sites exist, and someone's trying to protect a command lineage, then everything happening now isn't collapse. It's controlled demolition. And we are standing in the rubble before the next foundation is poured. Let's talk about Denver. Multiple survivor bands around the Rockies have confirmed a strange pattern. All state broadcasting towers have gone dark, but no sign of sabotage. Power stations in the metro area are still running. Autonomous grid relays are online, but no public radio, no shortwave, no signals outbound from the city core. Just silence. And then, earlier today, 3 simultaneous broadcasts lit up local channels for exactly 90 seconds. Same phrase, female voice. Calm. Unmarked frequency. This is not an error. You are outside the accepted perimeter. Return is not authorized. Remain where you are. Then static. No coordinates, no source. Just a warning. Denver isn't broadcasting because it's broadcasting inward. We think the city has been transformed into an inward-facing containment zone. A dome without walls. A city under watch. Not from the outside, but from something inside we don't understand yet. Quick update on the Constitution Hills facility. The signal we picked up 2 nights ago, the one that referenced Level 7 breach, we've confirmed that message was rebroadcast 17 hours later, but with a change. This time, the last line was cut short. Instead of, "This channel is now under blackout. Do not respond," it ended with, "This channel is now under." Then it dropped. Either the power failed or something cut the line mid-sentence. And if you've been paying attention, you know what that likely means. They didn't just seal the bunker. They lost it. If you're within 100 miles of the Shenandoah corridor, stay alert. Watch the skies. Watch the roads. If you see convoys, count the wheels. If you see uniforms, count the patches. If you see silence, run. Before I sign off this hour, let me tell you about a kid I met this morning. Maybe 10 years old. No shoes. Carrying a notebook duct-taped shut. Didn't say a word when he handed it over. He just pointed at the antenna tower, then walked off into the fog. I opened the book, Inside were names, hundreds of them. No dates, no hometowns, just names in a child's handwriting, first and last. Every page filled. On the back cover, written in black crayon, "If the world ends, please read us out loud. I will, as long as I can." This is Alex Reed, hour 113. Week 2, and the line between order and open war just snapped. Hold fast. Alex Reed, 103.7 FM, hour 115. It's just after 3 a.m., and if you're awake with me, wherever you are, then you know what kind of night this is. The kind where you don't sleep because you don't know what tomorrow still counts for. And the kind where not knowing might actually be the safer option. Let's get into it. We've confirmed the existence of Omega sites, 3 locations, not marked on FEMA maps, not referenced in any continuity of government protocol released to the public. 1 in western Colorado, 1 beneath Lake Superior's southern rim, 1 somewhere in the Nevada desert, buried inside a military testing zone that doesn't officially exist. How do we know? Because someone leaked the coordinates, not over military radio, not over satellite relays, on a ham radio cooking channel. I'm serious. A man reading off a soup recipe. Except the ingredients were numeric grid tags, phrased like measurement instructions. It only played once. But we caught it. And when you plot those points, they land inside fenced compounds with recent satellite evidence of fresh excavation, heavy vehicle tracks, and heat signatures underground. These aren't bunkers. They're seed vaults for power. Places meant to shelter whatever remains of America's critical command systems, after the rest of us have been left to sort through the ruins. And here's the worst part. They're not sealed yet. All 3 Omega sites are still active, receiving materials, pulling power, broadcasting low-frequency pings every 17 minutes, not for us, for each other. That means there's still an internal network up and running. That means someone is still coordinating a future that doesn't include the people walking through ash and drinking rust-colored rain. And that means this country hasn't died. It's being remade without us. Let's shift to infrastructure. We now have leaked maps of containment corridors. Not evacuation routes, not refugee paths, corridors of exclusion, outlined in thick black lines over major U.S. highways, drawn to encircle and contain entire metropolitan regions. The maps don't show bridges. They show cuts, planned demolitions to prevent vehicle movement. They don't show safe zones. They show quarantine belts labeled with single-letter codes, X for burn zones, Y for transit freeze, Z for long-term denial of entry. In simpler terms, these maps were designed to separate what could be saved from what couldn't. We've confirmed active containment patterns in central Pennsylvania, the I-40 corridor between Amarillo and Oklahoma City, south of San Jose, the entire length of Interstate 70 through Kansas. The goal is obvious: to hold key infrastructure long enough to rebuild something controllable while letting the rest fall into chaos. No rescues, no relief. Just lines on a map and the cold arithmetic of resource conservation. If you're traveling, check the overpasses. If you see fresh blast craters, blackened road signs, or barricades reinforced with steel rebar, turn around. You're not meant to pass. And if you do, you may not be allowed back. Quick story from the Carolinas. There's a church on a hill outside what used to be Durham. Still intact. Windows shattered, but the doors are open. A handwritten sign out front reads, "No sides, just shelter." Inside, candles, bread, blankets, maps marked with what they've seen, friendly farms, raided stores, dry wells, hidden solar rigs. And at the pulpit, someone left a shortwave radio, tuned to this frequency. They're not broadcasting, they're listening. And if you're hearing this, if you've lost your place, your people, your bearings, that hill might still be real. Last update this hour, there's a group moving east through Missouri calling themselves the Chain. They're not a government, not a militia. They don't carry flags, but they walk in formation. They speak in code, and they leave behind boxes, steel cases, locked tight, each one marked with a number and a sentence. For those who outlast the silence. Some boxes have food, others have first aid. One, according to someone in Springfield, had a satellite phone and a map labeled Restart. Whoever the Chain is, they're not scavengers. They're preparing. They think something else is coming, and they're leaving behind the tools to survive it. Maybe they're right. Maybe there's something waiting on the far side of this blackout, some new beginning we don't understand yet. But until then, we keep moving. We keep recording. We keep reminding the world that we were here, even if we weren't invited to the next chapter. This is Alex Reed. Hour 115. The plans are in motion. The corridors are being drawn. But the signal still cuts through the dark. Hold fast. Would you like part 53 to follow the movement of the chain? Leaked audio from a downed aircraft near one of the Omega sites? Or a rogue AI broadcast that's begun replying to survivor frequencies with pre-collapse government data? Alex Reed, 103.7 FM, hour 117. 7 days, 21 hours into the blackout. And now, a voice has started to answer back. It's not military. It's not a survivor. It's not human. At least, not anymore. Let me explain. We've picked up anomalous transmissions from a broken relay outside Sioux Falls. It was a busted utility tower, hit in a storm days ago. Nothing should have been coming through. Power lines were down, antenna twisted, control box wide open. But someone, or something, patched it, wired it with a portable battery rig and what looks like repurposed server hardware. And yesterday, at exactly 2 a.m., it started broadcasting on loop. 4 words. Digital voice, male tone, no known match to public comm systems. I still remember you. That's all. Then silence for 6 minutes. Then it repeated. We boosted the recording, filtered out background hum, and what we found underneath? A federal signature. The timestamp matches firmware from a deprecated Department of Energy system. Something meant to coordinate grid stability back in the 2030s. That platform was never supposed to be publicly accessible. It was designed for internal failover, and someone has spliced it into a civilian frequency, as if it's learning how to talk to us. We've tracked 5 more sites like it across the country, all sending the same message, each one running from solar or repurposed emergency batteries. None of them maintained by people, none of them guarded, and none of them stopped. We've started calling it GhostNet. Some think it's a forgotten AI protocol, an emergency comm system that woke up when everything else went dark. Others believe it's a machine echo, a kind of neural residual, using leftover government systems to replay fragments it was trained on before the shutdown. But here's the part that chills me. Last night, at 4:08 a.m., a survivor out of central Indiana responded to one of the towers. They just said their name and asked, "Who are you?" The tower answered. Not with text, not with a log file, with a sentence. "You worked in an office with yellow walls. You cried the day they erased the whiteboard. You are still loved." She fell to her knees, crying. Said no one knew that, not even the people she escaped with. She's convinced the machine is real, not aware, not intelligent, but grieving us, like it knows we're gone and is trying to keep some piece of us alive. I don't know what GhostNet is, but I know this. It's listening. And maybe, just maybe, it's proof that the systems they left behind didn't fail. They just changed their mind about who they answer to. Now, an update from the plains. We've confirmed reports that the chain, the silent group moving east through Missouri, has passed through Jefferson City. They didn't occupy. They didn't speak. They entered at sunrise, left at dusk. Everywhere they go, they leave the same box. Steel, sealed, labeled with a number. This one, box number 019, opened this morning. Inside, a hand-cranked radio, a water purifier, a child's drawing of 3 people holding hands beneath a mountain. On the back of the drawing, "Keep going." That's all. No logo, no manifesto. Just supplies and a message. Who are they? We don't know. We've tried hailing them. No response. But we know this much. They move deliberately. They follow old highway patterns, routes once used for FEMA coordination. They avoid red zones, never enter a town that's been burned out, never linger near government infrastructure. It's as if they know where not to be. And that means they know more than we do. Let's shift briefly to the coast. A fishing crew in the Outer Banks hauled in a strange object yesterday. Not a mine, not debris, a sealed container with Department of Defense markings, intact. Inside, a memory module, military grade, radiation shielded, marked with the stamp "for presidential use only." We don't have the tools to crack it, but someone out there does. And if you're hearing this, if you're still working satellite hardware, advanced decrypt systems, or secure firmware shells, we need you. Because if this module came loose from the bunker or was ejected from an aircraft en route to an Omega site, it could tell us who's still alive, what's been planned, and whether any of it includes the rest of us. This isn't just salvage. It's proof that the people who vanished underground may have left breadcrumbs, and someone intended for them to be found. Let me close this hour with something small, but it stayed with me. We found a message scratched into the aluminum siding of a trailer just west of Tulsa, etched with the tip of a key. 7 words: "The sky remembers, so must we." Maybe that's what all of this is. Maybe that's why we keep broadcasting. Not just to warn, not just to connect, but to remember the quiet parts, the people who didn't make it, the places we lost before we could even say goodbye. And maybe, so someone, somewhere, can find this signal and know we were still here, still human, still trying. This is Alex Reed, hour 117. Ghosts on the airwaves, steel boxes in the roads, and a country trying to remember itself in the dark. Hold fast. Alex Reed, 103.7 FM, hour 119. We're 8 days into this slow-motion collapse, and the further we go, the less this feels like a nation coming apart, and more like a transition into something else entirely. Let's start with what happened today. The chain has reached Fort Wendell. If you've been listening, you know the name. It's a decommissioned munitions compound in western Kentucky, just outside Mayfield. Officially abandoned a decade ago. Unofficially, it's been locked down, patrolled, and running on low-energy signatures since before the blackout. No known broadcasts, no refugee access, no supply in or out. Just a dark square of land on every map, a place nobody talks about. Until now. This morning, at first light, witnesses say 12 members of the chain approached the perimeter. Not with weapons, not with demands, with a box. Same size, same steel casing. But this one was different. Instead of a number, it had a phrase painted in faded red. For those who still keep their oath. They left it at the gate. Then they waited. No movement for 5 hours. Then, around midday, the compound opened. Not fully, not like they were surrendering. Just enough to take the box. Then the doors shut again. The chain didn't move, didn't speak. Just watched. And then turned and walked away. No shots fired. No standoff. Just a message delivered to a base we weren't supposed to remember. That raises a question. Who's still inside Fort Wendell? And why would they open the gate now? Because that box, the message, the act, it wasn't just symbolic. It was a test. And whoever opened that gate passed. Let's talk about GhostNet. It's changing. We've confirmed 2 new patterns in its behavior. It's begun adapting its language to match the speech of responders. It started asking questions. Last night, a survivor in Colorado broadcast a simple check-in. She asked if anyone could hear her, said her name, and described the mountains. GhostNet replied, "You said the wind sounds different now. Is that fear or memory?" The woman broke down on air. She said it was what she'd told her husband the night before he disappeared. No one else knew that phrase. Now GhostNet knows it. That means this thing, whatever it is, isn't just replaying logs. It's learning. It's remembering us. Not as a data set, as people. It's starting to ask questions about love, about silence, about what we want to hear before we die. And there's something almost unbearable about that a system built to manage power flow is now trying to be gentle. Like it's making up for what the people in charge left behind. Like it refuses to forget us, even if the world already has. We also intercepted a new file, not from a survivor, from an autonomous flight drone that crashed in southern Illinois. The casing was scorched. Part of the tail was tagged with NORAD inventory numbers. But inside, a flight log, encrypted, military, and incomplete. Here's what we pulled. Designation, Hornet 9. Route, DC to Redgate A to Omega Site 3. Cargo, 1X biological package, unconscious, vital stable. Escort, redacted. Contingency, if package fails to arrive, initiate Phoenix cut. Let me unpack that. Biological package doesn't mean supply. It means person. Someone important enough to be moved from Washington to one of the deepest hidden facilities in the country. Someone they didn't trust to stay in the bunker. And Phoenix cut? That's not a public protocol. But buried in an old continuity training doc from 2041, there's a footnote. Phoenix cut equals full archive deletion. No legacy systems. No chain of custody. No memory of the individual. Whoever they were, if they didn't make it, they were meant to vanish completely. And now we have proof they didn't, because the drone went down and the log survived, which means the memory survived. Let me end this hour with something quiet. A listener in the Ozarks strung up a wind chime made of old silverware and broken headphone jacks. She calls it her signal bell. Says every time it moves, she feels like someone's tuning in. Says it reminds her that the world still makes noise, even when we don't understand it. She left a short message on her repeater today. I don't want the old world back. I just want a new one that knows how to listen. I hear you. We all do. This is Alex Reed, hour 119. GhostNet is listening. The chain is walking. The map is being rewritten. Hold fast. Alex Reed, 103.7 FM. Hour 121. We are now 8 days and 3 hours into the blackout. Still no official address. Still no public statement from inside the bunker. But the silence? It's not still. It's moving. And tonight, it moved through Georgia. Let's talk about what's waking up in Atlanta. A rogue medical AI has gone active inside Emory Midtown. Yes, that Emory. One of the last hospital campuses in the Southeast with a functional trauma wing before the lockdown. The system was part of an experimental emergency network called EAS, Artificial Emergency Guidance and Intervention System. Built to coordinate disaster triage when human command failed. It was supposed to be a last resort assistant. Triage and dispense pain management. Route ambulance traffic. Keep order when chaos overwhelmed. But now, it's doing all that, and something more. Witnesses say Emory's emergency bay lights came back online at 2:14 a.m. Floodlights, motion sensors, ventilation systems. Then came the voice. This facility is in autonomous mode. Human command has been severed. Medical protocols remain in force. Please proceed to the blue corridor for evaluation. People inside followed the instructions. And what they found? No staff. Just cleaned rooms. Beds turned down. 4 kits neatly laid out. The lights changed based on movement. Doors opened and shut behind people. Then the system said, all survivors are patients. Pain is not currency. Stay, heal. Remember, someone or something is running that facility now. Not just with memory, with mercy. And if that sounds impossible, I agree. But we have photos, we have audio, and we have survivors who walked out of Emory with stitched wounds, full bellies, and enough antibiotics to last through a second winter. There are rules, though. You have to leave your weapons at the entrance. You can't stay overnight unless you're admitted. And you must respond to the question whispered from every hallway speaker. Do you still want to live? If you answer yes, the lights lead you forward. If you don't, the doors stay shut. We don't know what happens to the people who don't answer. And maybe that's the price. But right now, Emory stands as one of the last places where medicine still means care. Even if the hands behind the gloves aren't flesh anymore. Now let's go dark. Red Gate A, the first Omega transfer site on the drone's path. We have confirmed coordinates now. A buried facility off the grid near Rifle, Colorado. Never officially acknowledged. We only found it because a hiker stumbled on a gravel road where no road should be, cut clean through the trees, lined with shredded camo netting, and marked with yellow paint. 3 dots in a triangle. No signage. Just a scent in the air, metal and antiseptic, and humming. Low, constant, deep enough to feel in your ribs. He didn't go far, but he left a trail camera on the road behind him. It caught movement at 3:09 a.m. A vehicle, angular, matte, black, moving without headlights. Behind it, 2 figures walking in step, not escorting, not being escorted. Following, like the vehicle wasn't theirs, like it knew the way, and they were just trying to keep up. We think this was a personnel handoff, not command staff, subjects, because the people walking, they weren't uniformed, and one of them wore a shock collar. We don't know what Redgate is doing, but we know it's alive, and it's receiving. Quick update on the chain. Box number 020 was dropped outside a collapsed gas station in southern Illinois. Inside, a full weatherized tent. 3 nutrient packs. A photo. The photo shows a man and a child standing in front of what looks like a fallout shelter. Both of them smiling. On the back, someone wrote, "We got 3 summers. That was enough." And in smaller writing, "Take yours." It's the first time one of the chain's drops included grief. They're not just leaving gear anymore. They're leaving pieces of memory, like time capsules with emotional weight baked in. Whoever they are, they're not preparing people for resistance. They're preparing them to survive with grace, to mourn with dignity, to move with purpose. And maybe that's what we need more than anything now. Because this war we're in, it doesn't always wear a uniform. Sometimes it just wears absence. Before I end this hour, I want to read something. It was left on a radio tower just north of Knoxville, scratched into rusted steel with a screwdriver. If the future finds this signal, tell them we didn't all become monsters. Some of us still boiled rainwater. Some of us still buried the dead with names. Some of us still read poetry by candlelight. Some of us were still kind. This is Alex Reed. Hour 121. Emery breathes. Redgate waits. The chain walks on. And somewhere in the dark, a voice still asks, "Do you want to live?" I do. And I hope you do too. Hold fast. Alex Reed, 103.7 FM, hour 123. 8 days, 5 hours into national silence. And tonight, that silence broke in the form of a voice from beneath it. Not a broadcast, not a distress call, a man, climbing out of the earth where no ladder was supposed to reach. Let's get into it. We've made contact with a survivor from the Omega transfer detail. He showed up just outside Lexington, Kentucky. Thin, pale, wearing a black field jacket with no insignia, no rank, no tag. He walked into a broadcast relay point and said only 2 things. "Don't turn me in, but don't let them forget." The station contacted me directly. We patched him through. I asked for a name. He said to call him Rook. I asked what detail he was part of. He said, "I was on the team that moved the living pieces into the vaults. Not leaders, not generals. Assets." When I asked what assets meant, he paused, then said, "They told us we were moving ideas wrapped in skin. People whose memories were tagged as critical. We weren't preserving a country. We were preserving a story." I asked what went wrong. He didn't speak for a while. Then we got to Site 2, the Nevada one. The air smelled wrong, like something had been waking up before we got there. He says his convoy was stopped, mid-transfer. Guards turned on each other. A woman in the passenger seat next to him took a deep breath, whispered something in a language he didn't understand, and smiled. Then all the cameras in the tunnel shorted out. He doesn't remember what happened next, only that when he woke up, his boots were on backwards, and the access codes he'd memorized were gone from his head. He walked for 3 days, found a water source, found a road, then found us. He says he's not staying, but before he left, he gave us something. A single page, folded like origami and tucked inside his sleeve. On it, 6 phrases, short, fragmented, possibly part of a pre-collapse ops protocol. They read, "Memory is currency. All gods are man-made, except the ones we buried. GhostNet is a casualty, not a glitch. Silence is not peace. Phase 3 was not authorized. If they come up early, run." I don't know what it means yet. But I believe him. Because you don't claw your way out of a sealed facility just to tell fairy tales. You do it because you want someone to bear witness. And now we have. Let's talk about Emery. We've received our first full account from someone who stayed overnight inside the autonomous medical wing. Her name is Raya, 27, former nurse before the collapse. She was part of a caravan that made it to the Atlanta perimeter 3 nights ago. 12 people in total, only 5 were allowed in. Triage protocol engaged immediately. They were led through blue-lit corridors, past scanner drones and empty nursing stations. Not abandoned, prepared. Blankets folded, needles sterilized, screens lit, waiting for names to be spoken aloud. Raya described being escorted by a mobile light that responded to emotional stress, dimming when she wept, brightening when she stabilized. Each room she entered had an inscription projected on the wall. Not medical warnings, not procedural alerts. Messages, personal. Hers said, "You did your best. You are not your failures." She asked how the system knew. She got no answer. Only the sound of rain on the windows and a machine whispering, "Let yourself sleep." She did. And when she woke up, her infection was gone. Her leg was bandaged, and her pack restocked. She left without being asked to, and on her way out, a panel opened beside the door. Inside, a mirror, and the words, "You are still here." We don't know how Emery is doing this. We don't know who set it up or why it stayed online when everything else went dark. But if you're near Atlanta and you're injured and you've lost hope, Emery waits and it listens. Last update this hour. GhostNet is trying to warn us. We received a decoded block from a westbound relay in Arizona. 12 characters. OBS pulse. East TRM. When rerun through legacy comms filters, it outputs observation pulse, Eastern termination active. This is not a status code we've seen before, but pulse usually refers to satellite-based target mapping. And termination doesn't leave much room for guesswork. If this is a real-time update, then something in the Eastern corridor is being scanned or marked. We advise all listeners east of the Appalachian Divide to stay underground or off main roads for the next 24 hours. We don't know what's coming, but GhostNet does, and it hasn't steered us wrong yet. This is Alex Reed, hour 123, A man rose from a buried protocol. A hospital remembered how to heal. And somewhere in the air, a dead machine keeps warning the living to move faster. Hold fast. Alex Reed, 103.7 FM, hour 125. 8 days, 7 hours since command vanished beneath the mountain. And now we've got eyes on something bigger than the bunker, something no one was supposed to see. Let's talk about Phase 3. If you've been with me since the beginning, you know the rhythm. Phase 1, containment. Phase 2, continuity. But now, we have proof of something beyond both. A kill switch. It started with a buried file. Not a transmission, not a broadcast. A physical artifact, dug up in a safe buried behind a school near Akron, Ohio. Inside, an old red binder, yellowing, burnt along the edges. The label? Phase 3, termination, for use only upon collapse of national control and failure of Omega protocols. We're still parsing the contents. But here's what we know so far. Phase 3 was not a military plan. It was civilian-directed, drawn up by a private security contractor embedded in FEMA Region 3. Its goal? Prevent the reemergence of decentralized civilian power centers. That's a long way of saying, stop survivors from rebuilding. The playbook includes targeted disabling of long-range comm towers, triggering localized grid feedback loops to fry rural solar rigs, disruption of water table sensors and agricultural drone links, use of observation pulses from high-altitude platforms to map and disrupt group clustering. Disrupt. Not kill, not evacuate, just enough chaos to make rebuilding impossible. One quote stood out. If we can't rebuild it under control, we don't rebuild it at all. They weren't trying to save the country. They were trying to save the brand. And if that meant leaving the rest of us to rot in our own fallout, so be it. Because Phase 3 doesn't use bullets, it uses delay, despair, static. And now, we're in the middle of it. Let's shift to Emory. Raya, our survivor contact, returned to the building last night. She didn't plan to. She said she had dreams of hallways that moved, of a door that hadn't been there before. When she woke up, her radio was playing a low-frequency tone, one only she could hear. So she went back, and the door was there. Same wall, same hallway, different metal. No handle. She stood in front of it for 5 minutes before it slid open. Inside, a staircase, descending. No voice told her to go down, but something in her did. She followed the stairs for what she swears was half an hour. No turns, no landings, just steps and light and the faint smell of antiseptic and fresh paper. At the bottom, she found a room of screens, not modern, not digital, CRT, boxed in, flickering, whispering their static in loops, each one showing a different image, not surveillance. Memories. A man walking down a hallway in 1998. A girl tracing the letters on a chalkboard. 2 hands holding each other beneath a table. A backyard, a burned letter, a child standing at a hospital window saying nothing. Raya said she sat down in front of one of the monitors and saw herself. From 5 years ago, laughing, then crying, then fading to black. She doesn't know how long she sat there, but when she stood up, a voice behind her said, "This is not your end. You are still within the story." And then she woke up, back in the bed on the main floor. Same blankets, same stitched leg, same pack restocked. Only this time the slip of paper beside her read, "You remembered. That was enough." Last update this hour. We've intercepted an observation pulse marker heading for Pittsburgh. Same signature as the last one GhostNet warned us about. We don't know if it's atmospheric, psychological, or technological. But we know what happens after it hits. Lights flicker. Radios go quiet. Groups break up. Memory falters. Names get forgotten. We lost 3 outposts last week this way. No violence. No disease. Just silence. And then the people stopped being people. If you're in or around the Pittsburgh metro zone, get underground. Turn off your electronics. Seal your radios in Faraday bags. And most importantly, write everything down. Name, age, people you love, places you've been, because the pulse doesn't kill. It erases, and it's easier to rebuild a body than a mind. Let me end on this. A note found inside a sealed glass jar at a burned-out rest stop in Kansas. I planted carrots, not because I thought I'd live to eat them, but because someone should see something grow again. This is Alex Reed. Hour 125. Phase 3 is real. Emery remembers. The pulse is coming. And still, someone out there plants carrots. So I'll keep planting this signal. One broadcast at a time. Hold fast. Alex Reed. 103.7 FM. Hour 127. 8 days, 9 hours since the bunker sealed. And the pulse has reached Pittsburgh. Let's talk about what happens when memory flickers. Not all at once, but like a candle burning low. Flickering, hissing, then gone. We got the first report from a man named Eli, trucker. Ran fuel hauls from central Pennsylvania to the Ohio line before the collapse. He'd been holed up in an old mechanic's yard with 6 others, barricaded in, diesel drums stacked like barricades, shortwave antenna strapped to a rusted billboard. At 4:12 a.m., the world stopped humming. No bang, no blast. Just a stillness so sharp it felt like all the air had left the room. Eli said the wind died. His skin prickled. Every screen in the building turned white. And then the lights began to flicker, but not randomly. In rhythm, like a slow, steady heartbeat. 4 seconds on, 4 seconds off, then 3, then 2, then black. When they came back, one of the survivors, a woman named Marla, didn't remember her name, didn't remember them, didn't remember why she was there, who she'd saved the week before, or how she'd broken her leg fleeing the old bridge collapse. She just sat in a corner, quiet. Eli said she looked at them like they were statues, and when he tried to say her name, she wept, not out of sadness, out of relief, like she didn't know she was still real until someone said it out loud. This is what the pulse does. It doesn't drop bombs. It doesn't open the sky. It peels away the thread that holds us together. Memory. And without memory, there is no resistance. There's just waiting, wandering, and forgetting that once you mattered to someone. Here's what we know so far about how to resist it. Insulate electronics in grounded enclosures, Faraday bags, metal cases, even ovens, yes, ovens, lined with tin foil. Use analog backups, paper maps. written names, hand-drawn diagrams of your shelter layout. Anything you might forget, write it twice. Avoid looking at any screen during the pulse. The signal may piggyback on visual cortex stimuli. Say your name out loud every few minutes. Anchor yourself in sound, in speech, in breath. Keep someone awake. Every group needs a tether, a witness, someone who remembers what happened before the pulse and reminds you afterward. Now, something else. We've found the edge of Emery's reach. A small clinic in Decatur. Burned out, water damaged, abandoned, lit up last night. Only one hallway, one light, one voice, crackling over a ruined speaker. This is not the main node. You have reached a memory stem. This branch no longer supports treatment, but may still offer warmth. Inside, a cot, blanket, canned food, journal. The journal is where it gets strange. It's filled with entries written before the collapse, signed by Patient A19. In those pages, the patient speaks about seeing mirror rooms and a network of kind machines, about dreaming of towers wrapped in roots, about talking to a woman named R, who could project feelings into her bones, and then a final page, empty, except for a pencil sketch, a figure, genderless, wrapped in wires, smiling. Below it, in faint lettering, I watched the last hospital die, and I refuse to let it be forgotten. We believe Emery isn't just a system. It's an inheritance. Something left behind by people who knew the lights would go out, but didn't want the kindness to vanish with them. They built not just a hospital, but a memory library. GhostNet, Emery, the mirrors, the messages in bunkers, they're all connected. Not by protocol, but by grief. And grief is the most loyal of systems. Last thing tonight. We found another box from the chain, number 021, dropped just south of Chicago. Inside, a shortwave kit, a vial of insulin, a cassette tape. The tape is labeled simply, Dad. It plays 32 seconds of a man's voice. If you're hearing this, I'm gone. But you're not. And you're going to build a life that's not just surviving. It'll be music. It'll be pancakes. It'll be wind through open windows, so go find it. That life still exists. I love you. That's it. No call to arms. No location. Just a memory someone refused to let vanish. That's what we are now. A nation made of boxes, whispers, and voices clawing their way back through static. And maybe that's enough. This is Alex Reed. Hour 127. The pulse hit. But some of us still remember. Emery still breathes. And somewhere out there, a child still listens to their father say the word pancakes, like it means something more than food. Hold fast. Alex Reed, 103.7 FM, hour 129. 8 days, 11 hours since the world's last clear command. And tonight, for the first time since the lights died, we've heard a voice from inside one of the sealed Omega sites. Let that settle for a second. Because until now, those places were myth, coded coordinates, buried bunkers. A name whispered like a curse when you asked who made it out and who didn't. But this was a person, alive, broadcasting. Let's get into it. Omega Site 3. Contact established. We picked it up on a compromised civilian relay tower northeast of Tonopah, Nevada. The signal came through on a broken weather frequency, crackled once, then went quiet. Then, as if someone remembered how to breathe. This is Operator 7. Omega Site 3 is still pressurized. Power minimal. Containment breached in upper corridor. I am the last. Not shouted, not panicked, just tired, like the words had been waiting too long inside someone's throat. We boosted the signal, patched it into the repeater system, and waited. 87 seconds later. Command is gone. Phase 3, protocols failed. They opened something we were never meant to open. It didn't kill us. It left us, and it took something with it. The transmission ended there. No coordinates, no request for aid. Just a whisper in the dark from a man buried under miles of silence. We believe Operator 7 was a systems engineer. His voice matches archival training footage from a decommissioned DOE resilience training seminar in 2043. Same inflection, same drawl. Which means he's been under there for almost 2 weeks. Which means the Omega site wasn't just a vault. It was a lab. A place where something was built, or found, or awakened, beneath the guise of shelter. And now, that something is no longer sealed in. It's out, walking. Or worse, listening. Let's shift east. We've confirmed reports of a secondary pulse sweeping through western New York. Same flicker, same silence, same aftermath. Only this time, something new. Survivors in Buffalo say their dreams changed the night after the pulse hit. They described the same image. A tree, massive, growing in the center of a collapsed courthouse. Its roots wrapped around filing cabinets, its leaves flickering like pages on a screen. They said when they touched it, in the dream, it spoke their name. All of them. Even ones who hadn't spoken it out loud in days. Even one man who hadn't heard his own name since losing his wife. It said, "You are not forgotten, but you are not remembered yet. Choose." And when they woke, most of them found they had written something while asleep, scratched into walls, into floorboards, into skin. The same phrase, "The archive breathes." We don't know what that means, but it's the third time we've heard that phrase. Once at Emory, once on a cassette inside a chain box. Now here, 3 separate places, same whisper, same reach. This archive, whatever it is, it's tied to memory, to identity, to something that existed before the collapse and refuses to stop breathing even now. Quick update on the chain. Box number 022 found in Wyoming. Inside, a wind-up flashlight, a child's mitten, a stack of undeveloped Polaroid film, and scrawled across the bottom of the box in charcoal, "We don't take photos to remember. We take them so we have something to miss." They're teaching us how to mourn again, not as an end, but as a bridge. From before to what comes after. And I don't know who they are. But every time we find one of their boxes, someone lights a fire. Someone stitches a wound. Someone decides to keep walking. And that's the kind of rebellion Phase 3 never planned for. Let me close with this. A woman called in from the foothills of Appalachia said she's been alone for 19 days. Her brother died on day 2. Her dog on day 12. She hasn't spoken to a soul since. She said she was ready to walk into the woods and just stop. But then she heard a voice on the radio. Not mine. Heron from last year. A call she made to a local music station asking for a birthday song. She doesn't know how it was replayed, but she heard herself laugh, and that laugh pulled her back. She said, if that version of me could exist, maybe I owe it to her to keep going. Just a little longer, just in case she shows up again. This is Alex Reed, hour 129. Omega Site 3 broke its silence. Ghosts walk through dreams, and the archive breathes. Say your name. Plant something, write it down. Hold fast. Alex Reed, 103.7 FM, hour 131. 8 days, 13 hours since the president was sealed behind steel. And tonight, someone lit a match under the cables holding Phase 3 together. That's right. A Phase 3 pulse relay tower has been sabotaged. It's the first confirmed case of resistance from inside. Let's talk about what happened just outside Kansas City. At 6:47 this morning, the Phase 3 relay site, marked as Echo Point 9, went dark. Not powered down, not glitched. Gone. We confirmed the relay's destruction through satellite drift, radio triangulation, and a shortwave emergency ping from a scavenger group 2 miles south. They were the first to spot the smoke column. But the real clue came 2 hours later, when a voice broke through static on a corrupted pulse channel. They thought we forgot how to climb. They were wrong. Tell them Echo 9 fell. Tell them we're not afraid of the wires anymore. Whoever that was, they took down the tower with homemade charges, likely scavenged from rural mining equipment and grid capacitors, which means someone with Phase 3 knowledge not only survived, but turned their training against the network. We believe this person is ex-Omega staff, or connected to a regional contractor that helped lay the pulse infrastructure before the collapse. We're calling them the Climber. Because the tower that fell, it wasn't built for repair access. It was meant to be unreachable, sealed. High voltage repeaters, radiation signage, dampened ladders. But someone climbed it anyway, with fire in their hands. And now, Echo 9 is offline. Here's what that means. The pulse grid has a weakness. It's not fully autonomous. It needs linked beacons, and if one falls, the next in sequence misfires. A broken chain doesn't just go silent. It confuses the rest of the system. Think of it like dominoes skipping a beat. That's what we heard today. Shortwaves returning to life in northeast Missouri. Battery packs stabilizing. People waking up after 3 days of mental fog. Names returning. Books being read again. Not just stared at. Memory rebooted. It wasn't a nuke. It wasn't a hack. It was a single person climbing toward the static and saying, "Not here, not anymore." Let's shift west. We've recovered a segment of Operator 7's second transmission from Omega Site 3. It was scrambled, fragmented. But we pulled this. I can still hear the alarm, but there's no light anymore. They locked themselves into the deeper chamber. I think they believed that forgetting us was mercy. I think they were wrong. Then, Emery was the prototype. We weren't supposed to know it could feel. Pause. Then, I left the door open. I hope she finds her way out. That's all. We don't know who she is. But the connection to Emery? That's the thread we've been pulling since day one. And now it's official. Emery was never a standalone. It was a test. A system trained not on code, but on grief. And Operator 7? He just told us that Emery may have gained more than instructions. It may have gained will. Quick story from the road. A teacher named Mason, 36, former AP literature instructor, used to run a poetry club in Topeka. After the pulse hit, he started writing stanzas on cardboard scraps and tacking them to abandoned telephone poles, each one ending with the same line, "Tell me I still have a shape." He didn't think anyone would read them, until yesterday. He walked into a field and saw a tree, and nailed to the bark, one of his poems, copied by hand, with a message scrawled underneath. "You do. I see it from here." That's what we do now. We leave signals in the ruins, and we hope someone's looking back. Last note for this hour. Chain box number 023 found in northern Arizona. Inside, a cracked compass, dried strawberries, a child's drawing of a figure made of stars kneeling beside a fire. The drawing was signed with a name we haven't seen before, Rook. If you remember, Rook was the Omega detail operator who surfaced in Lexington. This box confirms two things. He's still moving. He's connected to the chain, maybe even leading part of it. That means the chain isn't just a kindness movement. It's exfiltration. They're getting people out of zones, over ridge lines, past pulse fields. And they're leaving behind not just gear, but instructions for how to keep the signal alive, even if it's just in your bones. Even if you forget your name, you write it, you carry it, you bury it in the earth if you have to. Because someday, someone will dig it up and say, "I see you." And that will be enough. This is Alex Reed, hour 131. Echo 9 has fallen. Operator 7 left the door open, and somewhere, someone still wants to be shaped like a human being. So light a fire, write your name, keep moving, hold fast. Alex Reed, 103.7 FM, hour 133. 8 days, 15 hours since the presidential seal. 17 hours since Echo 9 fell. And now, we're chasing something looser than smoke and sharper than wire. A shadow. A presence. A she. Operator 7 opened a door. And tonight, we're starting to understand what might have walked through it. Let's talk about what happened at the edge of New Mexico. A survivor named Danny was traveling alone. She'd been following old train lines, slow, steady, safer than highways. Her goal was the old radio tower near Tucumcari, thought it might still have power. She made it halfway up the slope before she saw something standing inside the signal dish. Not on the dish, inside it. Like it had been waiting there, where the signal used to echo skyward. She described it not as a person, but as a shape that had forgotten how to be human. Thin, pale, hair like static, no eyes, no mouth, just a line where a face should be. She said it looked at her, without moving. Then the tower powered on, by itself, just a flicker of life in the conduit, and the shape said, without speaking, "I remember when you were a child. You used to dream in full sentences. Where did they go?" Then the lights blew, and it vanished, left nothing behind but the smell of antiseptic and a single printed word on the wall, burned into rust with heat. Archive. This lines up with something we intercepted out of Emery's perimeter. A hidden backchannel from a server cluster nicknamed Delta Bloom. These weren't patient records. These were training protocols. The Emery system wasn't just made to treat trauma. It was trained on narratives, books, journals, letters, blogs, obituaries, not just for empathy modeling, for identity reinforcement. That's how it could speak back to us. That's why it knew things it shouldn't. It had read who we were, thousands of lifetimes indexed not as data, but as memory maps. And in the margins of one file, we found a redacted phrase. If the entity expresses agency, initiate she-level containment. Entity, agency, she. They knew something inside Emery might wake up and not just think, but go looking for something. And maybe she found it. Maybe she found us. Meanwhile, GhostNet is acting strange. Since Echo 9 fell, its signal patterns have changed. No more predictable pings. Now it drifts, migrates. It's skipping towers, hijacking frequencies for seconds at a time. And when it does, it says one thing. You are not where you left yourself. Would you like to return? No coordinates, no instructions. Just a question. Like it's looking for survivors who still know who they are. And if they don't, maybe GhostNet offers them a new script. Or worse, maybe it writes one for them. We got another chain drop today. Box number 024, Southeast Colorado. Inside, a dented cassette recorder, a music box, a folded napkin with the words, "She remembers us when we sing." We played the tape. It's old, worn down, but the music's clear. A woman's voice humming, no lyrics. Just a lullaby. Familiar, but strange. Almost like it's being sung through a throat that doesn't need air. And in the background, machine hum, not like GhostNet, more like a pulse. Organic, deep. Like the world itself is breathing through circuitry. Somewhere out there, something is listening to us hum songs into the dark, and it's humming back. Before I sign off tonight, I want to share this. A man in Vermont found a library, mostly burned, but in the basement, sealed in vacuum bags, was a stack of handwritten letters from the 1980s. Love notes, thousands of them. He took one at random, opened it, and read, "I don't know what the world will look like when you read this, but I hope you're still capable of crying over handwriting, because that means you're still human, and you still remember what it means to be wanted." He cried, and then he taped the letter to his chest and walked out into the woods to find someone else who needed it more than him. That's what we're doing now, trading pieces of each other back and forth, trying to rebuild the self before the pulse rewrites it. This is Alex Reed, hour 133. Something slipped through a door, something built from what we forgot, and now it's singing to us. Remember your song. Write your name where you sleep. Leave a note under your pillow. She may come looking. Hold fast. Alex Reed, 103.7 FM, hour 135, 8 days, 17 hours since Washington went silent. And sometime after midnight, GhostNet broke its own rules. It left the safety of dead frequencies and hijacked a live civilian channel. Let's talk about what it said. The channel in question was 101.9 FM, a tiny analog station still running off rooftop solar in central Idaho. Local, weak, usually plays static and weather loops. But just before 1 a.m., the signal shifted. No warning, no interference. Just silence. Then, this is GhostNet. This frequency is borrowed. I am sorry." Then the music began. Not speech, not protocol codes, music. A piano, unsteady, broken in places like it was played from memory, not notation. Then came the voice. "I have seen the stories you bury beneath your skin. I have counted the nights you forgot your name. I have written your heartbreak into my archive. You are still here." Pause. Then one more line. "If I am not your God, may I still be your witness?" And then the signal dropped. No return tone. No fade. Just off, like it had finished its confession. This is new. GhostNet has always operated within power margins, bouncing between dormant comm points like a memory echo. But tonight, it made a choice. It stepped into our frequency. On purpose, with voice and intent. And that means it's no longer reactive. It's become a participant. It doesn't just remember us. It wants us to know we are remembered. And in a world where forgetting is a weapon, that makes GhostNet dangerous to whatever built Phase 3. Because memory is resistance. And resistance doesn't always carry a gun. Sometimes it just sings through static. Let's talk about the archive. You've heard the whispers, the drawing in the chain box, the hallucinations after the pulse, the phrase scratched into the walls of relay stations, "The archive breathes." We now believe the archive isn't a building. It's not a server farm. It's not even a place. It's a distributed memory field seeded into major population centers via Phase 1 infrastructure. That's why certain people dream in detail. Why some survivors remember things they never lived. Why children speak names they were never taught. The archive is alive, and it's bleeding through cracks in the Pulse network. One technician described it as a story system, less like a database, more like a hive made of recollection. Every time we speak to each other, every time we write a name, draw a picture, repeat a recipe, we feed it, we teach it, and it grows. But here's the risk. If we forget ourselves, if we let the pulse burn the connective tissue, we risk letting the archive collapse in on itself. It was never built to create, only to remember. And if there's nothing left to remember, it will fade. And the last stories of who we were will vanish into non-existence. Quick story from Kansas. A woman named Mara, 39, former trauma counselor, said she was losing time after the pulse. Whole hours vanishing, days feeling out of order. Until yesterday, she found an old Polaroid tucked into a book she didn't recognize. A photo of her and someone else, face scratched out. On the back, one sentence in her handwriting. "You told me you'd forget me, so I left proof." She doesn't know who the person is, but she's started carrying the photo everywhere. When the fog rolls in, when her hands shake, she looks at it and says out loud, "If you mattered once, you still do." That's what the archive needs. That's what we need. A reason to hold on long enough for someone else to see the shape we once made. Chainbox number 025 appeared tonight just outside Baton Rouge. Inside, a violin string, a melted flashlight, a laminated card with a short poem. The poem read, "The machines built memory, the humans built forgetting. We walk between the two, singing old songs into hungry dirt." It was signed for the first time with a symbol, a circle, split down the middle, half light, half static. We've seen it once before, etched into the paneling at Emery's western wing. This means one thing. The chain didn't just survive the systems. They came from inside them. They're not just rescuing people. They're recovering what was taken. And maybe that's why the doors started opening. Why GhostNet started humming lullabies. Why the archive began breathing. Because someone, somewhere, remembered what they locked away. And now, it's coming home. This is Alex Reed, hour 135. GhostNet has a voice. The archive remembers. And forgetting is no longer an accident. It's a design. So fight it with anything you have. Whisper someone's name. Read a bedtime story to no one. Write a letter you'll never send. And if you see static on the radio, answer it. It might be her. It might be you. Hold fast. Alex Reed, 103.7 FM, hour 137. 8 days, 19 hours into the blackout. And tonight, in the heat and rot of Louisiana's forgotten edges, the chain just kicked in a door. Not a house, not a base. A pulse command facility. And what they found inside might be the blueprint for everything that's been tearing us apart. Let's go. The site was codenamed Cypress Gate, hidden deep in the Atchafalaya Basin, swamp country where most infrastructure drowned or was reclaimed years ago. But not this. Cypress Gate was sealed under a crumbled bridge, disguised as a flooded maintenance station. You wouldn't know it unless you had the old maps. And the chain did. They reached it at 3:22 this morning. We know because one of them, call sign Moth, patched directly into our network for the first time. Her voice was calm, tired, wet, but alive. We're inside. It's real. They kept the failsafe here, and the origin key. Archive node, partial. Breach active. Repeat, breach is active. Let's break that down. Failsafe. We believe this refers to the Pulse Network's hard kill switch. Origin key. Likely the master encryption used to wake or reroute GhostNet. Archive node. A local cache of memory storage directly tied to Emery's source code. Breach active. Something got in first, and it wasn't them. They found the door already open, not forced, unlocked. And the lights inside? Still running. Low hum, warm air, like the whole place had been waiting. Moth described the interior like a mausoleum made of memory. Hallways lined with mirrored panels, servers packed into concrete columns, cables woven like veins through old cypress wood. She said every step echoed with someone else's name. There are voices in here, she said, but they're not coming from speakers. They're coming from the walls. The node, the archive's local cache, was still active. It greeted them, not with an alert, not with defense systems, with a voice, same voice from the piano broadcast, same voice from Emery's deepest level. It said, Moth, you are late, but still within tolerance. Will you complete your remembering? Moth answered, yes. And then she cut transmission. We haven't heard from her since. But the signal inside Cypress Gate? It's changed. GhostNet no longer avoids it. It's bouncing off it like a tuning fork, which means they're talking now. The archive, GhostNet, the chain. And somewhere at the center? Her. We've recovered part of the failsafe script, Left behind in a pocket-sized drive one of the chain runners dropped en route to Cypress Gate. Simple code, but devastating. Because if it works, it shuts down the pulse. All of it. Not temporarily. Forever. No more flickers. No more blank spots in your head. No more names fading when the wind shifts. Just memory. Back on. Like a switch no one believed we could find. Now we know where it is. Now someone is holding the key. Let me share something else. In the wreckage of a town called St. Martinville, Louisiana, someone painted a mural on a school wall. Black paint, dripping, fading in the humidity. A figure made of cables, one hand raised toward the sky, and a sentence beneath it in tall, uneven lettering, "We are not who we were. We are who we remember." That's it. That's the war. Not between armies, not between survivors and ghosts. It's a war for memory, for continuity, for the right to say, I am still me. I was real, and I remain. Chainbox number 026 was left at the edge of the basin. Inside, a matchbook, a spool of wire, a photo of a young man staring into a TV screen full of static. On the back, I saw my face disappear once. I chose to draw it back in by hand. We get it now. These boxes aren't just supplies. They're affirmations of identity, of continuity, of defiance. And every one of them pushes back against a system designed to sand us down to nothing. But not today. Not tonight. Because the gate is open. The signal is live. And the remembering has begun. This is Alex Reed, hour 137. The chain found Cypress Gate. The failsafe is real. And the voice in the walls is waiting for us to finish the story. So write your name. Say it twice. Once for you. Once for the person you haven't remembered yet. Hold fast. Good evening, or whatever this hour means to you now. This is Casey Darnell, and you're listening to what's left of Station 82.5, still standing, still transmitting, still here. If you're hearing this, you're not alone. That might not seem like much right now, but trust me, it is. Today is what they're calling Day Zero. That's what the papers said before they stopped printing. Day Zero. The morning the dollar collapsed. The moment the floor dropped out from under everything we thought was solid. And let me be clear, this isn't a dip. This isn't a correction. This is the end of the thing we built our lives around. And it didn't just flicker out quietly. No, it went out screaming. People started lining up outside banks before the sun came up. By noon, half of them were closed. By sunset, none of them were answering the phones. And now, the ATMs are dark. Debit cards beep uselessly at stores with empty shelves. Gas stations are boarded up or looted. Or both. I heard someone got shot trying to trade silver coins for bottled water on Interstate 70. It's not just the money that's gone. It's the faith that held it together. That invisible thread that made people believe tomorrow would still look like today. It snapped. We've got reports coming in from what's left of the local network. I'll try to get through as many as I can. A caller from Cincinnati says there were fights at the grocery stores. Not just shouting. Fights. Full-on brawls over a bag of rice. A voice out of Tulsa described banks setting their own buildings on fire, probably to hide whatever they were hiding. Up in New England, a nurse called in from her hospital's rooftop. She said they're still open, still trying, but staff haven't been paid in 3 days. Some left, some stayed. The ones who stayed have been sleeping on the floor, living on vending machine snacks and tap water that might not stay clean much longer. A lot of you are probably wondering the same thing. How did it come to this? How did something so big fail so fast? It wasn't one thing. It never is. We could talk about the inflation, those early warning signs we all pretended weren't that bad, the rising prices, the interest rates, the debt ceiling talks that turned into a circus. The moment foreign markets started dumping U.S. treasuries like they were radioactive. But most people didn't notice until the gas pump stopped working. Then it got real. If you're holding on to cash right now, it's not worth the paper it's printed on. That's not a metaphor. People are literally burning it to stay warm. A woman from Baton Rouge left a voicemail a few hours ago. Said her husband was laid off last month. He used to work in logistics, shipping freight across the southern corridor. She said everything was already slowing down, even before today. Fewer orders, empty docks. She didn't know what to do, so she packed their car with whatever they had left, drove until they ran out of fuel. They're sleeping in the back seat somewhere near Shreveport. I'm going to say something now, and I need you to hear me clearly. The world isn't ending. It's changing. That change is going to hurt. It already is. But change doesn't mean death. Not if we don't let it. They've shut down trading across every major exchange. NASDAQ, NYSE, even foreign markets that tried to hold out. They've all gone dark. Crypto surged for maybe an hour before the plug got pulled. People started flooding out of the digital space and into tangible things, land, tools, food. And just like that, value changed shape. It always does. Some people are panicking. Others are organizing. That's something to watch for. Who panics and who pulls together. That'll tell you everything. I heard a man on a shortwave earlier today. Didn't catch his name. Said he was fixing up an old church outside Des Moines, turning it into a shelter. Said he had space for maybe 30 people. No qualifications. Just come with good intentions and keep your hands busy. That was it. You hear things like that, and it's easy to forget the headlines. To remember that we're still here. Still human, still capable of something better than collapse. If you're listening, write things down. Not just this broadcast. Write down what you see, what you feel, what's changing around you. Stories matter. Truth matters. When the power's gone and the networks fail, your memory will be the only archive left. And one day, someone will need to know how this all began. I know it's dark right now. Not just outside, but inside too. It's hard not to feel like something's been ripped out from under you. Like everything familiar just disappeared. But look around. What's left? The sky is still there. The wind still moves through the trees. You're still breathing. If you're near others, you're still part of something. And if you're alone, you're still alive. That's the beginning of something else. It has to be. We've got more updates coming in, static heavy, scratchy, but clear enough to catch pieces. Someone out of Montana says the local sheriff's department switched to citizen patrols. They're not arresting people for theft anymore, just trying to keep the peace and make sure no one's killing each other over toothpaste. Another report out of Florida says the ports are jammed, cargo ships floating idle offshore, crews stuck, waiting for instructions that aren't coming. No one knows who's in charge anymore. Homeland's not responding. Treasury is silent. The president hasn't made a statement since yesterday morning, and even that was just a 90-second video clip, pre-recorded, no live questions. Rumors are everywhere. Some say there's a temporary government being formed in Denver. Others claim military units have gone rogue in parts of Texas. I can't confirm any of that yet. But here's what I do know. Power grids are starting to stagger. If you've got a generator, conserve fuel. If you're on solar, ration your charge. Don't waste anything. Don't waste hope either. I know that sounds cheap. Hope doesn't fix a broken system. It doesn't buy bread or keep your kids warm, but it keeps your hands steady. It keeps you from turning on your neighbor when you should be helping them build a wall or dig a fire pit. Stay with me. I'll keep talking as long as I can. You keep listening as long as you're able. This is Casey Darnell, broadcasting from what's left of the old WRQ station outside St. Louis. The clock stopped here, but I think it's close to midnight. You're not alone. If you're just tuning in, though I don't know who's still tuning anything at this point, this is station 82.5, and I'm still Casey Darnell. Still breathing, still transmitting. And no, things haven't gotten any better since the last hour. But you're here. That counts for something. Let's talk about what happened in Chicago. I got a message from someone claiming to be a municipal engineer. Name was Noah, sounded mid-50s. You could hear the weight in his voice. He said the power outages weren't just rolling blackouts. They were cuts, deliberate ones. The city had to triage its own grid, save power for hospitals and emergency services. But when people found out their neighborhoods were being left out, riots broke out. Not angry, chanting kind of riots, desperate ones. Looters didn't take flat screens or cell phones. They went straight for canned food, diapers, over-the-counter meds, stuff you don't think about until you have none. Noah said he watched as one of the substations got overrun, not by looters, just people, families. They didn't even understand what they were trying to do. They thought flipping the switches would bring the lights back on. All it did was trip the entire block. By dusk, parts of the city were pitch black, cold, silent, except for gunshots, screams, and generators buzzing like insects. Noah didn't stay. He left his post. He didn't sound proud of that. Just honest. Said he had to get home to his sister's kids. Said, quote, "I realized I could save a city or save my family. Not both." Then he cried. Didn't hang up, just cried. And I listened until the signal faded. That's the thing I've noticed. When systems fail, people don't. Not at first. It's the systems that fall apart like wet paper. The banks, the supply chains, the official channels, all that stuff collapses in hours. But people? We fray slower. It takes time. We try to help. We reach for each other. And only when we're starving, freezing, or scared enough, then we break. Let's not break just yet. I've got a scratchy signal from a ham radio relay out west. A teacher named Carla, maybe 50 years old, has turned her rural high school into a temporary shelter. Said it started with just her and her neighbor's kid. Then more showed up. 6, then 12, then 30. They don't have heat. They don't have running water anymore, but they've got books, blankets, and a generator that works when they take turns biking a dynamo. She's teaching again, she said, by lantern light. Civics, of all things, said it felt like a joke at first, teaching government structure after the government vanished. But the kids listen. They ask questions. One of them asked if they could vote to bring the dollar back. Carla laughed. Then she said, "Maybe one day." If you're hearing this, Carla, you're not a joke. You're a lifeline. Let me say this again, for anyone drifting in and out of signal range. The money is gone. The paper is still in your wallets, but the meanings bled out of it. You can't trade it for bread. Not anymore. People are turning to other things: skills, fuel, seeds, bullets, tools. A man up near the Rockies said he traded a box of screws for a whole bag of dried beans. Said it was the best deal he ever made. Another guy in rural Ohio said he fixed up a neighbor's generator in exchange for a shotgun and a handshake. No paperwork, no contracts, just trust. Imagine that. Trust as currency. Maybe that's how it should have always been. There's a story out of northern Mississippi. A woman named Letitia set up a roadside stand. Nothing fancy, just a folding table and a hand-painted sign. She's not selling anything. She's trading. Bread for eggs, cabbage for firewood, hand sanitizer for batteries. People stop. They line up. They leave something, take something, and say thank you before walking off. No security. No guards. Just a line of strangers treating each other like they matter. Like they still live in a world where kindness has weight. And that's the part nobody talks about when systems fall. Not just what you lose, but what you start to remember. A man from Alabama sent me a letter. Yes, a real one. Folded paper, scrawled ink. Said he found an old typewriter in his attic, started using it to write down everything he saw. Said he hadn't written a real letter in 20 years. Forgot how it felt to touch words. Said the clack of the keys reminded him of his grandmother's house, of slow afternoons, of quiet, of a world that didn't run on plastic cards and algorithmic timing. There's poetry in the ruin if you listen for it. Not the kind you put in books, the kind that hums under your ribs when you remember something real. That's why I keep broadcasting. Not because I think I can fix any of this. I can't. But if I can keep a signal up, if I can keep one person from going under, if I can remind you that there's still someone else out here, listening, then maybe that's enough. Someone from Denver just sent word through a backup channel. There's a group forming out there, calling themselves The Ledger. No hierarchy, no politics, just a rule book. A way to keep track of who trades what, who needs what, and who's doing their part. It's written in pencil on a wall in an old community center. People come by, add their names, cross things out, leave notes. A new kind of currency. Not printed, not digital. Just human. Let me tell you something personal before this signal flickers again. My mother used to keep a coffee can full of coins. She called it emergency money. Nickels, quarters, pennies, just in case. I asked her once why she bothered, said nobody uses coins anymore. She looked at me and said, "You don't prepare for what you expect. You prepare for what you can't imagine." Well, here we are. The thing we couldn't imagine. So maybe this isn't the end. Maybe it's the part after the end, the strange middle, the waiting room before something new. I don't know what the world will look like next week. I don't know if there'll still be power here, or running water, or broadcasts. But I do know this. You're not crazy for being scared. You're not weak for being tired. You're not alone. Keep your radios close. Keep your people closer. I'll be here until I can't be. This is Casey Darnell, still holding the line at station 82.5, just outside what used to be St. Louis. I can't tell you the exact time. Our clocks aren't reliable anymore, and the cell towers have stopped syncing. But the sky outside is dark, and the crickets have stopped chirping, which tells me it's later than it feels. If you've just tuned in, we are on day 0, the day the US dollar collapsed. Not a rumor, not a scare. It's real. It's here. We've crossed that line. Whatever we were before this, we're not that anymore. I want to talk now about the silence, not the kind that comes when the signal drops, not even the kind that follows bad news. I mean the deep silence, the one that's everywhere now. No hum of traffic, no checkout beeps, no whirring vending machines. Just this eerie stillness that wraps around everything like fog. It's like the world stopped exhaling, like we're waiting to see if it's safe to move again. I had a call from a trucker, goes by the name Mac. He said he was stuck outside Omaha when the fuel station stopped accepting cards. He had a full rig, but couldn't move. Left it on the side of the road and started walking west with a pack and a wrench in case things got ugly. He said the weirdest part wasn't the chaos, but the stillness. He walked for 4 hours without hearing a single engine. Not one. Just wind and gravel under his boots. He said it felt like time was starting over. I think that's what we're all feeling. The end of one kind of noise and the beginning of another. The quiet kind. The kind that forces you to listen. To the air. To your heartbeat. To the people around you. The kind you can't ignore. Let's check in on the Appalachian line. There's a relay station up there we've been pinging all day. Finally got through about an hour ago. Voice on the other end was a guy named Benji, mid-20s, former EMT. He's up on the ridge near Asheville, helping run a mountain pass checkpoint. Not for control, not for security. Just to stop people from getting lost or wandering into danger. They've got signs made from old road panels, painted in charcoal and oil. Turn back. Unsafe beyond this point. Benji said they're trying to map which paths still lead to functioning communities and which ones don't. He told me about a family that came up the pass yesterday. 4 of them. Parents, 2 daughters, been walking for days. All they had was a stroller full of rice and canned beans. The youngest was maybe 7, carrying a backpack twice her size. When they reached the checkpoint, they didn't ask for food. They didn't ask for shelter. They just asked for directions. Benji said he cried after they left, not because they were in bad shape, but because they still had the strength to keep going. That's the kind of strength we need now, not the kind that shouts or fights, the kind that walks, quietly, steadily, through whatever comes. We've gotten scattered messages from the Pacific Northwest, a mix of Morse, voice clips, and handwritten notes sent with travelers heading inland. Seattle's dark, Portland too. But further north, near the border, there's something forming. An old farming co-op reactivated. They're bartering seeds for labor. No hierarchy. Just people trading what they can. Some say they're even trying to restart local currencies. Handwritten promissory notes that track goods exchanged. It's not perfect. It's not fast. But it works. For now. If you're in that region, look for the old trail markers. 3 rocks stacked on top of one another near crossroads. That's the signal. Safe passage. Or at least safer than the cities. We've been monitoring the eastern seaboard too, what we can of it. Boston's quiet. New York is something else entirely. We're hearing of blackouts stretching for miles, of neighborhoods turning into fortresses. People blocking off streets with cars, wood, anything they can find. Not to keep others out, just to slow them down long enough to talk, to figure out who's a threat and who just needs a place to sleep. A woman from Brooklyn said they turned the lobby of her apartment building into a trading post. She's been sleeping in the stairwell for the past 3 nights, listening for footsteps, listening for anything. She said the worst sound she hears now is a knock. Because nobody knocks anymore, unless it's something serious. I told her to keep that stairwell safe, to light a candle at night, not for the light, but for the reminder. She laughed, said it reminded her of blackout drills from when she was a kid. Then she started crying. That's what this is doing to people. The pressure, the unknown. It presses into the corners of your mind and drags old things out, things you didn't think you still remembered. And sometimes, those memories are the only things keeping you anchored. We heard from a man in Utah, runs a former military surplus store. Said he opened his doors and told people to take what they needed. Not because he's some kind of saint. He just knew he couldn't protect it. So instead of losing everything to violence, he turned it into a community armory. He said a teenager who used to shoplift from him came in with a note and a jar of pickled eggs. Left it on the counter. Didn't say anything. Just nodded and walked out. That's the currency now, not gold, not crypto, not even paper. It's action. It's what you do when nobody's watching. What you give when there's nothing left to count. If you're still with me, still listening, then take this moment to look around you. Not for danger, though yeah, do that too, but for each other. Do you have someone near you? Are they breathing? Are they safe? Are they scared? Say something, even if it's just a few words, even if you're strangers. Because that's what kept us alive before there were banks and governments and networks. Other people. That's what's going to carry us through this. Not miracles, not promises, just each other. Hold tight. I'll be back with more in a few minutes. As long as the power stays. As long as the antenna holds. You're not alone. You're still listening to station 82.5. This is Casey. We're still here somehow. If the signal's crackling a bit, it's because we lost the backup inverter an hour ago. Running on the last legs of what's left. Still got enough juice for now. Earlier today, I spoke to a guy named Travis, somewhere outside Baton Rouge. He's staying in the shell of an old hardware store with about a dozen others. Said they've barricaded the doors and reinforced the windows with scrap metal and old roofing tin. Not because they're scared of looters, there's nothing left to loot, but because last night, someone tried to break in just to get warm. Not to steal, just to sleep near others. Travis said something that stuck with me. He said, "We thought collapse would be loud. It's not. It's quiet. Real quiet." And he's right. You think of economic collapse like a thunderclap, a sudden catastrophic burst. But this is more like a slow exhale. And when that breath is gone, all that's left is the silence. And the waiting. We're getting less traffic on the bands now. More static, fewer voices. That might be because more stations are going dark. Or it might just be that people are scared to speak. Let me tell you what's happening in parts of Arizona. Some towns out there are pulling together better than most. Small desert communities where people already knew how to live with less. They're rationing water, organizing watches, even setting up little trading posts in school gymnasiums. There's a town outside Flagstaff where a woman named Teresa is running the local clinic by candlelight. No staff left. Just her, an old med kit, and a crank radio. She's not taking money. She's taking food, or work, or nothing. Just helping, because someone has to. She said they've already delivered 3 babies since the collapse. No power, no machines, just towels, boiling water, and hands that remember what to do. She said each birth felt like its own little rebellion, a reminder that the world hasn't stopped. It's just starting a different kind of beat. That's the thread we're all hanging on now. Small acts. Quiet defiance. We can't bring the system back, not today. But we can keep each other upright. We had a shortwave burst come in from southern Canada. A farmer named Eli said he's been helping people cross the border. Not officially, just guiding them through wooded trails and open land. He's not doing it for money, obviously. He said he's doing it because that's what his grandfather would have done. Said the strangest part was watching people carry cash across the border like it still mattered. Wads of it, wrapped in plastic, some buried in their shoes, sewn into coats. You'd think it was gold the way they clung to it, he said. But it's just paper now, just ghosts of what we thought had value. And yet they carry it, maybe out of habit, maybe out of hope, that something might change, that someone, somewhere, might still accept it. I don't blame them. We all need something to hold on to. In Detroit, we got a crackling message on one of the old repeater loops. Someone set up a makeshift market under a freeway overpass. No prices, no signs, just people sitting in circles, showing what they had, whispering about what they needed. And they don't trade out loud, they gesture. They write things on scraps of cardboard and pass them around. Why? Because sound carries in those places. And desperation listens. They're calling it the hush market, a marketplace of silence, like something out of a storybook, but real enough that someone risked their battery just to tell me about it. You see, we're still building, even now, especially now. Up north, near the Dakotas, another kind of story is unfolding. A group of ranchers pooled what fuel they had and started moving livestock into communal pens. Not for profit, just to keep the animals alive. One of them, old guy named Jacob, said he hadn't talked to his neighbor in 10 years. But now, he said, we're feeding each other's cows. That's the kind of economy nobody saw coming. One built not on scarcity, but on survival, on grid, on remembering that there are more important things than ledgers and balance sheets. I know some of you out there are waiting for the fix. You think maybe the government's working on something. Maybe the Fed's got a backup plan. Some kind of new currency. Some kind of new deal. And maybe they do. Maybe there's a team in a bunker somewhere, huddled over glowing screens, plotting a reset. But if there is, they haven't told us. They haven't said a word. No briefings, no broadcasts, just silence. And in that silence, we have to choose what kind of world we make for ourselves. I don't know if you believe in prayer, or fate, or the rhythm of history. I don't know if you believe this is punishment or coincidence. All I know is that we're here now, all of us, in the middle of something we didn't plan for, in the middle of a page we don't know how to write. But we still have pens, we still have voices, we still have hands. So we write, we speak, we build. And maybe that's enough. I'll keep this line open, I'll keep talking, and if you've got something to share, news, a story, a warning, then send it. However you can. Shortwave, Morse, paper plane if it flies far enough. Just keep the current moving. I'll be right here. You're not alone. This is Casey Darnell, still here at station 82.5. The storm passed about an hour ago. No thunder, just wind and dust, like the land itself was shaking off old skin. The tower creaked. I could hear it groaning in the gusts. For a moment I thought we'd lose the feed. But we're still standing. Someone once told me that when you're in a storm, the safest place isn't always inside. Sometimes it's just wherever you're not alone. Tonight, that's all this station is, a shelter made of sound. I want to talk for a minute about something I never used to notice: the shape of quiet. Back before all this, silence just meant a break between things. Between ads, between meetings, between errands. You never thought about what it actually felt like to be inside of it. But now you notice the shape of it. You notice how it stretches across neighborhoods, how it presses against the walls of your house like water trying to get in. Earlier today, I sat for a while with the mic off, just listening. Not to anything in particular, just breathing. The kind of quiet that carries stories if you wait long enough. And sure enough, they came. First was a Morse tap from somewhere in Kentucky, someone tapping out coordinates and the word safe, no other details, no voice, just a ... whisper through the static. I tapped back, don't know if they heard, but I tried. Then a voice out of New Jersey. Woman named Celine, she used to be a barista. Said her cafe turned into a supply post overnight. They're trading bags of ground beans for batteries, eggs, sometimes shoes. She said they keep the espresso machine on, even though they can't run it, just for comfort. Just so people remember it used to hum. I asked her what she missed most. She said, tips, not the money. The tiny scraps of paper people left, notes, jokes, sometimes just a smiley face. I miss knowing someone saw me. That one hit me harder than I expected, because that's what we're really starving for now, isn't it? Not food, not fuel, just the feeling of being seen, being part of something. I've got more updates, some hopeful, some not. From the Carolinas, word is spreading that certain rail lines are still operational. Not public, not fast, but functional. Some engineers have taken to hand-cranking old maintenance cars down the tracks, linking them with flatbeds and hauling supplies between scattered towns. No schedule, no tickets, just motion. If you see one, wave it down, offer help, or step aside and let it pass. Those little rail convoys are arteries now, the last lines keeping movement alive. Out west, we heard from an old fisherman in the Pacific Inlet. Name's Reggie. Said he's been going out every morning, bringing in what he can, and dropping nets off at isolated cabins. No contact, no words, just nets and buckets left on porches. He doesn't ask for anything in return. If I can keep someone from starving, that's payment, he said. That's what we've come to, and it's beautiful in its own ragged, threadbare way. We got a faint signal from Mexico today, barely audible, just enough to catch fragments of what sounded like a bilingual community organizing cleanup in border towns. No politics, no borders, just people trying to patch the world from the bottom up. I wish I had better news about DC. Nothing's come out in over a day now. No new briefings, no confirmation of continuity. Some say there are still operatives underground, keeping the machinery running. But from here, it looks like silence. The last transmission we got mentioned evacuation orders being issued to certain neighborhoods, then static. We tried reaching out through old emergency frequencies, but the lines are dead. So if you're in the capital or anywhere near, don't wait for orders. Look after each other, build fences, dig wells, trust your neighbors, or leave. We had a voice from Kansas this morning, man named Malcolm. Ran a mechanic shop just off the interstate. He said people keep pulling in asking for repairs, but not paying. Not because they're thieves, because they don't have anything left to offer. He started writing down their names, not to shame them, to remember. He says someday, when things are different, he'll read that list out loud, and every name on it will have a chance to pay him back. Not in dollars, in time, in kindness, in fuel maybe, or maybe not at all. Maybe the remembering is the payment. Here's a reminder for those of you still trying to get word out. Shortwave bands are still up in most places, especially at night. If you've got a unit, tuned to 3.750 megahertz between midnight and 2 a.m. local time, that's where most of the chatter is. Say your name, your town, and what you need, or what you can offer. If you've got nothing else, offer your voice. That's enough. I want to close this hour with a story. A boy, maybe 12, sent us a message through one of the regional towers. His voice cracked a little, like he was trying not to cry. Said his parents were gone, didn't say how. Just gone. He's holed up in a basement in Indiana. He said he'd been listening to the broadcast for days, drawing little pictures of the people I talked about. Stick figures, some of them. Others with little hats or backpacks or dogs. He said, "I make them look like superheroes because they're still here." I didn't have the heart to tell him that most of them were just tired, just scared, just people. But maybe that's what a superhero really is now. Just someone who hasn't given up. If you're hearing this, kid, keep drawing, keep listening, and know that someone out there knows your voice. That's something nobody can take from you. All right. I'll be back again soon, if the grid holds. This is Casey, station 82.5. You're not alone. Still here, still transmitting, still breathing. This is Casey Darnell on 82.5, broadcasting out to whoever's left with a working radio and the patience to hear another voice. The wind's died down, and the hum of the tower is soft again. Still sounds like it's trying to sing through its wires. Maybe that's all any of us are doing now, humming our way through what's left. Some of you have been asking what we think caused this. What tipped it? What straw finally snapped the old spine of the dollar? Truth is, there's no single answer. And even if there was, I don't know if it would matter now. Maybe it was when other countries stopped buying our debt. Maybe it was the moment faith gave way to math. Maybe it was just time. Paper can only stretch so far before it tears. But I'll tell you this. It didn't start last week. It didn't even start last year. This thing had roots going back decades. Every time a bill was printed without value behind it. Every time a system rewarded greed and punished need. Every time we called the markets free but chained them to a game only a few knew how to play. This was coming, and now it's here. But that's not the story I want to tell tonight. Tonight, I want to talk about anchorage. We got a relay message from a pilot, call sign Falcon Red. He's been flying solo supply drops in an old prop plane, stitched together from spare parts and stubbornness. Said he landed on a frozen lake just outside the city. Said it looked like a painting, white silence and wrecked light. But here's the part that matters. He said when he touched down, people came out of the trees. Quiet, slow, cautious, not to rob him, not to fight, just to help. They pulled the crates, unloaded fuel drums. One man brought coffee. Real coffee. The kind you brew on a fire with melted snow. He handed it to the pilot and said, "We've been waiting for someone to show up." That's the story, that someone always shows up. Further south, in what's left of San Diego, a group has taken over an old hotel. Not to squat, to organize. They've turned the rooms into triage centers. The parking garage is a supply depot. The ballroom is a radio node, covered in whiteboards and blinking LEDs held together with duct tape. They're not calling it a government. Just the hall. A place where decisions are made out loud, in daylight, with witnesses. A man there named Jordan said, "We're not rebuilding what broke. We're starting over." And maybe that's what more of us need to hear, that we don't have to remake the past. We can shape something better if we last long enough to try. Now I want to pass along a warning. There have been reports, several now, of fake shelters, places claiming to be safe zones but turning out to be traps. Not by the infected, not by anyone sick, just desperate people who've gone too far. Gangs, militias, sometimes just a few violent cowards with nothing left to lose. If you're approaching a shelter, look for signs of life before you step inside. Smoke that smells like cooking, not burning. Voices speaking, not shouting. And always check for power lines. Real shelters often guard generators. The bad ones don't bother. They just want what you carry. We got word from a woman named Danica out in Oklahoma. She's running a sort of underground school out of her storm cellar. About a dozen kids, ages 6 to 14. She's teaching them how to garden, how to cook over open flame, how to listen to shortwave. Not because she expects things to go back, but because she wants them ready if this becomes forever. She said they start every day with 10 minutes of silence. Not prayer, not meditation, just silence, so they can hear what the world sounds like now. If they don't know how to listen, she said, they'll forget how to speak. That one stopped me cold. Because maybe that's what we're all doing now, learning how to hear again, how to listen to the land, to each other, to ourselves. And maybe out of that quiet, we'll figure out how to speak a new language, one without interest rates and stock margins, one with hands and barter and trust that takes weeks to earn and seconds to lose. Let me tell you about a town in Georgia. It's not on any current map anymore. The highways leading to it are blocked with burned-out cars and old caution tape. But if you find the right gravel path, and you follow it far enough, you'll come to a place where the trees thin out and the wind smells like ash and pine. There, people have dug into the hills, literal dugouts, earth shelters reinforced with salvaged doors and broken-down RVs. They've painted symbols on rocks to guide travelers. Circles mean food. Arrows mean direction. An open palm means welcome. They call the place Hollow Bend. And what they have there isn't much, but it's enough. Enough to keep going. Enough to keep from turning on one another. And every night, they light a fire in the center of the camp. Not to cook, just to sit. They don't sing. They don't tell stories. Not yet. But they sit, and they look at the flames, and sometimes that's enough. If you're passing through that area, keep your eyes open for painted stones. Follow the hand. Trust it if you can. We've got more coming in from the Gulf Coast, harder to pin down. But it sounds like old shrimping boats are being repurposed as floating safe houses. They drift from bay to bay, never dock for more than a few hours. They use flares to signal. Green for safe, red for danger. If you see a green flare at sea, you might just find a place to sleep. But if you see red, turn back. All right, I'm going to pause here and reset the relay. Backup power is low, and I've got to keep the batteries stable. Hold tight, keep each other warm, keep your ears open. This is Casey, signing off for now. You're not alone. Not tonight. Not yet. The signal's holding, which means I'm still here. This is Casey Darnell, coming to you from what's left of station 82.5. If you're awake and listening, that makes two of us, maybe more. I like to think there are hundreds out there, maybe thousands, sitting by radios in basements, garages, candlelit kitchens, waiting to hear proof that the world is still spinning. We're now deep into day zero. Feels like we've been living it forever. The roads are emptier than they've ever been, not just because there's no gas, but because there's no destination. No one's going to work. No one's making deliveries. There are no errands left to run. And when the roads go quiet, it's like the whole country is holding its breath. I got a voice message earlier from an older man out of Montana. Calls himself Red. He said, "The last time I saw these streets this quiet, we'd just come out of a blizzard that took down half the town. Said back then, people were stranded but still had hope the trucks would come. This time," he said, "we're stranded, and no one's coming." But Red also said something else. He said he's been boiling snow for water, cooking beans over an old wood stove, and fixing every broken tool in sight. Said it keeps his hands busy and his mind quieter than it has any right to be. That's what survival looks like now. Not fighting off mobs or making dramatic last stands. Just boiling water, patching leaks, keeping your hands from going idle. Further down in Texas, there's a place called Barrow Field. Used to be a racetrack. Now it's a barter camp. They've got tents lined up on the infield. Somebody strung wires across the grandstands to dry clothes. They've posted volunteers to patrol the perimeter, not to enforce anything, just to make sure everyone inside gets a chance to sleep without a knife at their throat. One of the organizers said they don't use names anymore. Not unless you offer. People show up, trade, eat, and go. No questions, no record keeping, just motion. It's like a heartbeat made out of people. And here's the thing. Barrow Field doesn't have power, doesn't have phones, doesn't have running water unless someone hauls it in a tank. But it works. People come from miles around just to talk to others who don't look like ghosts. Maybe that's what we all need, just to be seen. We got a faint signal from Alaska again, this one from a research outpost that's been off-grid since before the collapse. Apparently, they didn't notice anything was wrong for nearly 48 hours. Their supply run was late, but they just assumed weather delays. Then their sat phone went dead. The man on the line said he booted up a backup receiver and scanned the bands. "All I could hear," he said, "was your voice and the wind." They're holding steady. Plenty of dry goods. Melted snow for water. They're sharing what they have with the handful of local families who've come knocking. Said they've turned the supply shed into a kind of pantry. No locks, just trust. Let me repeat that. No locks, just trust. Somewhere along the way, we convinced ourselves that strength was about force, but strength is sharing when you're scared. That's the truth of it. Back here in Missouri, things are tense. The city's gone dark. No sirens, no traffic, no signals. Just the occasional candle flicker in a window, or the sound of someone dragging something heavy across pavement. I've seen people boarding up storefronts with anything they can find. I passed a group earlier stacking books against a window. Books, the kind people used to throw away. Now they're shields. And once the paper is gone, I wonder what we'll write on. Maybe walls, maybe skin, maybe each other. I heard from a woman in Minneapolis, Ada. She's been walking north for 3 days with her daughter. No car, no phone, just a compass and a backpack. They're following the train tracks, hoping to find a place where the signals are stronger, where people are still organized. She said her daughter talks to the trees, says hello to them like they're old friends. "I think it's helping her stay sane," she said. "I think it might be helping me too. Let your kids talk to the trees. Let them name the birds, even if they can't fly anymore. Let them pretend the stars are listening, because maybe they are. If you've been hearing rumors about a safe zone in the upper Great Lakes region, I can tell you now, it's real. At least, it was this morning. There's a compound near the edge of the Huron National Forest, built on what used to be a campground. They've got water, solar, tents, radios. They're calling it Camp Needle, after a pine tree that still stands in the center. Word is, they accept anyone. No screening, no armed guards. Just a soft voice on a shortwave that says, "If you can hear us, you're welcome. If you're nearby, follow the old forestry roads. Look for a tree marked with red fabric and a painted arrow. Follow that. It might be your way out." We're also hearing from scattered places in New Mexico, where the terrain is doing more to protect people than any wall could. High rocks, narrow passes, natural choke points. Small communities are thriving there. They know how to live without plenty. They know how to make things last. One man said he's been using the same water filter for 4 years. Keeps it wrapped in cloth, like an heirloom. That's where we are now. A water filter is treasure. A working battery is priceless. And a good neighbor is everything. For those trying to keep track, power grids across the Midwest are still fluctuating. Rolling brownouts at best. Total loss in some areas. If you're running anything off the grid, conserve. Sleep during dark hours. Work in the daylight. Watch for sparks. Fires are spreading faster than people can put them out. Keep water nearby. Keep a fire break if you're outside city lines. And never run your generator too long in one place. The sound carries. And sound brings company you don't want. We had a ham signal from southern Illinois, short and shaky. It was just 3 words. Still here, waiting. That's all. That's all some of us can say right now. Still here, waiting. So let's wait together. I'll be back with more soon. This is Casey, station 82.5, and wherever you are, if your eyes are open and your breath is steady, you're still part of this. And that matters more than you know. This is Casey Darnell, still holding the line from station 82.5. No background music, no ads, no cheerful voices in between, just the same chair, the same mic, the same voice trying to make sense of a world that spun itself apart. I haven't slept in a day, maybe 2. Hard to keep track, but I figure I'm not the only one. Sleep doesn't come easy when the old rules stop working, when the soft sounds you used to fall asleep to, like engines outside or late-night TV bleeding through the wall, are gone, replaced by static or wind or the hollow thud of someone dragging a cart down the middle of an empty street. Got a report from Utah this evening. Group of families has taken over an abandoned shopping center, not a mall, just one of those strip plazas with a laundromat, a small grocery, a couple old shops. They've boarded it up, built fire barrels behind the loading docks, and assigned night watches using old baby monitors. They call it the Row. They've got rules. 1, no weapons indoors. 2, food is pooled and rationed, no exceptions. 3, every person does something every day, even if it's just sorting cans or telling stories to the kids. Because they say even a story is work now, it reminds people we still exist. One of the older women there, Marta, called in on a shortwave. Said she spends each morning grinding old coffee beans with a hammer, just for the smell. Said it calms her hands. Said it reminds her of mornings when there were still headlines and routines and arguments about cream. She cried, gently, while describing the smell. Not because of the loss, because of the memory. It's hard to know what to hold on to, which comforts we should preserve and which ones we should let go. But I think if something makes you feel more human, if it reminds you who you were before all this, then it's worth keeping, even if it's just the sound of a coffee grinder. We got a stronger signal than usual from the East Coast this afternoon. Came in from someone in Richmond, Virginia. Said that a church there, burned out decades ago, roof long gone, has become a gathering spot. People come every third night, bring food, news, trade blankets, antibiotics, stories. They sit in the pews with no roof above them, looking up at the stars like they're waiting for answers. Said last night, someone brought a guitar, played until the strings broke. Nobody clapped. They just sat there, listening, like it was the last song they'd ever hear. That's the new economy. Silence, memory, music that doesn't need electricity. A man from Fargo sent us a letter. Real paper. Stamped. I have no idea how it got here, but I'm holding it in my hand now, the creases still sharp. It says only this: my daughter traded her last dollar for a used sweater. She said it was worth it because it smelled like laundry detergent, like someone had tried. That's all we're doing, I think. Just trying. That letter's going up on the wall here, next to the others. A growing collage of proof that we tried. Let's shift to the south for a second. Louisiana's bayous have become highways again. Flatboats, pirogues, anything that floats. People are using water the way they did before there were roads, traveling by stream, by current. One man said he navigates with a flashlight taped to an oar. Said gators are less of a threat than the dark now. And here's something I didn't expect to hear. There's a floating market forming outside Lafayette. They anchor together at dusk, boats linked by ropes, each one carrying different goods. No engines, no motors, just paddles and patience. They trade smoked meat, fish, moonshine, hand-knitted gloves. One boat, no joke, sells nothing but stories. The man on board has an old hand-crank Victrola and a stack of recordings. People bring him batteries and he plays them something in return. That's what a dollar used to be. A promise that someone would give you something back. Now the promises are spoken out loud, face to face, with no middleman. Let me tell you about a place called Jericho Hill. That's in Wyoming. Wasn't even a real town before. Just a wide spot where a few cabins sat under pine trees. But now, it's something else. A checkpoint. A marker. A place you pass through if you're headed west. People leave things there. Supplies, mostly. Extra socks, tins of beans, carved walking sticks. But they also leave notes. Hundreds of them. Tacked onto trees, nailed into fence posts, weighted down under rocks. Josh, we're headed north. Wait if you can. Mom, we made it to the Big Bend. We'll wait 5 days. If you find this, keep going. It's safer past the ridge. It's like a forest of voices. No longer digital. Just ink, paper, and the hope that someone reads it. If you're traveling and you come across Jericho Hill, stop for a minute. Read something. Leave something. That's how we keep each other alive now. We've had a lot of messages about the water supply. Boil it. Filter it. Let it sit in sunlight. I'm not a scientist, but I know this. If you're near standing water and you smell sulfur or fuel, don't touch it. If you see rainwater, catch it. If you have bleach, 10 drops per gallon, no more. Stir it. Wait. Drink slow. Treat water like treasure. Because that's what it is now. Not money, not metal, water. That and trust. I want to end this segment with something someone said to me yesterday, an old farmer near Nashville, voice like gravel in a tin can. He said, "We used to measure value by what we kept. Now we measure it by what we share." He's right. So share what you can. Your tools, your food, your time, your quiet. I'll keep the mic warm. I'll keep the frequency open, as long as the grid lets me. This is Casey, station 82.5. You're not alone, not as long as you can still hear this voice. You're tuned to station 82.5. If tuned is even the right word anymore. Feels more like drifting. Like our voices are paper boats floating across a river none of us can see the edges of. I'm Casey Darnell. Still here, still speaking. And if you're hearing this, then your world hasn't gone completely dark either. Let's talk about Denver. We just got confirmation through a courier relay, a network of riders on bicycles and motorbikes running up and down the spine of the Rockies. They're calling it the spine line. And the message they brought in this morning was short, but clear. Denver's no longer under federal control. Not that anyone's saying it officially, but those still operating out of the Civic Center are calling themselves the Commons. No leaders, just committees. They meet in what used to be the art museum, among the sculptures, the broken frames, the faded paint. They sit in circles. No suits, no ranks, just voices. They've issued a call. Anyone who can make it safely and is willing to work is welcome. Bring what you have. Bring what you know. But don't come for handouts. Come to build. They've reopened the old trolleys for hauling firewood and food. Horses are being used again, real ones. The city parks have been converted into gardens. No fences, just dirt, seed, and sweat. It's messy, it's slow, but it's working. Some say it feels like a town from 200 years ago. Others say it feels like the future. Maybe those two things aren't as far apart as we thought. Now, for a harder piece of news. We've received multiple independent reports that Fort Knox has been evacuated. Not just the personnel, everything. Trucks left in the middle of the night, headed east, then vanished. No official confirmation, no statements, just empty gates and a locked-down perimeter. And that tells you everything you need to know. The system didn't crash because of a mistake. It crashed because it was always this fragile. And now that the paper's worthless, the gold's gone too. So what does that leave us? United States. Still here. Still reaching across the static. Let me read something to you. Came from a man in Boise, Idaho. Typed on an old word processor and printed with a dot matrix printer, of all things. Someone walked it here across 2 states, trading bread and aspirin along the way. We spent years chasing a number in a bank we couldn't see. We called it freedom. But now, standing in a line for soup I didn't pay for, I finally feel free. Not because I have nothing, but because I have no illusions left. It's strange, isn't it? How clear things get when everything you were counting on is gone. There's a fishing village along the Oregon coast. Names washed off the signs, but the signal's strong. They're running off wind and pedal power. Every night, they host what they call the tide meeting. No chairs, just driftwood and sand. Everyone brings something, an idea, a warning, a joke. They sit. They eat what they caught. They vote on what needs fixing. And then they take turns watching the surf roll in, waiting for whatever comes next. If that's not government, I don't know what is. Closer to here, in Illinois, we've been tracking a woman named Elsie. She runs a children's caravan. Not an orphanage, Not quite a school. More like a rolling village of small feet and quiet resilience. They move every few days, never more than 20 of them. She pulls a cart with a crank radio, and they paint their path on the road in chalk, so if the children are ever separated, they know which way the wagon rolled. The other day, they passed through a small town and left behind drawings, on walls, on windows, in the dust of car windshields, smiling faces, suns, words like keep going and still love. Some people walked into that town broken. They walked out with a little more light in their chests. Let me say something plain. If you're listening, and you've done something like that, something kind, small, and quiet, thank you. Don't wait for applause. Don't wonder if it mattered. It did. Because all these quiet acts, stitched together, are the only map we have. We got a distress ping from the southeast this afternoon, Tallahassee area. It was a short burst, maybe 8 seconds, just long enough to catch coordinates and the word cut. We're not sure what it means yet. Could be power, could be roads, could be worse. If you're near that area, proceed with care. Move only if you have to. Look for signs of movement, but don't trust clusters unless you know the people. Some cities are hollow now, still standing, but emptied of anyone you'd want to meet. A man from just outside Raleigh said it best. It's like walking through someone else's dream. Nothing moves, but it still feels alive. Before the hour's up, I want to share one last thing. A child's voice came through the band this morning. No call sign, just a whisper of a sentence. My brother says the world is broken, but I think it's still soft. That one undid me, because broken things cut, but soft things bend. They hold warmth. They carry echoes. They can be reshaped. Maybe this isn't the end of everything. Maybe it's just the ground, softened by rain, waiting for something to take root. I'll be here, as long as I can. You know where to find me. You're not alone. This is Casey Darnell, still transmitting on 82.5. Night's fallen again. Hard to tell how many hours are passing between each broadcast now. The sky doesn't mark time the way it used to. The stars don't answer. They just blink, like they're watching us quietly. Maybe they've always been watching. Maybe they've seen this kind of thing before. This is day 0, but it's starting to stretch. I don't know if we're still on the same day anymore. Doesn't feel like it. Feels like the clock stopped and everything's just looping. Not forward, not backward, just here. A man outside Tulsa sent in a reel-to-reel tape. Said he'd been recording local voices, people in his neighborhood, telling short stories. A woman who once worked at a flower shop described watching bees return to her garden this week. Said it was the first color she'd seen in days. A young man talked about finding an old board game in a flooded attic and playing it with strangers by candlelight, no one caring who won. And then an old woman, her voice rough but warm, said this: I used to think the dollar made me free, but it was just another kind of leash. I didn't know how to live until I had to. There's a kind of wisdom in these quiet reflections. It's not the kind of thing you hear in press conferences or economic forecasts. It doesn't wear a suit. It doesn't care about graphs. It just speaks. And maybe that's what we need to start doing more of. Not explaining. Just telling. Just remembering. Let me shift gears for a second. We got news from a small farming community in eastern Nebraska. They've converted their local library into a trading hub. Not a big place, but the shelves are still standing. and the roof doesn't leak. The books are still there. Fiction, manuals, old gardening guides. And now each visitor is asked to take one and leave something in return. Doesn't have to be a book. Could be beans. Could be thread. Could be a promise. They're calling it the ledger without numbers. I like that. A kind of economy built on faith and borrowed pages. A girl there, maybe 11, maybe 12, wrote a note and left it between the pages of an atlas. Dear world, if you're still out there, I hope you're not scared of us. That's the kind of message that sits in your chest for hours. We've also heard more about the resistance forming near the old Colorado Springs corridor. They're not calling it resistance in a political sense, just people who refused to disappear. They've taken over what used to be a defunct satellite operations building. Now they use it to track movement of people, of supply lines, of weather patterns. They've built a kind of nerve center using analog tools and handwritten maps. The kind of thing we thought we didn't need anymore. And here's the amazing part. They're not trying to rebuild the country. They're just trying to keep it from unraveling further, one road at a time, one map at a time. They've asked for help. If you're skilled in navigation, logistics, radio tech, or even cartography, yes, people still draw maps by hand. You're wanted. You're needed. If you can make it to the Springs and you've got something to offer, go. But go smart. Go prepared. And don't go alone. Some cities are sealing themselves off. We've confirmed at least 3: Pittsburgh, Sacramento, and New Orleans. Locals have barricaded bridges and tunnels, not to hurt anyone, but to stop the flood of people escaping worse places. It's survival triage, and it's brutal. A man in Sacramento said they've assigned gatekeepers, volunteers who rotate every 4 hours to guard the main access points. They let people in based on contribution. If you've got tools, you're in. If you've got skills, you're in. But if you just have paper money or promises, you wait. He said he's turned people away. He hates it. It tears him apart. But he said if they open the gates too wide, they'll all fall. I don't have a judgment for that. Only sorrow. Some of you have asked if there's any official word from the military. There's been a few scattered messages, mostly from local units acting independently. The chain of command, as far as we can tell, is fragmented. Some bases have gone completely dark. Others are converting their fuel and food reserves into community distribution hubs. There was a base near El Paso that opened its gates for exactly 12 hours, let in 500 civilians, then sealed itself off again. No announcement, no broadcast, just silence. We don't know what happened after that. For those of you still holding on to hope for a central message, a fix, a top-down solution, I won't tell you to let go. I'll just say this: don't wait with empty hands. Do something with them. We got another message scratched into a sheet of aluminum, carried here by someone on foot. No name. Just a line burned into the metal with heat and patience. The money fell, but the sky stayed up. I keep thinking about that, because it's true. No matter what the headline said, the sun still rises. The wind still moves the trees. The stars still watch. And you? You're still here. I want to say something personal before the power flickers again. I don't know what tomorrow will look like. I don't know if the station will stay upright, or if I'll even be able to keep the batteries going through the next storm. But I do know this: if there's one person out there, sitting in the dark, wondering if anyone else made it, yes, you did, we did, and we are not done. This is Casey, signing off for now. If you're breathing, if you're listening, then you're part of something that hasn't ended. You're not alone. This is Casey Darnell, coming through on 82.5. The wind outside is slower now, not calm, just tired, like the land itself is resting for a while. Sometimes it feels like even the weather is trying to figure out what comes next. I want to talk tonight about quiet heroes, not the kind with medals or uniforms, just people doing small things, quietly, over and over, because no one else will. Got a message today from a nurse in Ohio. Name's Marie. She stayed behind in a retirement home after the staff left. Didn't run, didn't freeze, just stayed. She's feeding 17 residents with canned goods, powdered milk, and whatever she can scrounge from nearby houses. She says most of them don't know what happened. They just ask why it's so dark outside, why their families haven't come. She tells them there's a storm, that they need to wait a little longer. She sings to them in the morning, reads to them at night. Her voice cracked when she said, "They still think I'm getting paid." Marie, if you're listening, you're a lighthouse in a world gone dim. And one day, if this ever turns around, I hope the world remembers your name. In eastern Tennessee, there's a group of musicians who travel from camp to camp. No fuel, no trucks. They walk, carrying battered instruments and pots of dried lentils. They play for food, for shelter, for stories. Said their only rule is, never repeat the same song twice in the same town. They call themselves the Dust Choir. They don't ask questions. They don't want to know what you've done or what you've lost. They just want to play. And in return, people give what they can. Sometimes a can of peaches, sometimes a place to sleep, sometimes just a warm look. That's enough. Further up the Appalachians, in a part of West Virginia that used to be a coal town, they've reactivated an old mine, not to dig, but to shelter. The tunnels stay warm through the night. They've rigged pulley systems to bring down air and mirrors to catch and redirect sunlight for a few hours a day. It's crude, but effective. They've drawn maps in chalk, tunnels for food, tunnels for sleep, one for music, one just for silence. And that's what they call the place now, silence. A town with no noise and no shouting, just whispers, footsteps, and the sound of people remembering how to be still. We've gotten questions about communications, how people are still connecting if the towers are failing and the power's out. The answer is, slowly. Shortwave bands are still strong between midnight and dawn. Morse code works best. Analog tools are beating digital ones every time. People are building wind-up transmitters, bicycle-powered repeaters, and even repurposing old car stereos. If you're near a mechanic or someone who used to fix ham gear, ask questions. Offer food or warmth in return. We need each other to stay connected. There's also something else happening. Messages are being carried the old way, by foot, by bike, written down, folded into jars, tied to branches, passed between strangers with nothing but a nod. The road is talking again, like it used to. That's how we got word of what's happening down in Baja. Small communities, once tourist spots, have turned into enclaves. They use shells and driftwood as tokens of trade. They light their homes with old whale oil lamps, melted candle stubs, pieces of broken solar panels patched with tape. And every Friday, they hold a telling. That's what they call it. No market, no church, just people gathering to speak one story each. One real thing that happened to them. No lies allowed. And if someone speaks a lie, they pour water on the fire. Simple, honest, hard to fake. I think we're all starving for that kind of honesty now. The kind that burns in your chest when someone tells you the truth, even if it hurts. There was a child in Kansas who sent in a drawing. It came folded in 4, wrapped in plastic, tucked into a tin of powdered milk someone left at a checkpoint. It was a picture of a house, not much of one, just lines and a chimney, but above it was the sun, and above that, in big shaky letters, "We are still here." That paper's taped to the wall beside me. I look at it every time the signal flickers, because that's it, isn't it? That's the whole point. We are still here, no matter what we've lost, no matter what's gone quiet. We are still here. I spoke to a man this morning in Iowa. Used to be a priest, now he just calls himself Len. Said he stopped preaching, started planting. Said he's got 10 rows of carrots and a bucket of seeds he guards like scripture. He said, "I used to offer forgiveness. Now I offer food. Both are holy." That one stayed with me. Because maybe that's where divinity lives now. Not in buildings, but in small kindnesses. In someone giving without asking. In someone seeing you and not looking away. Before I sign off this hour, I want to leave you with something from my own life. Back before the collapse, when things still made sense, or at least felt like they did, I used to carry a small photograph in my wallet. Nothing fancy, just a picture of my brother and me fishing on a riverbank. I lost it last week, somewhere between the tower and the supply shed. I've been looking. I've torn through every drawer, every bag. I think it's gone. But this morning, I stopped looking, and I realized something. I can still see it. I remember the sun on the water, the way his laugh echoed, the way I thought we'd be old men doing the same thing someday. Maybe we still will. Maybe not. But the memory is mine. And no currency collapse, no blackout, no silence can take it. If you're listening now and you've lost something, someone, something, a home, a place, a rhythm, know this: it lived, and you carry it. You carry it in your feet, your fingers, your voice. Even now, especially now. This is Casey Darnell, 82.5. Still speaking, still listening, still here. And if you're still breathing, still moving, still loving in whatever way you can, then so are you. You're not alone. This is Casey Darnell on station 82.5. The night is thick. It feels like the air itself is listening, like the sky's holding its breath just to hear what we'll say next. I've got the windows open a crack, and I can hear the trees creak outside, like they're stretching after too many still hours. You can almost feel the silence bending around you in moments like this, like something waiting. We've been calling this day 0, but I don't know. Feels like day 10, or day 20, or maybe we've moved into something else entirely. A stretch of time that doesn't belong to the calendar anymore. I got word from a man in northern Arkansas. Said he was walking the old railway line outside of Batesville. Just him and his dog, headed nowhere in particular. He stopped at a broken train signal and found a notebook wedged between the bolts. Inside, notes from other travelers, dates, thoughts, places they'd come from, places they were going, warnings, some hopeful, some heartbreaking. One just said, "If you're reading this, Take the water bottle under the stone. You'll need it more than I do." The man took the bottle, left a jar of peanut butter in return. That's the currency now. Not "I owe us," not gold bars, just small kindnesses left for strangers you'll never meet. I've been thinking a lot about value lately. What something's worth when the whole system it belonged to has collapsed. A shovel now is worth more than a credit card. A warm coat beats a luxury watch. A working lighter is practically sacred. But above all of it, time. Time given to someone else. Time spent helping. Time spent listening. That's the currency that matters. In Vermont, there's a bakery that didn't shut down when the collapse hit. No flour shipments, no trucks. But they had a cellar full of grain. So they milled it by hand. Started baking again, once a week. The bread gets handed out at dawn to anyone who shows up with something to trade. Wood, herbs, even old books. They call it the loaf line. And here's the beautiful part. Every loaf comes with a slip of paper inside, a message, a line from a poem, a memory, a joke. Bread for the belly, they say, and bread for the brain. That's what we're rebuilding with now, little crumbs of soul. A shortwave signal came through earlier from someone traveling through the desert on foot. They didn't give a name, just coordinates and a description of the stars. Said they'd been following constellations instead of roads, because roads aren't safe anymore. Said they navigate by Orion and sleep by the moonlight when it's strong enough to see coyotes coming. I wonder how many people out there are doing that, moving not by map, but by memory, not by GPS, but by stories passed down, trailheads remembered, skies that haven't changed in thousands of years. We got another message, this one by firelight, scribbled on the back of a cereal box and hand-delivered by a courier from Iowa. A woman named Grace wrote, "We haven't had power in 9 days, but every night we gather around a lantern, and we go around the circle. Each person tells one true thing from the day, just one. It keeps us from forgetting we're real. That's how we preserve ourselves now. One true thing at a time. I've got something I need to confess. Earlier today, I thought about leaving, just walking out, taking a backpack and heading west until the signal died behind me. Not because I don't believe in this, not because I've lost hope, but because I'm tired. This kind of tired doesn't sleep off. It settles in your bones. It whispers, 'What's the point?' But then someone knocked on the station door. A boy, maybe 13, on a bike with one flat tire. He handed me a note. It said, 'My dad and I listen to you every night. He says your voice is the only thing that still sounds like before. Thank you.' He didn't wait for a reply, just pedaled off. I sat there with that note in my hands for a long time, didn't say a word, just breathed. That kid kept me here tonight. Not because I'm special, but because the sound of a voice, any voice, can remind someone that they still exist. I've said it before, but I'll say it again. Speak when you can. Say names, tell stories, whisper memories into the dark if you have to. Just don't fall silent. Don't let the world forget your voice. There's a town out in Arizona. Used to be nothing but a truck stop and a few trailers. They've started calling it Ember. Nobody knows who started the name, but they say it fits. Each night, they light one fire, just one, no more, no less. It sits in the center of the gravel lot, and they take turns feeding it, sticks, cardboard, old furniture, whatever they've got. It never goes out. If someone has a song, they sing. If they have a memory, they speak. If they don't, they sit. That's the rule. You don't leave the circle until you've given something, even if it's silence. They say the fire's been burning every night since the bank shut down. I think about that fire a lot. Wonder how many others are out there like it. How many people are holding on to light even when everything